A man's hand gestures emphatically as he calls out the name Anastasia. Standing before a grand staircase and a crowd of onlookers, he publicly declares that his engagement to her is annulled. The surrounding guests react with shock, whispering amongst themselves about the sudden dissolution of the royal engagement. The woman in question, Anastasia, confronts him with a severe expression, stating that she does not understand his meaning. The prince scoffs at her confusion, derisively calling her a woman with little understanding as always. He gestures to another young woman named Amy, proclaiming that her kind and gentle nature makes her far more deserving to be his fiancée than Anastasia. Anastasia calmly questions his judgment, asking if he truly desires a woman who knows nothing of etiquette, nobility, or the state of the country. She presses him further, her sharp gaze fixed on him as she asks if he seriously believes such a woman could become the queen of their nation. Enraged, the prince defends Amy, shouting that her kindness is what the country truly needs and that Anastasia, in contrast, is a rotten woman. He and his companions then accuse Anastasia of harassing Amy, claiming they are aware of all her supposed transgressions. He concludes his tirade by declaring that a person like Anastasia is completely unfit to be the country's queen. The other women in the crowd whisper mockingly, calling Anastasia a poor thing with insincere pity. Anastasia lowers her gaze, her expression unreadable as she quietly says she understands. With a somber look, she accepts that this is the way things are to be. But then, in a sudden, sharp movement that startles the crowd, she straightens her posture. Her hand flashes through the air as she throws down her glove. The scene captures the shocking moment as a formal challenge is issued, freezing everyone in place. An explosive clash follows, the details blurred in a flurry of action. The memory of this event causes a young boy's eyes to snap open in shock. He finds himself not in a grand hall, but in a humble wooden room, waking from what felt like a vivid dream. Bathed in sweat, the boy clutches his head as he realizes with dawning horror that he has just remembered everything from a past life. The sudden influx of knowledge overwhelms him, and he concludes that his current situation is very, very bad. His thoughts clarify that he is Alan, an otherwise normal 8-year-old boy living in Lurden, the capital city of the kingdom of Centurin. The part that isn't normal is the fact that he now recalls this past life in its entirety. He remembers a specific smartphone game from that life, titled Magical Fantasy Love's Heart-Racing School Life. The terrible realization dawns on him that he has been reincarnated into the world of that very dating sim, not as a main character, but as a nameless mob. He now understands why his situation is so bad. According to the game's plot, everyone in his city, including himself and his mother, is fated to die. His dream was a memory of the game's opening act, where Anastasia requested a duel with Amy after the engagement was broken, only for the prince to intervene and act as Amy's proxy. The game's storyline continued with no one stepping up to be Anastasia's proxy, forcing her to fight the prince and lose. Shamed by her defeat, she set off for a monastery, but her carriage was attacked by bandits and she vanished. Alan recalls the terrible truth that the prince himself had hired those bandits, and Anastasia's disappearance created a power imbalance that plunged the kingdom into civil war. Taking advantage of the internal conflict, a neighboring empire to the east declared war, its armies easily crushing the kingdom's exhausted forces and razing the capital to the ground. This catastrophic future is what Alan means by very bad, and he wishes he could tell the story's main characters what fools they are. He leaps up in his bed, screaming in raw frustration that they shouldn't involve normal people in their destructive political games. A woman's voice cuts through his anger as she enters his room, asking Alan why he is making such a loud noise so early in the morning. Alan turns to see his mother and quickly calms himself, dismissing his outburst as just a strange dream. His mother seems to accept his explanation, telling him that breakfast is ready and that he should hurry and get dressed. As she turns to leave, Alan watches her with a newfound, fierce determination, silently promising that he will protect her. He then expands that vow, resolving to save not just his mother, but everyone in the town as well. He knows he cannot simply flee, as the country's feudal system prevents easy travel between cities, so he must stay and face the future head-on. He decides he will change their fate, preventing Anastasia's condemnation and the subsequent civil war that would destroy everything. With his resolve set, he begins his day, eating a piece of bread. As he and his mother eat breakfast, his mind races, reviewing the current timeline of the world's story. He calculates that the engagement between the 8-year-old Prince Karlheinz and the 8-year-old Anastasia has just been announced, which gives him exactly 8 years until the condemnation event. He thinks about how strange it is for him to know the entire plot of an otome game, recalling that in his past life, his older sister had forced him to play it to collect all the special illustrations. As he walks through the city, he considers why he is so determined to save the story's villainess, just as a fine carriage passes by. The sound of hooves on the stone street draws his attention. Through the carriage window, he catches a glimpse of a young, noble-looking girl. Alan sees the young Anastasia for the first time in this life, her expression distant and lonely. He watches her carriage intently as it proceeds through the bustling crowd. For a brief moment, Anastasia's eyes seem to meet his from across the street. Alan stares back, his face a mask of grim determination. He renews his promise to himself. He will save her, and in doing so, he will save everyone. As long as events follow the game's timeline, he believes he can formulate a plan to rescue her and alter the future. He reflects on his own motives, admitting it is not simply because he wants to prevent her death. In his view, though the game cast Anastasia as a villainess, her actions and words always painted her as a decent person. He remembers her in-game dialogue, how she would sternly remind the prince and others of their duties to the nation and its people, whose taxes supported their lifestyle. Alan believes the game scenario was fundamentally distorted for portraying these responsible statements as condescending and annoying, and he knows she is a good person at her core. He knows that if he fails to act, the game's shitty future will become reality. Anastasia will be exiled, fall into despair, and return as the story's vengeful final boss. His train of thought is broken as he collides with someone in the crowded marketplace. He looks up to see a cheerful, tan girl who exclaims his name in surprise. She introduces herself as Monica, and they both apologize. She then compliments him for being a hard-working son out doing the shopping. Alan notices Monica is also shopping and is carrying a large basket of goods. Monica explains she's buying food for the rowdy young people at the guild and jokingly tells Alan not to grow up like them before she departs. As she walks away, Alan suddenly remembers that Monica is a waitress at the Adventurers Guild Tavern, and a critical idea comes to mind. He urgently calls out for Monica to wait and runs towards a large, imposing building down the street. His mother watches in confusion as Alan tells her everything is okay before disappearing inside. He enters the Adventurers Guild, calling out to the patrons within. A table of grizzled adventurers turns to look at the boy, one of them gruffly asking what kind of business he has there. Though visibly nervous, Alan faces them with resolve, knowing that this is the first step to changing the world. Ditch scouring, where text asks what someone is doing inside the Adventurers Guild. A guild official sitting at a desk looks toward a young boy and addresses him as Kid. The woman accompanying the boy looks on with concern, quietly saying his name, Alan. The guild official leans forward, asking Alan what seems to be the problem. Alan boldly declares his intention to help with the task of cleaning the ditches. The guild official's expression shifts to one of intrigued surprise. He smiles, telling the boy that he likes his spirit. The man then excitedly tells the boy's mother to sign him up for the guild, ordering a colleague to provide the necessary documents and show her where to fill them out. As his mother confirms the information on the forms is correct, another guild member summons Alan to the desk. The official holds up a small, blank card and instructs Alan to put some of his blood on it to complete the registration. A different guildsman reassures the anxious mother that it will only be a single drop and that the needle is disinfected, a gesture she mentally notes as being very considerate. The guildsman pricks Alan's finger, telling him not to worry as he guides the drop of blood toward the card. The moment the blood touches the card, it erupts in a burst of magical light. When the light fades, an intricate, glowing pattern is left etched onto the card's surface. The official welcomes Alan to the guild, handing him his new card and warning him not to lose it before giving him a cloth for his finger. A dark-skinned woman suddenly appears and grabs Alan in a boisterous hug, welcoming him warmly. She congratulates him on joining the guild and asks if he's ready for hard work, while another person tells his mother she must be proud of raising such a fine child. His mother, wiping tears of joy from her eyes, tells Alan she is very happy and wishes him good luck, reminding him not to overwork himself. Alan stands with the woman, his face set with determination for the path ahead. He internally resolves that he has two critical tasks. First, to confirm if this world truly operates like the game he remembers, and second, to earn a large sum of money to save his mother and change the town's fate. He reviews his grand strategy, which hinges on saving a character known as the villainess from her condemnation, an act that requires him to act as her proxy and defeat a prince in a duel. This plan requires him to enter the Royal Academy in 7 years, an endeavor that will cost a significant amount of money. Acknowledging that he is currently dirt poor, he commits to earning the necessary funds while he begins his first job cleaning a filthy ditch. After a hard day's work, a supervisor commends Alan and offers him a job in the sewer starting the next day, which will pay double and also provide the perfect opportunity to verify if this world is the same as the game. Alan eagerly accepts the sewer job, recognizing this as a crucial, long-awaited opportunity. As he enters the sewer, he muses that while the double pay is nice, he has a much more important reason for wanting to access this underground area, which is normally off-limits to the public. He recalls from the game that an important item, the Scroll of Concealment, is hidden somewhere within these sewers. The scroll is located in a secret room that, in the game's original timeline, would be discovered 8 years from now by a character named Amy and her companions as an escape route, making it the perfect test to see if this world follows the game's rules. Following his game knowledge, he finds a wall where one brick is engraved and the section is more dented than the surrounding area, identifying it as the secret entrance. He presses firmly on the marked brick. The hidden mechanism activates and a door grinds open, allowing him to step inside with the feeling that his plan is proceeding smoothly. He enters the hidden chamber, wondering what its original purpose might have been as he begins his search for the scroll. His eyes land on a decorative shield mounted on the far wall. He lifts the shield to find the scroll hidden behind it, just as he remembered, and silently hopes there are no traps, unlike in the game. To his frustration, the scroll is just out of his reach, and he struggles to grab it, annoyed by the limitations of his child's body and this unforeseen difficulty. With a final stretch, his fingers grasp the scroll, which has the word concealment written on it. He successfully pulls the scroll free, a triumphant yes escaping his lips. He remembers the activation method from the game, where the character Amy would hold up her hand, causing the scroll to glow. As he mimics the gesture, the scroll lights up brightly before dissolving into particles of light that absorb into his body. Believing he has now acquired the concealment skill, which was originally meant for Amy, he pulls out his guild card to verify his new ability. He performs the specific command he remembers, tapping the guild card twice and swiping left. A holographic status window materializes, displaying his information, name, Alan, rank, G, age, 8, and under the skills category, the word concealment is now listed. Seeing the skill confirms that this world is identical to the game, and he feels that everything is proceeding perfectly according to his plan. The confirmation means the game's bleak future is also real, and he knows he must act, but his thoughts are cut short when a coworker calls his name. Rejoining his colleagues, he apologizes for being away during the lunch break, claiming he got lost, now internally certain that this world will follow the game's predetermined scenario. That scenario leads directly to a future of ruin. He returns to his work in the sewers, his expression now grim with determination. When the workday ends, his fellow workers complain about their stench and tell Alan he had better take a bath before heading home, lest he anger his mother. The men playfully race toward the bathing tent, declaring the last one to arrive will have to fetch the water. One of the men pulls back the tent flap, revealing that someone is already inside washing. As Alan and the others step inside, they are surprised to see who is occupying the bath. Alan's eyes widen in shock at the unexpected sight. It is Monica, the woman from the guild, and she is just as surprised to see him. Monica cheerfully beckons Alan to come closer, causing him to let out a scream of pure terror while another man decides it's best to wait outside. As Alan lies defeated on the ground, the other men comment that they should probably put on some clothes. Later that evening, Alan decides to test the concealment skill, noting that he wanted it for more than just confirming the world's timeline. His mother returns home and calls out for him, announcing that dinner is ready, but she finds the room empty. She sighs, thinking he must have gone out and forgotten to turn off the lamp, but as she reaches for it, she realizes he is standing right beside her. Startled by his sudden, silent appearance, she lets out a cry of surprise. His mother asks how long he has been there, and he feigns innocence, claiming he was there the whole time, while internally concluding that his experiment was a success and that extreme surprise seems to automatically cancel the skill's effect. Over dinner, he hands his mother his earnings, which she accepts gratefully while once again reminding him not to push himself too hard. She tells him that his focus should be on studying at the local school, a place he knows only offers free classes on basic subjects 3 times a week. He understands that while he has no need for basic math and reading, subjects like geography and history are crucial for passing the Royal Academy's entrance exam. Now that he has successfully acquired the concealment skill, his next objective is to obtain the appraisal skill. He considers appraisal an essential skill for altering his fate, but the main obstacle is the dangerous location of the scroll that grants it. The images of vicious monsters flash through his mind. Unlike the relatively safe sewer, acquiring this next skill will require him to risk his life. He sets out into the wilderness, where he encounters a large horned rabbit. He quietly observes the creatures from a distance. Having researched the area, he knows these horned rabbits are the only local monsters and not a major threat, but he decides to remain hidden using concealment while he searches for the ruins he seeks. He knows the rough location of the labyrinth from the game's map, but a bird's-eye view provides little practical detail for finding it on the ground, and he must return to town before sunset. He is frustrated by his lack of knowledge regarding the precise distance and direction from his starting point. He moves through the outskirts of the town, thankful that the concealment skill allows him, a simple villager, to pass by guards unnoticed. At the end of his second day of fruitless searching, he begins to worry if he will ever find the hidden labyrinth. On his third day, he stumbles upon two horned rabbits fighting fiercely. His fourth day of searching is hampered by a relentless, cold downpour. He can only shiver miserably as the rain soaks him to the bone. Back at home and at work, his mother and his colleagues express their concern over how exhausted he has been looking, but he repeatedly insists that he is fine. By the fifth day of his search, his fatigue is clearly visible on his face. At long last, his persistence pays off as he discovers a set of ancient, overgrown stone steps, the entrance to the ruins. He breathes a sigh of relief, feeling the immense weight of his effort finally yielding a result. Shaking off his exhaustion, he reminds himself that there is no time to celebrate. He must immediately begin the search for the scroll of appraisal. As he ascends the steps, a sudden noise from nearby startles him. He drops into a crouch, thrown off balance by the unexpected sound. A grotesque, goblin-like creature with large ears and sharp teeth peeks over a crumbling wall. Alan freezes in shock, his mind racing to understand why goblins are in this location. A wave of panic washes over him as he realizes these monsters were not supposed to be here according to his knowledge of the game. In the shadows of ancient stone, a horde of goblins gathers, their grotesque forms filling the frame, led by a large, menacing figure with a belligerent snarl. A young man watches from a hidden vantage point, his face etched with sweat and concern as he realizes the situation is dangerously different from the game he thought he knew. The appearance of goblins in these ruins was completely unexpected. He internally debates his next move, weighing a strategic retreat against the risk of a temporary skill effect expiring, acknowledging that only his concealment ability kept him from being killed instantly. Rejecting the idea of falling back, he resolves to press on, driven by the fear that if the goblin numbers grow or if a formal subjugation team is formed, the scroll he desperately seeks will be lost to him forever. He forces himself to take a calming breath, trying to steady his nerves while his mind races, questioning the sudden and drastic deviation from the game's original scenario. With his resolve hardened, he decides this is his one and only opportunity to seize the scroll and commits to moving forward without returning. He summons his courage, placing his faith in the cheat skill he possesses from the Otome game, and prepares to advance into the goblin-infested territory. The goblins patrol the area, completely oblivious to the concealed young man observing their movements from the periphery. Slipping past the monstrous guards, he approaches a stone staircase leading down into a basement, whispering reassurances to himself that everything will be all right. Descending into the darkness, he finds the subterranean passage is faintly lit by a natural source, glowing moss clinging to the stone walls. He observes the beautiful luminescence, thankful for its presence since a torch would be unusable here, giving away his position. Cautiously, he moves through the tight, cramped corridor, his greatest hope being that this lower level is free of any goblin patrols. He finally arrives at his destination, a small, unassuming room which he identifies as the very place the scroll of appraisal is supposed to be hidden. Upon entering, he is stunned to find the room is not empty save for the scroll, but is instead cluttered with barrels, crates, and weaponry, yet another stark difference from the game he knew. From the shadows, the piercing eyes of a goblin lock onto him, and the young man, Alan, freezes, his own eyes wide with sheer terror. A wave of disgust washes over Alan as he recoils from the creature's presence. He quickly realizes the room is not a simple chamber but a goblin treasure hoard, overflowing with plundered coins and various goods. It becomes clear that this is a treasure room established by the goblins, a detail that was never part of the original game's design. His mind struggles to comprehend the situation, wondering why the script of events has been so fundamentally altered. Suddenly, one of the goblins begins sniffing the air, its nostrils flaring as it senses something amiss. The goblin closes in on Alan's hiding spot, its face inches from his as he clamps a hand over his mouth to stifle a gasp. The creature's foul breath is overpowering, and Alan grimaces in revulsion, struggling to remain hidden and silent. Another goblin swings its club wildly, narrowly missing him as he holds his position, his senses assaulted. The goblins, unable to visually locate the source of the scent, eventually give up their search and lumber away. As their footsteps fade, Alan slumps to the ground, weak with relief that the immediate danger has passed. He theorizes that his own actions, coming to these ruins specifically for the scroll of appraisal, may have been the trigger that caused the game's script to change. Despite the unforeseen peril, he luckily remembers the scroll's true location and strikes the ground with his staff. Digging into the dirt floor, his hands finally close around the hidden scroll. He understands now that because the scroll was buried, it went completely unnoticed by the goblins that had made the room their lair. With the scroll secured, he begins his tense journey back to the surface, sneaking past more goblins while trying to keep his nerve. He finally emerges from the ruins and sees the distant walls of the city, overwhelmed with relief at having made it back alive. Finding a secluded alley, he prepares to absorb the scroll's power, cautiously holding his hand over it to gain the appraisal skill without being seen. A faint light emanates from the scroll as he activates its magic. A holographic interface confirms his success, showing the new appraisal skill has been added alongside his existing concealment ability. Triumphant that his plan is moving forward, Alan is next seen performing his day job cleaning the city's drains, for which grateful citizens offer him food as thanks. 2 weeks pass, and Alan walks through the town square one morning, greeting the day. He immediately notices an unusual amount of activity, sensing that the townspeople and adventurers are far busier than normal. Approaching an older man at a desk whom he calls Uncle, Alan asks about the cause for all the commotion. The man looks up from his papers and acknowledges Alan's question regarding the town's heightened state of alert. His uncle explains that a goblin nest has been discovered in an ancient labyrinth to the northeast, prompting the formation of a subjugation team to eliminate the growing threat. Alan realizes this event aligns with the game's original story, where another character was meant to find the scroll. He feels immense relief that he retrieved it himself, as it would have otherwise been lost forever, buried in the ground. The uncle, Adolf, notes that the goblin's treasure is attracting adventurers, but tells Alan that he is still too inexperienced for such missions and must stick to cleaning drains for now. When Alan asks if he will join the team, Adolf clarifies that he has retired from being an adventurer and is only involved in reporting the incident. Alan expresses his surprise at this, remarking that Adolf still seems incredibly strong. In response, Adolf rolls up his pant leg, revealing a complex mechanical prosthetic where his lower leg should be. He recounts the story of how an orc's poisoned arrow struck his knee, forcing the amputation and replacement of the limb. While the expensive magical prosthetic allows him to live a normal daily life, he admits that it makes it too difficult for him to keep up with the younger generation of fighters. Adolf then smiles warmly at Alan, offering to teach him swordsmanship and promising that soon, he too will be able to swing a sword with confidence. Just then, other adventurers approach Adolf, asking for his expertise in reviewing a map for a planned expedition, showing the respect he still commands. Alan looks on, admiring Adolf as an exemplary adventurer who remains a pillar of the community, trusted and reliable even in retirement. While scrubbing the drains, Alan focuses on his objectives, having secured appraisal. His next goal is to acquire the skill of alchemy. Later, at home, his mother sees him dressed to go out and asks if he is leaving for the day. He confirms he will be gone until evening, prompting his mother to tease him about his nice clothes, playfully suggesting he is going on a date. As he walks through the city, Alan thinks about the scroll of alchemy. Pay to win, item that costs 15 million cents, a sum far greater than the 5 million he currently possesses. He finds himself at a loss, wondering how he could possibly earn enough money to afford such an expensive item. His path takes him through a vibrant and crowded street market, where merchants hawk their goods from countless stalls. He realizes that this market is the perfect place to put his newly acquired appraisal skill to use. He stops at a stall displaying various pieces of cheap-looking jewelry and begins to scan the items. His eyes fall upon a single earring with a price tag of 2,000 cents, and he quietly activates his appraisal skill. The skill reveals the earring's hidden nature. It is a rare earring of strength, with a true market value of 300,000 cents. He calmly points to the underpriced earring and gets the merchant's attention. The merchant explains the item is a single earring pawned by a debtor, and warns Alan against buying it for a girlfriend, but Alan is undeterred. He presents his guild card to complete the purchase, paying the trivial asking price. His expression remains neutral, betraying none of the excitement he feels about his incredible find. As he walks away, the merchant wishes him luck with his romantic pursuits, and Alan inwardly shakes his head at the man's misguided assumptions. He formulates a plan to sell the earring for a massive profit, recognizing that he can repeat this process of appraising and flipping undervalued items to earn money. He resolves to continue this new venture, using his skill to build his fortune until he can afford the scroll of alchemy, all while maintaining his mundane job as a drain cleaner. The scene shows his next potential purchases, a valuable earring and a pair of enchanted gloves lying amongst cheap trinkets. Alan brings the earring and a pair of gloves to Adolf, explaining he bought them cheaply at a stall and wants to sell them, asking the retired adventurer to appraise them first. Adolf immediately senses the item's inherent quality and tells Alan he will call in an expert to assess them properly. The summoned expert examines the items with a jeweler's loupe, quickly identifying them as a genuine earring of strength and a pair of fire-resistant gloves. After the expert confirms their authenticity, Adolf advises Alan that the guild will purchase them, warning him that selling such valuable items alone could attract dangerous people. Adolf sternly tells Alan that his luck won't last forever and that carelessness will lead to failure, a lesson Alan takes to heart. With the business concluded, Alan makes another request, asking his uncle for a different kind of favor. Adolf looks at him with a questioning gaze, waiting for him to continue. The scene shifts to a training yard where Adolf is instructing Alan, yelling at him to swing his wooden sword with more force. The training is grueling, with Adolf shouting corrections, ordering Alan to keep his stance steady and his blade from shaking. Pushing him harder, Adolf commands him to slash with more power and precision, prompting a sweat-drenched Alan to respectfully address him as Master. The Master lectures him, dismissing any notion that possessing a powerful weapon is a substitute for genuine skill and training. He emphasizes that true strength comes not from the weapon itself, but from the user's mastery over it. Alan reflects on his own foolishness, admitting to himself he thought he could rely on his cheat skills alone, and he agrees with his master that he must train his body and skills relentlessly. Taking his agreement as a sign of commitment, Adolf immediately orders him to run 100 laps to build his stamina, ignoring any pleas for a break. The master continues to push him, declaring that at his current level of fitness, he lacks the strength to protect those he cares about, and assigns 100 sword swings after the run. At the end of the session, Adolf tells him his current abilities are so poor he couldn't even defeat a simple one-horned rabbit. Exhausted, Alan thinks about his mother and a girl named Anastasia, realizing that without significant improvement, he won't be able to protect them. A fire is lit within him, and he silently vows that he will not be defeated. He stands with renewed determination, his grip tight on the training sword, as his master observes him with a stoic expression. His days become a cycle of hard work, cleaning drains, scouring the market for undervalued items with his skill, and grueling training. A flash of his guild card shows the fruits of his labor. He has amassed a fortune of 15,122,024 cents. As he looks at his updated status, his mother's voice calls out that breakfast is ready. Now 11 years old, Alan's physique is lean and hardened from his training. He answers his mother, his resolve to protect his loved ones stronger than ever. A woman in an apron notices Alan near the door and calls out his name, asking if he is heading out. He confirms with a simple yeah, explaining that he is on his way to the market, which elicits a surprised reaction. His mother smiles warmly, covering her mouth as she remarks on how much he has grown up. She gives him a final piece of advice to be home before it gets dark because tomorrow is a big day, and Alan acknowledges her words as he departs. As he walks through the bustling town, he reflects on the past 2 years of intense training and competition that have finally allowed him to reach his goal of saving 15 million cents in his guild account. His journey takes him to an unsafe area of the royal capital, where he seeks out a suspicious store hidden in the basement of a back alley. To avoid any potential trouble, he keeps to himself and stays out of sight, cautiously observing the intimidating people who frequent the area. He soon finds his destination, a wooden door set in a stone wall marked with the name Rub Rub, which he recognizes as the Rule Store. As he uses the demonic-looking door knocker, it comes to life and demands to know who is there, while Alan realizes his concealment skill has been disarmed. With a bead of sweat on his face, he uses his appraisal skill on a panel beside the door to reveal what is needed to enter. The skill reveals the required password, which is set to expire in 7 hours, consisting of 2 coded phrases about a rabbit and moving south. He correctly recites the first two phrases of the password before adding a third part about eating first, which causes the lock to click open. Inside, a cloaked figure greets him and asks what he has come to find. When Alan requests the scroll of alchemy, the shopkeeper praises his choice and quotes him a price of 14 million. Alan nervously asks the cloaked merchant to wait for a moment before finalizing the deal. His eyes scan the shop's strange wares, pausing on a small, unsettling creature holding a knife inside a glass case. The shopkeeper presents what he claims is the scroll of alchemy, offering some goblin magic stones as a bonus, prompting Alan to use his appraisal skill on the scroll. The skill reveals the deception. The item is just an ordinary common scroll suitable for memos, worth a mere 1,000 cents. Furious at the attempted scam, Alan glares at the merchant and demands to know if he is being mocked. The mysterious figure's demeanor changes, and he simply states that the boy passes the test. With long, claw-like fingers, the shopkeeper retrieves another item while complimenting Alan on his keen eye for detail. This time, the appraisal confirms it is the genuine Scroll of Alchemy, an epic-class item priced at 13 million cents that will disappear upon use. Alan declares his intention to use the scroll right there in the shop and pay with his guild card, and the shopkeeper chuckles and allows it. He activates the scroll, and a surge of power flows into him as the skill of alchemy is learned. His status screen confirms the acquisition of the new skill, now listed alongside concealment and appraisal, while his funds have been reduced to just over 1 million cents. As the shopkeeper thanks him for his patronage and invites him back, Alan quietly resolves that he never wants to set foot in this place again. When he finally returns home, his mother immediately scolds him for being late, while he reflects that his long years of work are over and the true power of his new skill has yet to be seen. She reminds him of the important day ahead and orders him to bed early, an instruction he wearily agrees to follow. The important day is his middle school graduation exam, a test he is taking at the young age of 11 after using memories from his past life to skip grades in a system where students normally start elementary at 12 and middle school at 15. He attends one of the free schools in the royal city, though many children skip middle school as it is seen mainly as preparation for high school. The curriculum is comprehensive, covering advanced arithmetic, politics, etiquette, and the details of noble houses, designed to prepare students for the future. A teacher with glasses approaches and informs Alan Chounin that it is time for his graduation exam to begin. As they walk, she confirms his age, asking if he is really just 11 years old. The teacher praises him, calling his early graduation an amazing and unheard-of accomplishment, though Alan internally feels a little guilty, knowing the exam is only as difficult as one for a Japanese elementary student. Seated at a desk in a library-like room, the teacher explains that he will have 3 hours to complete the test. She then turns over an hourglass and formally announces the start of the exam. He begins with the politics section, writing down the full names of the king, the crown prince, and the 3 ducal houses. He considers this section to be simple memorization before moving on to the math problems. The only section that gives him any trouble is geography, where he has to recall specific details about territorial production. Before much time has passed, he raises his hand and calls for the teacher. He calmly states that he is finished, leaving the teacher speechless with surprise. Noting that it has only been just over an hour, she is taken aback when he insists on submitting his exam, stating that he does not have time to wait for the full 3 hours. The flustered teacher urges him to reconsider and check his answers for such an important test, but Alan casually dismisses her concerns, certain that everything is fine. Accepting his decision, she tells him the results will be available in a week, and he thanks her before leaving the room. A week passes, and the teacher is seen rushing urgently while calling out for Alan Chounin. She finally catches up to him and, gasping for breath, joyfully announces that he has passed the exam. Her excitement grows as she reveals that he didn't just pass, he achieved a perfect score in every single subject, an amazing feat for an 11-year-old who skipped a grade. As she proclaims that he has accomplished a great feat unprecedented in the school's history, Alan sheepishly asks her to calm down. After composing herself, she lets out another excited yelp before apologizing, while Alan internally apologizes for using the cheats from his reincarnation. She informs him that his perfect score has earned him a recommendation for high school admission, an offer he eagerly accepts. However, she reminds him of the rules. He cannot actually enter high school until he is 15, meaning he will have to wait 4 years. He remarks on the strange contradiction of having a grade-skipping system but an age limit for high school, and she explains the system was not designed for such a radical advancement, then asks how to contact him after graduation, to which he suggests the Adventurers Guild. With all the details settled, the teacher formally congratulates him on his graduation, and they share a heartfelt handshake. He is then surprised by a crowd of his fellow students, who have come to congratulate him, and he reflects that while he relied on his past life's knowledge, he also worked hard to memorize the material. And so, with his middle school graduation complete, he is ready for the next chapter. Back at home, a celebratory feast of stew and bread is waiting for him on the table. He exclaims his delight at the feast, especially the rare white bread, and tells his mother that he is just happy she is there to celebrate with him. She apologizes sadly, explaining that because they are broke, this simple meal is the best celebration she can provide. She then tells him she has something for him and places a gift wrapped in cloth on the table. He unwraps it to reveal a dismantling knife, leaving him momentarily speechless with shock and excitement. A celebration honors Alan for his graduation and his transition into adulthood, a moment for which he is deeply thankful. He clutches a knife, a treasured gift from his mother that he knows was a great sacrifice for her and a debt he can never truly repay. The weight of this memory brings tears to his eyes, but his mother is there to gently reassure him that there is nothing to cry about. She continues to soothe him, checking to see if he is all right. His mother shares her simple wish for his happiness, cautioning him not to overwork himself now that he will be more independent. Alan makes a solemn promise to take care of the knife, his personal treasure, before asking his mother for a moment of her time. He reveals his ambition to save money for high school, a future his mother sadly admits she cannot provide for him. Undeterred, Alan tells her it is fine and vows that he will handle it, promising to protect her no matter what. With his resolve hardened, he mentally prepares himself for the path ahead, telling himself to pull it all together. Years later, at the age of 12, Alan has become an F-rank adventurer and receives notice that the age restriction for the high school entrance exam has been waived for him. As a young F-rank adventurer, he sets a timeline of 3 more years before he reaches the game stage, determined to overcome the cruel fate laid out for him. His thoughts are broken by a voice calling his name as a figure rushes toward him, catching him completely by surprise. A girl named Monica marvels at his quick reaction as he offers her a swift apology. Later, in a tavern, a woman praises Alan for his hard work and officially becoming an F-rank adventurer, which surprises the other patrons. A man congratulates him while another jokes about needing a new ditch cleaner, prompting Alan to ask them to stop treating him like a kid. The man places a reassuring hand on Alan's head, telling him he is already skilled but still has room for improvement and must remain focused. He praises Alan's ability, noting it is especially impressive since he lacks a divine protection, like a swordsman or warrior, which Alan respectfully acknowledges. The concept of divine protection is explained as a blessing from the gods, a power that enhances a person's skill in a specific field or grants them unique abilities. Specific examples are given, such as the Crown Prince's dual protections of Fire and Hero, which grant him powerful magic and buffs, and the heroine Amy's Healing protection. The man, Rudolph, possesses the Swordsman Divine protection, and though an injury has taken him from the front lines, his skill with a blade is still exceptional as he invites Alan to train. Alan contemplates his lack of a divine protection, seeing it as a handicap to overcome before high school but also taking comfort that it is a common reality for people like him. He asks Rudolph about the requirements for reaching E rank, and learns that his 4 years of ditch cleaning have earned him enough points to be promoted after just 1 more F-rank task. Rudolph specifies that the task is simple, gathering herbs and hunting horned rabbits, a mission Alan feels is well within his capabilities. A warning is given by Rudolph to not underestimate the horned rabbits and to be careful on his first trip outside of town, advice which Alan accepts before declaring he will start tomorrow. 2 days pass, and the fruits of his labor are ready for presentation. Returning to the guild, Alan displays the herbs and magic stones from the horned rabbits, earning congratulations from the members for completing his task. The mission's success was aided by his prior knowledge from a game, which told him the herbs grew in ruins recently cleared of goblins by the guild. For the horned rabbits, he recalls relying on his concealment skill. In the wild, he stealthily approached an unsuspecting horned rabbit. The small creature sat peacefully, nibbling on some grass. It continued its meal, completely unaware that it was being watched. Alan looked upon the seemingly harmless animal, reminding himself that it was considered vermin for the damage it caused to fields. With a quiet apology, he dispatched the creature to complete his quest. Back with Rudolph, he is praised for a job well done and is officially promoted to E rank. Alan lets out a triumphant cheer, celebrating his new rank. He prepares to dismantle the horned rabbits he hunted. For this task, he uses the knife his mother gave him, feeling a deep gratitude that her gift has proven so useful. His adventurer status is now officially updated to E rank at the age of 12. This new rank grants him the freedom to travel between cities and undertake long journeys, making him contemplate the divine protection he still lacks. He remembers that in the world of the game, there was only a single method for Villager A to gain such a power. The key is the Book of the Wind God, an item found in the distant Valley of the Flying Dragon, a journey of 1 week by carriage from the capital city. This specific divine protection enhances wind thread magic, an ability that will be critical for the upcoming high school practical exams. He sees his current self clearly, Villager Alan, a novice adventurer just starting his journey. A woman is admonished that her attempts at persuasion are useless, as there was a reason for what had to be done. A man yells for someone named Amy to get back as a dark, monstrous creature looms over her with its jaw open. Amy stands her ground with her hands outstretched, tearfully apologizing for what she is about to do. She unleashes an offensive barrier, a magical attack that erupts in a blinding flash of light against the roaring beast. The monster is thrown back by the force of the spell, its head snapping back as it is blasted away. After the dust settles, a swordsman asks Amy if she successfully defeated their foe in the ruined arena. Their relief is cut short as both he and another companion look up in shock at a large shadow suddenly appearing over them. A creature descends rapidly, and the man shoves his companion to safety, taking the full force of the attack himself. The woman cries out in anguish, lamenting that if only she had been able to persuade him, this wouldn't have happened. Her companion consoles her, stating that they were left with no other option when dealing with the Wyvern Lord's child. A series of game-like notifications appear, confirming that Amy and her party have defeated the Wyvern Lord, obtained the Book of the Wind God, increased Carl's favoritism, and upgraded their relationship to fated partner. A young man observes this outcome with a tired, weary expression. He recognizes the entire sequence as the scripted event within the game, magical fantasy, the thrill of a school-life love that is required to obtain the Book of the Wind God. He reflects on the situation from the Wyvern Lord's point of view, seeing the players as nothing more than home invaders who murdered its family and looted its possessions. Having witnessed the game's version of events, he sets off on his own journey towards the Valley of the Flying Dragon, intending to acquire the Book of the Wind God for himself. To begin his quest, he first makes preparations in Friesen, the last village before the mountains that lead to the valley, a journey that will take a full day of trekking. To avoid confrontations with the ferocious demons rumored to inhabit the mountains, he plans to rely on his concealment ability for a safe passage. While ascending the rugged path, he finds himself panting from the effort and regrets not preparing more adequately for a mountain climb. His thoughts are interrupted as a large, winged creature soars through the sky above. He looks up, startled by the sudden appearance of the flying beast. The creature glides gracefully through the air, its massive wingspan on full display. He finally reaches his destination, a vast, craggy canyon teeming with dozens of flying wyverns roosting along the cliffs. He is left in awe at the magnificent sight of the Valley of the Flying Dragon. His knowledge of the world reminds him that wyverns are a lesser subspecies of dragon, primarily differing in their inability to breathe fire or produce a true dragon's roar. Shaking off his amazement, he realizes he must find a suitable spot to make camp before the sun sets. He finds a location and activates his alchemy skill, causing a perfectly square pit to form in the ground before him. He considers the utility of alchemy, a crafting skill primarily used in the game to create and enhance weapons, armor, and potions with magic stones. He knows that when maxed out, the ability is so powerful it can be used to construct wagons and even massive forts, including a critical item for weakening the final boss. Using this incredibly versatile skill, which took him years of work to master, he effortlessly fashions a small semi-basement camping area to spend the night in. He sits quietly in his shelter, a knife held firmly in his hand as darkness falls. With his camp secure and a fire lit, he wishes himself a good night under the starry sky. The next morning, he peers out from his subterranean shelter at the dawn light. Using his ability once more to restore the land to its original state, he sets out to visit the Temple of the Wind. He moves with confidence through the valley, his concealment skill active to prevent the wyverns from attacking him, a constant danger for players in the game. He soon arrives at his destination, a long, dilapidated stone staircase leading up to the Temple of the Wind. As he begins his ascent, a sudden sight ahead makes him stop in his tracks, shocked. At the summit, within the temple's main chamber, a massive black wyvern lies sprawled across the floor. He immediately identifies the creature as the Black Wyvern Lord, the father of the family he saw defeated in the game's event. Believing the Wyvern Lord to be asleep, he prepares to sneak past and retrieve the Book of the Wind God, only to be stopped by a voice that greets him as human. He is suddenly paralyzed, unable to move his body as he reels in shock. A luminous, muscular humanoid figure with long, flowing hair appears before him out of thin air. The being smiles warmly at him and explains that he needs a favor. The entity tells him not to worry and to relax, noting that his concealment ability is useless here, a fact that horrifies the young man. The figure warns him that he will not get the item he desires if he chooses to flee. The being then holds up a glowing object, confirming it knows the young man is here for the Book of the Wind God. Realizing his skill has been bypassed and his thoughts are being read, the young man demands to know who the figure is, and the being introduces himself as the God of the Wind. Stunned to be conversing with a deity, the young man, now identified as Alan, asks what a god could possibly want from him. The God of the Wind gestures to the sleeping Wyvern Lord, stating that their first order of business is to wake the lazy creature. With a dramatic wind-up, the god delivers a powerful blow to the slumbering Wyvern Lord. The strike sends the massive beast flying into the air with immense force. Alan watches in disbelief, wondering what the god is showing him, and is told to simply wait a moment. The god floats down holding the dazed Wyvern Lord by its tail, asking if it is awake yet. Annoyed by the wyvern's grogginess, the god impatiently tells it to wake up properly. The God of the Wind then instructs the Wyvern Lord to introduce itself to Alan, the person who is going to help it. The timid Wyvern Lord stammers nervously before introducing himself as Jerome. Following the god's lead, Alan introduces himself in turn, extending a hand. The god coaxes the shy Jerome to stop hiding and shake Alan's hand, though Alan observes that the creature isn't actually hiding. Alan and Jerome share a hesitant, sweaty handshake under the god's watchful eye. The God of the Wind finally reveals his favor. He wants Alan to help Jerome-kun find a wife. Alan is baffled as to why a god would play matchmaker for a Wyvern Lord, and the god explains that Jerome has fallen in love with Melissa-chan, a lizard girl from his dreams who possesses the traits of a sky dragon. The Wind God offers Alan-kun his divine protection if he can help a love story come true, but Alan dismisses the backstory as unimportant. Alan communicates mentally with the Wind God, telling him to stop reading his thoughts and just listen, as he deems it impossible to simply take the divine protection. While the Wind God expresses his reliance on Alan, Alan laments his complete ignorance of lizard romance, a subject he is already growing tired of. The god declares that Alan's task will be an amusing diversion and that he will be watching, a sentiment that seems to unnerve Alan. Alan turns his attention to the task at hand and asks Jerome-kun to describe what Melissa-chan looks like, receiving a flustered confirmation. The scene shifts to a mountainous, rocky landscape under an open sky. A massive, elegant wyvern is revealed to be Melissa-chan, a fact Jerome-kun nervously confirms for a surprised Alan. Alan's focus narrows as he spots a distinctive ribbon tied around the wyvern's tail. He realizes with a shock that Melissa-chan is the boss from the game, the key to acquiring the Book of the Wind God, and recognizes that without him, the god would have surely abandoned Jerome's quest. Jerome-kun gushes about Melissa-chan, calling her the most beautiful creature in the valley and noting her cute ribbon, recalling a time he was building a family with her before adventurers overran their home. Alan presses for more practical information, asking about her hobbies or interests, and then asks if Jerome has ever actually spoken to her, to which he admits he has not. The logical conclusion is drawn that Jerome is therefore a stranger and a stalker, a label that sends the lizard man into a panic. Alan sets a new course of action, instructing Jerome to start by simply becoming friends with her, beginning with basic greetings. Jerome nervously approaches the wyvern, his attempt at a simple hello dissolving into incoherent stammering. Alan coaches from the sidelines, suggesting compliments about her ribbon or asking to sit nearby as potential openers, but Jerome remains frozen in his attempt to speak. Melissa-chan turns her sharp gaze upon him, demanding to know who he is and what he wants. Faced with direct confrontation, Jerome becomes completely speechless, stammering with fear. He turns and flees in terror while Alan observes that she looked at him as if he were trash. Alan changes tactics, asking what gift a wyvern girl might appreciate, to which Jerome timidly suggests a piece of meat. Deciding a present is the next logical step. Alan calls out for the Wind God to locate Melissa-chan, and the deity conveniently appears, ready to lead them to her. They arrive to see Melissa-chan perched on a high cliff, and the wind god notes that Jerome is late. The god reassures Alan that Jerome is a good hunter, though Alan finds the sight of the god's disembodied, floating head to be creepy. Suddenly, the god spots their companion flying in from the distance. Melissa-chan watches impassively as a panting Jerome-kun approaches her perch. He lands heavily before her, out of breath and holding the carcass of a giant worm-like creature as his offering. The only sound is Jerome-kun's exhausted huffing as he recovers from his hunt. The gift is clearly a failure, prompting Alan to declare a change in strategy toward fashion that girls would actually like. Undiscouraged, Alan gives Jerome-kun his new instructions as the wyvern flies off once more on his quest for approval. Jerome returns hidden inside a massive bouquet of flowers, startling Melissa-chan with a timid hello, a tactic the wind god immediately dismisses to Alan as totally useless. The attempt is met with a piercing shriek. Jerome lies defeated on the ground as Alan reflects on how far they have managed to come despite the repeated failures. The wind god challenges Alan to devise a better strategy, leading Alan to conclude that dressing well is more important than being merely fashionable. As the god waits for a concrete plan, Alan considers his options, firm in his belief that proper attire is the key. When asked what dressing well means, Alan relates it to human customs, suggesting a suit and necktie as symbols that inspire social trust. A new idea forms in Alan's mind, and he resolves to try making the necktie himself. Jerome-kun finds Alan crouched on the ground and asks what he is doing, to which Alan replies that he is making a necktie. Alan activates his alchemy skill, drawing a magic circle and focusing its power through a goblin's magic stone. The alchemy erupts in a blinding flash of light that startles Jerome-kun. When the light fades, Jerome-kun finds himself wearing a perfectly formed white necktie and stares at it in wonder. The god admits the result is quite good, and Jerome thanks Alan, who slumps over, exhausted from the realization of how tiring proper alchemy can be. Overjoyed, Jerome-kun grabs Alan in a crushing hug, insisting they must show Melissa-chan immediately. Alan screams in pain from the force of the excited wyvern's grip. The scene cuts to Melissa-chan, who appears to be cornered and intimidated by a group of other wyverns. Jerome-kun sees her plight and cries out her name in alarm. Realizing Jerome is flying blindly, Alan calls him an idiot and pleads for the god's help, who agrees to lead the way. Jerome-kun flies frantically, calling out for Melissa as he searches the skies. His face is a mask of desperation, tears welling in his eyes as he screams her name one more time. A young man points frantically, shouting that the god is over there as his companion confirms the sighting. A pale, female-coated wyvern named Melissa-chan is shown being pursued by a pack of darker, aggressive-looking wyverns through a rocky landscape. One particularly large and muscular dark wyvern, Jerome, stands his ground against the pursuers, demanding to know what they are all doing. The mob of hostile wyverns glares back at him with menacing intent, unafraid of his challenge. Despite his size, Jerome is swarmed and struck down by the overwhelming numbers of the attacking wyverns. From a distance, a figure watches with a shocked expression as the lone wyvern is beaten by the group. On the ground and wounded, Jerome struggles to warn them to stay away from Melissa. With a final, desperate roar, he screams for the attackers to get away from Melissa-chan. Melissa looks back in alarm as the pack of wyverns lets out a collective, threatening roar. The mob descends upon Jerome, continuing their brutal assault without mercy. Jerome glances back at Melissa one last time, weakly urging her to run to safety. Stunned into silence, Melissa stares at the scene unfolding before her. Heeding his warning, she finally turns and flees, flying away from the fight as fast as she can. One of the pursuing wyverns notices her escape and reacts with surprise. Jerome, seeing them turn their attention to her, leaps to intercept, shouting for them not to touch Melissa-chan. His brave intervention earns him another vicious blow, and he cries out in agony. The pursuing wyverns take to the sky, ignoring the fallen Jerome to give chase to the fleeing Melissa. Jerome forces himself into the air, flying after the pack and yelling for them to stop. A frantic chase unfolds through the narrow, twisting canyons as the wyverns pursue their target. The gap closes as the pursuing wyverns begin to catch up to the fleeing Melissa. Suddenly, a smiling, long-haired man materializes in front of Melissa, startling her mid-flight. This newcomer, a god, is carrying Alan, who anxiously points out the approaching wyverns, while Melissa calls the god creepy. The god takes a deep breath, puffing his cheeks, and unleashes a powerful gust of wind from his mouth. The pursuing wyverns are sent tumbling through the air by the blast as Alan remarks that the god is, as expected, quite good at this. Jerome lands and confronts the newcomers, demanding to know who they are, prompting Alan to explain they are his friends, though the god insists on identifying himself as a god. Alan clarifies to the wary Jerome that the god is there to help him. The god boasts with a smug expression that he single-handedly beat up every last one of the pursuers. His moment of triumph is cut short as he seems to run out of strength, and to Alan's horror, the god begins to fall from the sky. The god plummets helplessly toward the canyon floor below. He hits the ground with a painful-sounding grunt of impact. His landing spot is directly on top of Melissa, who yelps that it hurts. Melissa complains that he is heavy and demands he get up, while Jerome looks on in utter disbelief at the chaotic scene. The god, pinned under the wyvern, stammers out a frantic and repeated apology for his clumsy landing. Melissa turns her attention to Jerome, thanking him for saving her and affectionately grabbing his tail. She tells him that he was very cool and leans in to give him a kiss on the cheek. Overwhelmed by the gesture, Jerome promptly faints, causing Alan to rush over and ask if he is okay. Alan muses to himself that, despite his own lack of action, he has successfully fulfilled the god's request to bring the two wyverns together. The god reappears before Alan, announcing that, as promised, he will now grant him his divine protection. He instructs Alan to lower his head and places a hand upon it to bestow the gift. With the act complete, the god declares that Alan now has the divine protection of the wind god, leaving Alan surprised. Alan questions the nature of this new power, while the god turns his attention to Jerome and Melissa, stating he knows just what to give them. The god tells the wyvern couple to get along and promises them a blessing once they are married, an idea that flusters Jerome, before the god vanishes in a vortex of wind. Alan reflects on the strangeness of the god, realizing that the Book of the Wind God is now missing from its altar and that this protection was originally meant for someone named Amy. He considers the implications for the future, knowing that when Amy arrives in 4 years, she will be unable to receive the divine protection that is now his. Jerome approaches Alan and thanks him profusely for his help, but Alan humbly insists that it was all Jerome's own hard work. Jerome persists, saying he truly wants to thank him, though Alan continues to try and downplay his role. When Jerome remains insistent, Alan asks for one favor in return, that the wyverns stay away from that area during the summer for the next 4 years to prevent a break-in. Melissa also offers her thanks, calling Jerome Jerry, and complimenting a cloth ornament Alan gave him, which makes Alan note that they are already using nicknames for each other. As a token of their gratitude, Melissa promises that if Alan is ever in true need of help, they will be there for him, an offer which Alan accepts. Alan says his goodbyes to Jerome-kun, wishing him well with Melissa-chan. Overcome with emotion, Jerome thanks Alan one last time as Melissa chides him to get a hold of himself. Melissa then suggests to Jerry that they go find a love nest, which causes the flustered Jerome to stammer. Stammering, Jerome bids a final farewell to Alan-san as he and Melissa fly away together. Watching them leave, Alan reflects on the strange turn of events that led him to help wyverns instead of people. He acknowledges to himself that he has, at last, obtained his divine protection. He decides there is one final task to complete in Friesen Village before he can return to Rurden. His objective is to secure high-speed transportation for himself by constructing a glider. He considers that in this world, the fastest travel is by horse, which is limited to a few hundred kilometers a day at best. He imagines the possibilities if one could travel hundreds of kilometers per hour in such a world. His plan is to build a motor glider that will be powered by wind magic, a project he can now undertake since acquiring the new skill. He recalls his past life as an aeronautical engineer who built and flew a plane in a school tournament, confirming that his plan is ready for the next day. Out in a vast, open field surrounded by mountains, he begins his work, pushing a wheelbarrow of supplies. He finds a clearing that he deems just right for a runway and prepares the land. He begins chanting, gathering mana into his hands to become wind and unleashes a wind cutter spell to slice through the tall grass. Though he finds the act of chanting embarrassing, he notes that the necessary incantations for his wind magic skills now come to him automatically. He checks his status and sees his magic power has increased from rank F to D, realizing the divine protection of the wind god was originally a skill called wind magic ability. He mentally thanks the creepy god for the wind magic, which is useful for both clearing grass now and flying his glider later. With the runway preparation finished, he turns his attention to preparing the glider for its training flight. He reflects on how powerful his alchemy skill is, as he used it to create both the glider's design and the runway by placing drawings into a magic circle. For the smelting materials, he uses charcoal along with the bones, skins, and magic stones gifted to him from the wyverns that Jerome had defeated. With the materials laid out on the magic circle, he places his hand forward and activates the smelting process. A bright light and powerful energy erupt from the magic circle as the alchemy takes effect. He looks upon the result, declaring the creation a great success. Standing next to the completed glider, he notes that the runway is finished and the weather is good, making it a perfect time for a test run. He secures himself with the seat belt and prepares to infuse magic into the right handle to activate the wind magic engine, which is powered by a wyvern's magic stone. He checks the controls, confirming that the left handle operates the elevator and rudder and that the operation feels smooth. He starts the engine by chanting, calling for mana, the root of all things, to gather and become wind. The glider begins to taxi down the runway, and he focuses on increasing the power slowly and steadily. The vehicle accelerates quickly, the force of its speed pressing him back in his seat. He finds it difficult to adjust the output and briefly considers stopping, but quickly decides against it. Determined to succeed, he pushes onward, calling out the flight speeds V1 and VR as he prepares for takeoff. The motor glider lifts smoothly from the runway, successfully taking flight into the open sky. On the route to Rurden, the pilot gazes out over a forested street, deciding to fly along it. The glider banks sharply in the air as he clings to the top of the fuselage. He soars above the scattered buildings and trees of a small town below. A sudden panicked realization strikes him. He forgot to clean up a wooden cart and vows to handle it soon. The exhilaration of flight feels wonderful, reminding him that he has not flown since his university days in a previous life. An exclamation mark appears in a speech bubble as his attention is suddenly captured by something unseen. His eye widens as he spots a distant object, a small aircraft flying over the forest canopy. A woman named Anastasia is questioned by her companion, Margaret, about what is troubling her, and she replies that she saw a strange bird. When asked where it is, Anastasia points toward the forest, describing a large creature that flies straight without flapping its wings. Margaret speculates it might be a wyvern that has wandered from its territory and suggests they report the sighting to the castle later. Back in the sky, the pilot can already see the royal capital appearing on the horizon. He marvels at completing a journey of days in mere hours and decides to prepare for landing, only for his inner thoughts to scream in panic about where to land. He desperately considers his options near the capital, noting the lack of wide rivers, the narrow, populated streets, and the absence of a parachute to jump. He internally debates the safer choice for an emergency landing, weighing a fatal crash in a cleared meadow against another possibility. Hope appears as he spots a lake, and he exclaims that it can't be helped. He steels himself to perform a human raven maneuver, committing to the difficult water landing. The glider dives low, skimming just above the treeline as it approaches the surface of the lake. He runs through the plan in his head, glide to the water's edge to prevent a stall, then decelerate right before impact. The aircraft levels out, flying inches above the water's surface at high speed. The bottom of the glider makes contact, sending a massive spray of water into the air. He unleashes a wind magic reverse thrust to aid in braking. A powerful blast of magic erupts from the glider, churning the water violently as it slows. The aircraft tumbles and breaks apart in a chaotic crash into the lake. From a distance, the massive splash from the impact is the only evidence of the event. He surfaces from the water with a gasp, the wreckage of his glider floating nearby. On the shore, he sighs, checking his possessions and feeling relieved that his guild card, his mother's knife, and other important items are safe, even if the glider is gone. He watches as the remains of the glider, an object created with his alchemy skill, begin to dissolve and break down into shimmering particles. He laments the failure, having lost 2 precious wyvern magic stones and other rare wyvern parts in one flight that was successful but ultimately ended in destruction. Arriving at the guild soaking wet, Alan is greeted by a man who asks what happened. Alan explains he fell into some water and needs a warm shower. A young woman named Monica rushes in calling for Rudolf-san, just as Rudolf lectures Alan that one is most vulnerable when they start to get comfortable with life. Monica accuses Rudolf of being too strict and pouring water on his disciple, but he denies it, and Alan quickly clarifies that he fell into the river all by himself. Though she seems skeptical, Monica accepts his story, warning him that he will catch a cold if he remains in his wet clothes. Alan agrees to use the warm water, which prompts Monica to excitedly declare that they should take a bath together after so long. Rudolph quickly intervenes, pointing out that Alan is now 12 years old, implying such an activity is no longer appropriate. Taking a shower, Alan appreciates the magically powered fixtures available in this world, despite their expensive cost. He plans his next steps while washing. He will sell the items acquired in Friesen, change into the spare clothes he keeps at the guild, and then head home. At a table with Rudolph and another man, Alan presents a dagger, his first expedition having come to a close. He sits at home, recounting the events to his smiling mother over dinner, his journey now complete. Later that night, he lies in bed, the word, but, hanging in the air, suggesting unresolved thoughts. His mind is active, recognizing that he has a lot to reflect on from his recent experiences. While sitting on a city bridge, he thinks back on the return from Friesen to Rurden and concludes that, frankly, he failed as an engineer. He lists his critical errors: an unscheduled takeoff without a pre-established landing site or a parachute, leading directly to the emergency landing on the lake. He reasons that his adult self from his previous life would never have been so foolish, concluding his thought process has regressed to that of a child. He accepts that having a child's brain in a child's body means he must consciously remind himself to be more cautious from this point forward. Still, he reflects that the experience yielded some valuable discoveries about gliders. The basic design was sound, but the maneuvering was flawed. The core issue, he understands, is that magic control is a single-task operation. A technical diagram of the glider shows its three main control systems: the elevating rudder, the directional rudder, and the wind magic engine, which cannot be operated simultaneously, a major limitation. Back at his desk, he sketches and plans, deciding that what he truly desires is an airplane capable of vertical takeoff and landing, a VTOL, which wouldn't require a runway. He knows that building a VTOL is currently impossible, as it would require the simultaneous control of at least 2 and ideally 4 engine outputs, a feat that calls for a cheat item. The solution presents itself in his mind: the scroll of multiple chanting, an almighty item whose powerful purpose is clear from its name alone. Though acquiring the scroll will be a troublesome task, he resolves to manage it and begins to prepare for the challenge ahead. He activates his power with a shout of "Smelt." A ring of magical energy swirls around him as he puts his plan into action. A newly constructed glider, sleek and improved, now rests on the ground before him. Dressed in full pilot attire, he confirms this is an upgraded version of his first model, though it is not yet the VTOL he dreams of. This is a special plane, one that has been customized specifically for the mission he is about to undertake. The aircraft sits ready on a cleared patch of ground, poised for takeoff. His gloved hand pushes a lever, and the glider's wheels begin to roll forward. The plane gains speed as it races across the makeshift runway. Its wheels lift gracefully from the ground as it becomes airborne. The improved glider soars through the sky, its mission underway. The pilot's face is a mask of intense focus as he pilots the craft. He muses on the two crucial principles he must master when creating things using his alchemy skill. The first principle is the accuracy of the blueprints. The precision of his mental image directly impacts the finished product's quality and the amount of magic power needed. He recalls how in the game, the protagonist Amy could create a high-performance carriage from a vague, fluffy image using a greater force of magic. However, she could only do this due to her immense, protagonist-level magical power. He lacks such power and thus requires meticulously detailed blueprints to compensate. The second principle is the necessity of preparing a sufficient amount of raw materials, as doing so can reduce the required magic power from a heavenly amount to an earthly one. On a positive note, he reflects on some pleasant discoveries he has made, including the realization that he can substitute some materials for others with similar properties. This allows him to cut down on costs, for instance by using 1 wyvern's wing and 3 bat wings instead of just a rare and expensive wyvern wing, because thrift is always important. As he flies, his destination comes into view, the unmistakable Tower of the Sage. From the cockpit of his glider, a pilot looks toward the sky and the clouds, remarking on the unbelievable height of the Sage's tower which pierces the heavens. On the wing of his aircraft, he steers it closer to the colossal structure, dwarfed by its sheer scale as it rises from the dense forest below. He estimates its size, guessing it must be at least 300 floors, possibly reaching a height of 1,000 or even 1,500 meters. The view from the tower's peak reveals a world above the clouds, a vast, unbroken white sea stretching to the horizon. His aircraft soars through the upper atmosphere, approaching the very top of the tower which juts out from the cloud layer. He calculates his position based on the straightest clouds around him, concluding he is at an altitude of about 2,000 meters above the ground. Approaching the tower, he notes with satisfaction that there is no interference, confirming that his infiltration plan is proceeding as expected. With his objective, the top floor, now in sight, he prepares to enact the next phase of his mission at this great altitude. With a firm grip, he pulls a lever, beginning the process of dismantling the wind magic engine that powers his craft. He then leaps from the cockpit, shouting his intent to withdraw as he plummets into the open air. The pilotless glider, now deprived of its power source, dives directly toward the side of the tower. As he falls, the pilot begins a magical incantation, commanding mana, the root of all things, to gather into his hands. He finishes the spell, shaping the collected mana to become the wind itself. Just as the glider nears its target, he deploys his parachute with a sharp tug. The parachute snaps open, slowing his descent at the precise moment the glider is about to make impact. The aircraft smashes into the tower, erupting in a violent explosion that tears a gaping hole in the structure's side. Guided by his parachute, he glides directly toward the breach he just created in the tower wall. Once he is close enough, he issues a command for his gear to revert to its storage state. Now hanging by a rope against the tower's exterior, high above the clouds, he pants with a mix of exhaustion and fear, acknowledging how scary the maneuver was. Safely inside the tower amidst the flaming wreckage of his glider, he catches his breath and declares that it all went according to plan. He confirms the success of Operation Glider Missile, having successfully broken into the top floor of the Sage's tower. By infiltrating from the top, he bypassed all the obstacles, traps, monsters, and bosses that he would have been forced to confront if he had ascended from the bottom, which he deemed too difficult for his current level. This successful shortcut leads him directly to the prize he sought within the tower. Opening a chest, he discovers the item he came for, the scroll of multi-chanting. Without hesitation, he unfurls the scroll on the stone floor, immediately acquiring its power. A notification confirms he has learned the multi-chanting skill, bringing him one step closer to his goal of obtaining all the skills he wants. He suddenly notices the hole in the tower wall beginning to seal itself, a product of the tower's self-repair function, and realizes he must escape quickly. His only way out is to parachute from this incredible height all the way down to the ground in one go. As he descends, he reflects on the terrifying but successful acquisition of the multi-chanting skill. The narrative shifts to an old story about a kind sage who wandered the land, able to cast all magic spells without the need for chanting. This sage eventually perished after getting lost in the Forest of Illusion, and it is said his soul became the chantless scroll, waiting for someone to carry on his will to help people. The protagonist, Alan, identifies this chantless scroll as his final required item, which is located in the elves' hiding place near the entrance to the Forest of Illusion. He considers his current flight a simple recovery operation and a test for his VTOL aircraft, as the in-game events involving the elves are not supposed to occur for some time. While flying, he realizes he is lost, as his guild-bought map is hopelessly outdated and the dense forest canopy obscures any reliable landmarks from the sky, meaning he is not above Rinzia village as he'd planned. Lost in the sky before even reaching the Forest of Illusion, he grows anxious as the sun begins to set. He knows this area is home to strong demons and resolves not to take unnecessary risks, especially since his surprise attack skill, concealment, has a limited number of uses. If he doesn't find the village and land soon, he will be forced to camp out in a dangerous zone overnight. Just as the sun dips below the horizon, he finally spots his destination, Rinzia village. He is relieved to see a designated drop-off point just outside the village, which will make his descent much easier. He prepares his VTOL aircraft for landing by activating its vertical engine. The aircraft's engines pivot downwards, shifting its thrust for a controlled vertical descent toward the landing area. He also activates the altitude control engines on both wings to ensure a stable landing. The aircraft touches down gently on the ground. Stepping out of the cockpit into the darkened woods, Alan sighs with exhaustion. The flight and landing have left him completely drained of energy. He understands his fatigue is immense because landing the VTOL required using 4 magic spells simultaneously, quadrupling the magic power cost. He decides to hide the aircraft and proceed to the village on foot. His plan is cut short when a staff is suddenly pointed at his face and a sharp voice orders him not to move. He turns to find himself completely surrounded by a squad of elven warriors with spears at the ready. Alan freezes, his face beaded with sweat as he takes in the tense situation. The scene shifts to the interior of a traditional elven building, late at night. Now bound and forced to kneel, Alan is interrogated by an elf who asks if he is human. He confirms his identity and gives his name. The elf leader then asks what business a human like him has in their village. Alan claims he simply got lost on his way to another human village, but an aggressive guard accuses him of lying. The leader informs him that their village is protected by the power of spirits. She presses him for an answer on how he managed to enter the forest, a feat that should be impossible for humans and demons. Alan explains he bypassed the forest barrier by flying in from the sky with his strange vehicle. One of the guards protests that this is impossible, as he senses Alan possesses nowhere near enough magic to sustain flight across the perilous forest of illusion. Internally, Alan debates whether to reveal that he possesses the divine protection of the wind god, hesitant to expose his abilities to elves who are known to dislike humans. Deciding he has no other choice, he tells them the truth, and their shocked reaction reveals the significance of his words. The elven queen begins to weep with joy, proclaiming that this means their people have not been forsaken by God. Alan remains tied and kneeling, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn in the conversation. The queen, now addressing him with deep respect as Alan-sama, apologizes profusely for their rude behavior and makes a desperate plea for him to save their village. He is stunned, realizing that a story event from the game has been triggered far ahead of schedule. The queen explains that they are being tormented by an evil spirit within the forest of illusion, one which has grown bolder and drawn closer to the village, defying all the elves' attempts to scare it away. Alan asks for more details about the evil spirit's actions, silently acknowledging to himself that he has no prior knowledge of this event from his time playing the game. She tells him that the spirit has been relentlessly chasing the villagers and the other spirits of the forest. He learns that although the spirit's actions are hostile, its movements are extremely slow, so no one has been harmed yet. He finds it odd, as exterminating evil spirits is typically a task for the clergy. The queen confesses that their people's unfortunate history with humans makes them reluctant to seek outside help, but they fear that without aid, their forest and village will soon fall to the spirit's influence. She bows her head to the floor, begging him to help them, expressing her faith that his divine protection from the wind god makes him capable of succeeding where they have failed. Just then, a young elf princess bursts into the room, insisting they have no need to rely on a human and that she will exterminate the spirit herself, a sight that triggers Alan's memory from the game. He recognizes her immediately as the princess of the elven village. The queen sternly rebukes the princess, whose name is Sherry, for interrupting and orders her to leave at once. Their argument is cut short when a guard rushes in with urgent news. The evil spirit has appeared in the village. The guard reports its location in the central square, and Sherry darts out of the room to confront it, ignoring the pleas for her to wait. As the queen prays and the guards chase after the princess, Alan feels compelled to go as well to see the commotion for himself. The alarm spreads through the village as guards are called to the central square to face the evil spirit. There, in the middle of the square, a mysterious figure in a dark, hooded robe wanders aimlessly, seemingly oblivious to the armed elves surrounding it. Alan watches the suspicious, wizard-like person and questions if this is truly the evil spirit, a fact the queen confirms with grim certainty. Confused, Alan states that he only sees a man, but the queen describes the entity as a formless, black fog, leading him to wonder if he and the elves are perceiving two different things. The queen confirms she sees a mass of black fog chasing the forest spirits, while Alan only sees a person. To resolve the discrepancy, she offers to lend him some of her power so he can see the spirits too. Her power allows Alan's vision to clear, and he can now see the small, fairy-like spirits being harassed by the robed figure, realizing the situation is more complex than he first thought. At that moment, Princess Sherry arrives, draws her bow, and vows to kill the evil spirit. Alan shouts for her to wait, realizing with alarm that not even the princess perceives the figure as a person, and he isn't convinced its actions justify a lethal response. His warning comes too late as Sherry releases her arrow, sending it flying straight at the figure's head. Inexplicably, the arrow veers off course just before impact and misses entirely, leaving Sherry stunned and frustrated while another elf questions just who this suspicious man really is. The queen turns to Alan, her face filled with desperation, and renews her plea for his help. The tense standoff in the village square continues under the night sky. The cloaked figure slowly turns, revealing a horrifying, mask-like face with a dark, gaping void where its features should be. Alan stares, aghast at the creature's true appearance, his mind racing to comprehend who or what this entity could possibly be. A cloaked figure with a skeletal face reaches out and shouts, startling a brown-haired young man who looks on in shock. The young man, flustered by the outburst, suggests to an unseen companion that they should try to talk things out with the agitated figure. The cloaked man continues his tirade, screaming at the top of his lungs that he is a middle-aged virgin. The young man is struck speechless, his expression frozen in disbelief at the bizarre confession. He hesitantly asks if the old man is truly a virgin, prompting the man to furiously deny it and declare that his name is Loringas. The young man Alan now understands he is witnessing a suspicious man named Loringas chasing a small girl, and he demands to know what Loringas is doing. Loringas turns to Alan, his expression shifting to one of manic excitement as he explains that he simply wanted to meet the spirit from the elven village. Alan remains confused by the explanation and presses Loringas for more details. Loringas passionately explains that the spirit is a legal loli because she has lived for thousands of years while retaining the form of a child, which only confirms Alan's suspicion that Loringas is a pervert. Onlooking elves perceive Loringas as an evil spirit and view Alan as a human boy tasked with dealing with it, wishing him good luck in his endeavor. Alan feels the immense weight of the elves' expectations as they watch him, clearly anticipating his success. The conversation is interrupted when someone off-panel calls Loringas a perverted pedophile and tells him to leave, which Loringas objects to by claiming he was only admiring the spirit from a distance, not touching her. Alan intervenes, telling Loringas to stop his pursuit, but Loringas passionately declares his personal creed is, yes loli, no touching. Alan shouts that Loringas's actions have terrified the spirit, causing Loringas to recoil in shock. Loringas clutches his head in anguish, horrified by the realization that his presence is scaring away the very spirits he reveres. He laments his failure to be a proper gentleman, and Alan bluntly points out that this is happening within the village of elves. Alan tells Loringas to leave, but Loringas protests that he must enter the village. Alan correctly guesses that Loringas is seeking an elixir and learns that Loringas needs to meet the Queen of the Elves to acquire the final ingredients. Just then, the elegant Queen of the Elves appears, and Loringas immediately begins thanking her profusely while a frustrated Alan tries to get a word in. Alan explains to Loringas that the elves view him as an evil spirit because his mind is filled with impure thoughts. The Queen turns to Alan and asks him to translate, offering to provide the ingredients for the elixir, petals from the spirit tree and elven honey, if the evil spirit agrees to leave afterward. Loringas enthusiastically accepts the deal, and the Queen looks to Alan for confirmation. From the elves' perspective, they see Alan communicating with the evil spirit, seemingly relaying its demands for sacred items in exchange for its departure. The Queen accepts the terms and commands her subjects to bring a petal from the spirit tree and some elven honey immediately. Loringas receives the items and tastes them, confirming their authenticity with delight, while Alan confirms that he will now leave as promised. Overjoyed, Loringas thanks Alan profusely, promising that he will never forget the favor he has been shown. The elves erupt in praise for Alan, hailing him as a divine child blessed by the god of wind, leaving him to quietly wonder if what he just did was truly all right. A young elf woman approaches and tells him his actions weren't bad for a human, prompting Alan to mentally label her as a tsundere character. As thanks, the elves invite Alan to stay the night in their village, an offer he accepts. Later, Alan finds himself relaxing in a hot spring, surprised that such a facility exists in the village of elves. An elf man joins him, remarking that the day's events involving the evil spirit were entirely unprecedented. The muscular elf then offers to wash Alan's back, and Alan agrees. As his back is scrubbed, Alan muses that in the original Otome game this world is based on, this intimate scenario would have featured a queen or a princess, not a muscular elf man. After his bath, Alan dries off, his attention suddenly caught by a commotion outside. He looks out to see a large crowd of elves gathering excitedly and wonders about the cause of the noise. The Queen of the Elves finds him, and he asks her what is happening. With a serene smile, the Queen announces the birth of the Spirit of Light. A young elf child excitedly points toward the sky, urging Alan to look. There, Alan sees the newly born Spirit of Light playing with another fairy-like spirit, who the elves identify as Malelulelula. An elf remarks that a spirit of light hasn't been born in 800 years and that its appearance often heralds the birth of a saint in the human world. Alan recognizes this as an event from the game, but he is confused because it is happening years ahead of schedule and should have been triggered by the game's heroine, Amy, after she saved the village from demons. As Alan struggles to understand the timeline deviation, the Queen points out that the spirit of light is flying directly toward them. The tiny spirit zips over to Alan, calling him by name and joyfully thanking him for saving her life the previous day. She explains that because of his help, she was able to create the elixir and, as a result, has become a spirit herself. Hearing the spirit's familiar and bombastic tone, Alan begins to realize with dawning horror who she truly is. The spirit, Lorengas Reborn, imparts a piece of wisdom. To truly understand Lolis, one must become a lowly themselves. Winking, the new spirit declares that thanks to Alan, she now fully comprehends the essence of being a lowly. Alan stammers, asking if she is really Lorengas, and she declares that she has cast off that name, made a contract with the spirit Malulula, and is now known as Lu. The Queen of the Elves overhears this and is overcome with joy, celebrating the happy occasion of Malulula making a contract of her own volition. The other elves share in the Queen's happiness, congratulating the spirit they call Millie-chan. Alan recalls that in the game, the spirit of light was meant to form a contract with the heroine, Amy, but he decides it is not his concern since these events were supposed to happen much later anyway. Lu flies before Alan, presenting him with a pair of Tide Scrolls as a gift. Alan asks what they are, and Lu proudly announces that it is a chantless scroll she created herself. She tearfully explains that her entire life was dedicated to mastering the art of lowly, and thanks to Alan's help, she has finally achieved her ultimate goal. As a token of her immense gratitude, she offers him the scroll, stating she no longer needs it and that it was originally intended for a lowly daughter she never had. Alan uses his appraisal skill and confirms the item's legitimacy. It is a chantless scroll that teaches the skill, chantless. He holds the valuable item, wrestling with the bizarre turn of events. He saved the village from a pervert, and in return, that same pervert gave him an incredibly rare skill. A status screen confirms the acquisition of the new, chantless skill. His business concluded, Alan bids farewell to the Queen and the elves, thanking them for their hospitality as he prepares to leave. One of Alan's companions, a princess, nervously eyes their magical aircraft and questions if it can actually fly. Before he boards, the Queen of the Elves approaches Alan one last time, holding something in her hands. She places a special amulet around his neck, explaining it is a token of friendship and gratitude from the entire village, who now see him as the hero who saved them. Alan smiles and accepts the gift, thanking her for her kindness. The pilot of the aircraft warns the elves to stand back for their own safety. With a powerful gust of wind, the aircraft begins to lift off the ground. The elves watch in shock and awe as the strange machine ascends into the air. Alan waves from the departing aircraft, promising to visit again, as the elves shout their goodbyes. The crowd of elves watches as the aircraft flies away, waving until it is out of sight. Lu, the former Lorengas, hovers in the air and also bids Alan farewell, hoping to see him again someday. On the journey back to the town of Rurden, Alan reflects on the fact that he has successfully acquired the chantless skill. Back in his room, Alan lies on his bed, considering the first phase of his plan to avert a future catastrophe complete. He reviews his status, confirming he has the necessary money for school and a complete set of required skills, including concealment, appraisal, alchemy, multiple chanting, and now, chantless. With his skill set complete, he knows the next step is to increase his level and raw strength by training and fighting enemies to prepare for a crucial duel. In a tavern, Alan discusses his plans with some adventurers, deciding he must hunt demons since fighting humans would make him a criminal. An old drunkard wishes him well on his first goblin-slaying expedition, jokingly telling him not to die. Alan's master approaches, his expression stern, and reminds him not to do anything that would bring sadness to his mother. The master grabs Alan's face, reinforcing his point, and Alan grits his teeth and acknowledges the warning. A woman named Monica then playfully grabs another patron, pulling him into a tight hug. Alan watches with mild exasperation as Monica is admonished for letting her guard down. Monica then turns her attention to Alan, holding him gently and telling him not to push himself too hard, as his mother isn't the only one who would be sad if he got hurt. The other patrons in the tavern offer their own words of encouragement and wish him the best. Alan recalls telling his mother about the dangerous goblin extermination quest and that he would be away from home for a while. His mother responded not with words, but with a gentle embrace that was a stark contrast to Monica's powerful hug. Lost in the memory of his mother's embrace, Alan hardens his resolve, vowing that he will protect her from the dark future the scenario has in store. A cloaked figure presents a small pot, describing it as a nice item of elven honey and asking for an opinion. The prospective buyer inquires about the price for the item, which was acquired through a special connection, and is offered 3 pots for 2 million. The buyer agrees to the price and immediately requests that the seller procure more of the elven honey. The seller confirms he will bring more when he can, but cautions that getting it right away will be difficult. Having concluded the honey deal, the young man asks the shopkeeper about purchasing a magic bag, specifying he desires one with the capacity of the entire room. The shopkeeper laughs, explaining that a magic bag of that size is not available and would be so expensive one could buy an entire country for the same price. The young man is stunned to hear this, as he learns that magic bags can carry much more than their size implies and that they exist in this world, unlike in the game he knew. Still amused, the shopkeeper mentions that smaller bags with limited capacity are available and invites the boy to visit his shop often, which the boy agrees to. The narrative then shifts away from the city and its transactions, moving to a more rustic setting. The adventurer arrives in the village of Struzen, having been commissioned to exterminate goblins in order to raise his level. He meets the village chief, who seems pleased to see him and explains that no adventurers have come to help for the past 6 months. The adventurer considers the poor profitability of the job. A single goblin kill, including its magic stone, is worth 1,500 cents, while his daily living expenses amount to 2,000 to 3,000 cents, and he must pay for his own food. He continues to weigh the disadvantages, noting that goblin equipment is tattered and sells for little, their magic stones are low value, and fighting them in groups is a risk to his life. Despite the poor prospects, he heads into the forest on the outskirts of Struzen the following morning to begin the hunt. He resolves to proceed, confident because he possesses a special tool for the task. That tool is revealed to be an AK-47 Kalashnikov, a replica he fashioned from cheap smelted materials. He enters the forest and activates a skill called concealment. His goal is to acclimate to forest hunting by targeting the goblins that sporadically emerge from a labyrinth hidden deep within these woods. His patience pays off as he spots a lone goblin moving through the trees. Using his concealment skill to remain invisible, he keeps his distance and takes aim with his rifle. He holds the weapon steady, sighting his target. A powerful shot rings out through the forest. From his hidden position, he peers ahead, questioning if he hit the target. He moves forward through the trees to confirm the outcome. He finds the goblin, confirming one of his 3 shots struck it directly in the chest. After ensuring the creature is dead, he retrieves the magic stone from its corpse. He catches his breath, satisfied that his method of hunting is manageable. He continues hunting, using his custom-made Kalash, an air rifle that fires projectiles with compressed wind magic. After collecting the magic stones, he incinerates the goblins' bodies in a smelting pit to prevent them from attracting other demons, reflecting on the difficulty of perfecting the rifle's magazine and reloading mechanism. A brief flashback reveals a memory of being terrified by goblins as an 8-year-old, a stark contrast to his current confidence that any enemy can be defeated with a gun. That past fear now feels distant, almost like an illusion. At the end of his hunt, he sits down to count the magic stones he has collected. He returns to the village chief, presenting 12 magic stones as proof of his work and requesting his pay for the day. The chief acknowledges the kills and asks to see the adventurer's guild card to finalize the report. His guild card is updated, confirming the commission for goblin subjugation with 12 kills approved by the client. He informs the village he will be staying for a while, and they wish him well as he sits down for a meal. He rests in his lodging after a successful day of hunting. After some time has passed, the village chief sees him preparing to leave and asks if he is now heading into the labyrinth itself. Having hunted in the forest for a week without finding any more goblins, he decides it is time to enter their source. He arrives at a large stone archway, the entrance to what is known as the Goblin's Labyrinth. He recalls that this labyrinth was the game's first major event, a place designed to spawn goblins for players to hunt and raise their level, though entering it was never a requirement. Deep inside the labyrinth, where demons constantly spawn, lies a core protected by powerful bosses, and it is rumored that destroying this core will destroy the labyrinth itself. He considers that since demons are both a resource and a threat, completely destroying their source might not be necessary. He ventures inside, illuminating the dark passages with an imitation magic lantern that cost him 300,000 cents, a device that runs on mana and emits no heat or smoke. The labyrinth is not overly crowded, but goblin encounters are frequent enough for leveling up, and he quickly spots 2 of them ahead. The pair of goblins patrol the stone corridor, unaware of the approaching hunter. He considers how the scene must appear to the goblins. just a strange, disembodied light floating in the darkness. His concealment skill hides him but not the lantern's light, which inevitably draws the attention of nearby monsters. He fires, instantly killing one goblin and leaving its companions stunned and confused. Before the second goblin can react, it too is gunned down. Luring enemies with his light like a football fish, he worries the sound from his kalash will attract more attention, wishing he could set up a proper ambush. Remembering that this labyrinth holds no special treasures, he decides to speedrun directly to the boss, relying on his perfect memory of the layout. He quickly descends to the 5th basement floor, the lowest level, where the bosses protect the labyrinth's core. Preparing for the final encounter, he swaps his stealth-oriented bullets for power-oriented ones, carrying only essential gear. With his weapon reloaded and ready, he prepares himself for the fight ahead. He recalls the enemies waiting for him, 2 formidable hobgoblins and 2 magic-casting goblin mages. But they are not alone. A final, more powerful leader commands them. In the chamber ahead, a massive, armored goblin wielding a great hammer stands among its hobgoblin and mage subordinates. This is the boss of the labyrinth, the Goblin King. His strategy is clear. He must first eliminate the most troublesome threats by unloading all his bullets into the goblin mages. An armored warrior wielding a massive hammer recoils in surprise as 2 cloaked, clawed figures rush toward it. A firearm is brought into position, a finger resting on the trigger as its user takes aim. From a hidden position, a voice confirms that 2 targets have been successfully eliminated. The armored combatant is taken aback by a sudden magical attack, a smokescreen made of smelted sand obscuring its vision. The protagonist, Alan, reveals his strategy, knowing the sound of his Kalashnikov rifle will break his concealment and allow him to engage the 2 hobgoblins. Alan steadies his aim, his expression focused as he prepares to fire the rifle. Elsewhere, a powerful hobgoblin in full armor brutally smashes 2 other monsters with its great hammer. The bloody aftermath of the hobgoblin's assault is laid bare on the dungeon floor. A cloaked enemy lets out a final, guttural cry as it is dispatched. The fully armored hobgoblin boss lets out a tremendous roar. Alan opens fire, his bullets sparking off the hobgoblin's thick armor as it swings its hammer in retaliation. With immense strength, the hobgoblin raises its hammer overhead, preparing a devastating blow. Alan dives out of the way as the hammer shatters the stone floor, realizing the creature is far tougher than the version he practiced against in the game. He narrowly evades another strike, a look of alarm on his face. Determined, he pulls out a countermeasure he has prepared, a specially smelted weapon designed for this foe. The armored hobgoblin charges forward, its spiked pauldrons leading the way. Its advance continues, a relentless and menacing force. Alan's weapon strikes the hobgoblin's helmet with a great splash, causing it to reel back in stunned surprise. The hobgoblin clutches at its face, crying out in pain as its hammer slips from its grasp. The thrown concoction splashes across its visor, blinding it completely. Disoriented and unable to see, the monster stumbles, dripping fluid from its helmet. Seizing the opportunity, Alan aims his rifle at the incapacitated enemy. He moves in close, delivering a finishing shot at point-blank range. His plan was a success. He reflects that the blinding water bombs mixed with peppers worked just as they did in the game's strategy. He observes with grim fascination that the monster's incredible life force allows it to keep moving even after being riddled with bullets. Unable to pierce the creature's tough skin with a simple knife, he decides to finish it for good by casting the Wind Cutter spell. After the long battle, Alan sighs, contemplating the tedious chore of collecting the magic stones from the fallen monsters. His task is interrupted as he comes upon a large, glowing black orb embedded in the far wall of the chamber. He immediately recognizes it as the labyrinth's core, the heart of the dungeon that, if destroyed, would cause the entire structure to die. He calmly reaches out a hand toward the strange object. As his fingers touch the surface of the core, he is enveloped in a brilliant white light. He knows exactly what happens when one makes contact with a labyrinth's core. The light fades, revealing he has been instantly teleported to the dungeon's entrance. A smile spreads across his face, realizing that he has successfully conquered the goblin's labyrinth. Returning to town, he is immediately met with shouts of praise for his awesome accomplishment. Inside the guild hall, men gather around him, confirming the incredible news that he conquered the labyrinth, and Alan humbly acknowledges that he somehow managed it. His master, a bald man with a ponytail, gives him a rare compliment on a job well done, noting that killing 138 goblins will keep the area of Struzen safe for a while, making Alan feel both proud and embarrassed. The master tells him to get some rest, and Alan agrees, intending to submit the magic stone before heading home. An enthusiastic, dark-skinned woman greets him with a loud welcome, inviting him to jump into her embrace. She screams in frustration when a companion informs her that Alan has already left for home. Walking through the streets, Alan feels a weight lift from his shoulders now that the guild has bought the Goblin Lord's magic stone. He mentally checks his status, noting the new achievement for clearing the Goblin's Labyrinth has been officially recorded. With his level raised and his funds increased, he begins planning his next operation, though he has something else he wants to do first. He decides he will tell his mother his plan as soon as he arrives home. The next day begins. At a tavern table, his master listens to the new plan and reacts with utter shock. Alan, standing beside his mother, cheerfully confirms that he wants them to find a new home. Alan announces his arrival home to his mother, who looks toward him with a surprised expression. With a cry of, "Welcome back," his mother rushes to give him a fierce hug as the chapter title "Bottoms Up" is displayed. She holds his face, anxiously asking if he is okay or if he was hurt, but he reassures her that he's fine after his time in the Goblin Maze and asks how she has been. His mother, with tears welling in her eyes, insists that she is always fine even when he is away, then excitedly exclaims that she has something to tell him. Alan reflects that this simple exchange is an important conversation between parent and child that gives him a warm feeling, even if his clothes smell terrible from his journey, as his mother begins to speak about their neighbor, Martina-san. A brief thought shows Alan's fierce resolve not to allow fate to take his precious mother away from him. His mother misunderstands his intentions, suggesting he can continue living at home and keep the money he earns, questioning why he would need to take care of kids. He explains that as an adventurer, he has to carry a lot of equipment and can't store much of it in their current home, musing that it wouldn't be a waste of money for the family to live apart. He clarifies that while needing a place for supplies is true, his main desire is for his mother to have a better life, and he hopes that she would come and live with him. He earnestly states that he would rather have his mother live with him to handle things like housework. His mother gently takes his hand across the dinner table, softly saying his name. She calls him a fool but says that she understands his intentions, telling him that all she wants is for him to be happy before suggesting they look for a new house together on his day off. A smiling Alan readily agrees to the plan. At the Adventurers Guild, Alan has brought his mother, where they are greeted by two men at a table. His mother introduces herself as Katerina and politely asks the men if her son is doing well and not causing any trouble. One of the men, Rudolph, introduces himself and praises Alan, calling him the guild's most promising newcomer due to his perfect record and the dedication he's shown working nearly every day for 4 years. Rudolph continues, telling Katerina that many adventurers want to invite Alan to join their party as soon as he achieves D rank. Katerina expresses her gratitude while Alan internally realizes his current E rank and its limited commissions are why he isn't being invited to parties yet. Rudolph declares that with greetings out of the way, they can get to the main topic of the move. He explains that the guild is not a real estate agency and that any places he could recommend are for adventurers and have poor public security, making them unsuitable for Katerina. Alan immediately pivots, asking Rudolph if he can introduce them to a good real estate agent instead. Another adventurer remarks that choosing a room is a life-or-death decision for Alan. A woman named Monica-san approaches, asking Alan if he is moving. Monica greets Katerina, who in turn thanks her for taking care of her son. Alan explains to Monica that since he is making some money now, he and his mother are thinking of moving into a bigger room. Hearing this, Monica suggests that Alan should come to her house. The suggestive offer leaves both Alan and his mother flustered and confused as to what she means. Monica clarifies that her father runs an apartment building and she can show them a house that would be just right for them, putting everyone at ease. She states the monthly rent would be $100,000 for him and his mother. Alan thinks this might be a bargain since even a shabby place costs $60,000 to $70,000, and he agrees to take a look with his mother. Monica says she can show them immediately since it's nearby. Before leaving, Katerina expresses a desire to greet the other guild members first. Monica teasingly asks Alan what he imagined when she made her earlier offer to come to her house. Alan expresses his annoyance while Monica laughs at his reaction. Now in full real estate agent mode, Monica shows them the building, highlighting its convenient location 5 minutes from the guild and near the town center, mentioning the available unit is on the 4th floor. She notes the top floor is unpopular due to the climb, but Alan thinks it will be an improvement over his current 5th floor apartment. They enter the apartment and are immediately impressed by its spaciousness, with Katerina wondering if it might even be too large. Monica outlines the floor plan, which includes several rooms, a bathroom, and a toilet, as Alan climbs a ladder to an upstairs room, thinking it could be his bedroom. From the upstairs window, Alan gazes out across the rooftops toward a distant castle. He notes that the castle is clearly visible from this vantage point. He feels he is getting a little closer to his goal. Katerina can't believe the rent is only 100,000 for such a nice room, but Monica assures her it's fine. Monica explains that she considers Alan a promising adventurer and that this is a worthwhile investment in his future. An uncertain Katerina asks Alan what he thinks they should do, while he puzzles over the word investment. Alan makes a decision, declaring that if his mother likes the room, they will take it. Katerina asks if it is really all right, and Monica confirms, adding that she will ensure Alan pays her back once he becomes a much better man. The scene transitions with a view of the sky over the town. The search for a new home concluded with the very first house they visited. Back at the guild, Rudolph asks how the search went, and Alan confirms that he and his mother have decided to take the room from Monica. Another adventurer, Jared, congratulates Alan on finding a nice room, which Alan confirms is much better than their current house. Jared commends Alan for working hard for his mother and asks when the move is scheduled. To Jared's surprise, Alan announces that they are starting the move right now. Visibly moved by Alan's filial piety, Jared rallies the entire guild, declaring that they will all help with the move. Alan protests, saying the others have their own jobs, but Jared silences him, insisting that Alan is too young to be worrying about them. Jared claims he is bored anyway and would rather help move than do his job of cleaning mud from a dish. Monica reassures a worried Katerina, telling her to let the guild members help as they all consider Alan to be like a son to them. Katerina tells her son that he is blessed to have such wonderful seniors and that he must value them, and Alan agrees. Some guild members are already celebrating, with one being told he is too drunk and dangerous to help with the move. Alan feels that while they may be no good senpais, he is overcome with gratitude and warmth, feeling tears welling up. His mother is already openly weeping with joy, saying that they are all good people. The adventurers begin carefully moving furniture out of the narrow confines of the old apartment. The procession of rugged adventurers carrying furniture through the streets creates a curious spectacle for the townspeople. Alan wipes sweat from his brow as the last of their belongings is moved. Inside the spacious new home, the adventurers comment on how much room there is, concluding it's because Alan and his mother lived a simple life. Jared proclaims their hard work is done and that it is time for a banquet. Alan and Katerina are taken aback by the suggestion of a banquet, which the adventurers explain is a moving celebration, though one admits it's just an excuse to drink. During the celebration, Katerina stands and thanks the adventurers for their help that day. She continues her thanks, expressing gratitude for the way they always take care of her son, Alan. She gives a short speech, thanking Monica for introducing them to the house and the other adventurers for carrying their luggage safely. Alan asks his mother to keep her speech simple as she begins to talk about the trouble he might cause in the future, but she wants to say more. Katerina concludes by raising her cup for a toast, wishing everyone luck and happiness in their endeavors as they all cheer. She then tells Alan she is going to go around and greet everyone personally. Alan watches his mother, resolving to work harder to improve their lives so they can stay in this house for as long as possible. He realizes this desire to succeed is not just for his mother, but also for his master, Monica, and all the senior adventurers who have helped him. He vows to protect the future where he can see everyone he cares about living with a smile on their face. As Jared asks him if he's drinking, Alan sips his fruit juice and thinks that to achieve his goal, he must break the fate that awaits them. Jared leans close and comments on how beautiful Alan's mother is. Other adventurers drunkenly agree, remarking that it must be difficult for a single mother and that they would like to help her. Rudolph steps in, telling the others to leave it and saving Alan from the awkward situation. Alan is shocked, however, when Rudolph then declares that he will be the one to make a move on Katerina. The others protest that it's unfair for the master to pursue his disciple's mother, as Katerina smiles and thanks Rudolph. Alan immediately retracts his feelings of gratitude, now feeling he must protect his mother from everyone, especially his master. A sharp sound effect panel transitions the scene away from the party. In a forest clearing, Alan stands with a rifle, having just finished target practice. He examines a metal plate riddled with holes, confirming that his bullets can penetrate it. Later, while bathing, he thinks about the new weapons he has smelted, a smaller caliber rifle called a Nikov to complement his usual kalash, and full metal jacket bullets for both. His mother teases him from outside the bathroom, wondering if she could join him in the cramped space, which he quickly rejects while pondering why he needs weapons with enhanced penetration now. The image focuses on the 3 bullet holes punched through the metal plate. A fearsome enemy in full plate armor, wielding a massive hammer, is shown. That same armored enemy now lies dead on a stone floor, its armor pierced by multiple bullets. Alan confirms he is in the Goblin Maze, a dungeon he'd attacked before, noting that its endless stream of enemies and bosses makes it a great place to earn money and level up as he enters his 3rd week there. After clearing the Goblin Maze daily for about a week, his total number of completed laps has surpassed 100. Turning in his loot at the guild, the clerk tiredly asks if Alan has some sort of grudge against goblins. The clerk then tells Alan that he should probably check his status later. The result of his relentless goblin extermination is that Alan, a novice adventurer, has earned money, reached level 9, and acquired the new nickname Goblin Slayer. A large, boar-like orc is sent reeling backwards by the force of a gunshot that erupts from the barrel of a rifle. A young man stands over the corpse of the creature he has just slain, confirming his location in the orc forest. Taking a moment to breathe, he thinks about how this forest is situated near the suburbs of the town of Altmont. He recalls the hunting request he accepted from the town, intended to control the orc population, and notes that orcs are also valuable as a source of meat with many edible parts from head to toe. His thoughts reveal his true target is not just any orc, but the source of their spawning, the great labyrinth of orcs, located deep within the woodland. He feels confident in his choice of hollow point bullets for the orcs, a strategy that will allow him to earn guild achievements and level up while exploring the labyrinth. The properties of a hollow point bullet are shown, a round designed to deform on impact to maximize damage, which he remembers was primarily used for hunting in his former life. He settles on a plan to use small-caliber hollow-point bullets for the orcs, who possess high health but low defense, while saving his Kalash and full-metal jacket bullets for more resilient foes. Satisfied with the effectiveness of his firearms against the local monsters, he decides he will enter the Great Labyrinth the following day. Later, when presented with the cooked orc meat, he declines an offer to have it cut into pieces, opting to handle it himself. He takes his first bite with caution, aware of the risks of eating unknown food in an unfamiliar place, before giving thanks for the meal. The flavor astounds him. He finds the meat chewier than pork but rich with flavor and collagen, especially around the skin and bones. The next day arrives, and as he looks out over the town, he muses that he would love to bring his mother to this place someday. Entering the Great Labyrinth of Orcs, he plans to employ the same strategy he used in the Goblin Labyrinth. Use concealment and smokescreens to bypass lesser enemies and head directly for the boss floor. He efficiently harvests a magic stone from a slain orc, lamenting that he doesn't have enough space in his bag for all the meat, a process he has become quite used to. The knowledge of how delicious the orc meat is makes leaving it behind a challenge as he approaches the final chamber, where the Orc King is flanked by all the previous mid-bosses. Taking up his position, he aims his rifle, ready to execute his strategy of taking out the supporting recovery units as quickly as he can. He opens fire, swiftly eliminating the Orc Mage and Orc Priest while also dealing significant damage to the Orc General. A sudden blur streaks past his face. He is shocked to realize the Orc General has launched a counterattack. The sheer power wielded by the General takes him completely by surprise. He curses the Orc King's recovery ability, knowing he needs to separate them but doubting his ability to take down the high HP King in a direct fight. Despite the setback, he resolves to stick with his established winning strategy. He deploys a smokescreen, cloaking the area in thick smoke to cover his next move. The remaining orcs intelligently adopt a back-to-back formation, anticipating his attempt to attack them from behind. He inwardly acknowledges their cleverness but reveals that he is not going where they expect. He tosses a vial that shatters on the ground, releasing a blinding agent into the air. The chili pepper extract splashes onto one of the orcs, causing it to reel back in pain. The Orc General turns in alarm as its companion is incapacitated. Seizing the opportunity, the hunter eliminates the blinded orc with a clean shot. Now, only the Orc King and the Orc General remain standing. He turns his attention to the imposing Orc King. He is frustrated to see that the King's eyes have already healed from the blinding agent, confirming it will be a difficult opponent. The massive Orc King glares at him, its powerful form ready for battle. The hunter fires his rifle at the beast. To his dismay, the bullets seem to have little effect, and he sees the King's eye glint with resilience as it withstands the attack. With a powerful roar, the Orc King charges forward. The force of the King's attack sends him flying backwards as he cries out. The king looms over him, seemingly unharmed by his hollow point bullets. A memory surfaces. He recalls hearing that a brown bear's thick hide and fat can stop hollow point bullets, and he realizes the Orc King must possess a similar durability. He quickly activates his concealment skill, disappearing from the king's sight. Pulling out a different rifle, he wonders if this new weapon will fare any better. Unsure if the Kalash bullets will work, he knows he must aim for a vital point. He visualizes the orc's anatomy, focusing on critical areas like the throat and heart. He concludes that his best targets are between the eyes or the heart. His first shot at the charging king seems to do nothing at all. He desperately tries to aim for the space between the beast's eyes as it closes in. The Orc King continues its unstoppable charge toward him. He screams in frustration, unable to get a clear shot at the vital point from such a bad angle. He narrowly dodges the king's attack at the last second. Realizing this will be a long and difficult fight, he prepares for a war of attrition, the worst possible outcome. As he readies his concealment skill again, making a mental note to craft shotgun slugs later, he freezes as he notices something unexpected. The charging Orc King has stumbled and fallen to the ground. He initially thinks it hit its head on the wall and knocked itself out. Upon closer inspection, he realizes the Orc King is dead, confirming that his earlier shot to the heart had indeed found its mark. It dawns on him that the king performed its final ferocious charge even after receiving a fatal wound to the heart. He can only stare in awe at the creature's incredible tenacity. While his bag space is limited, he feels compelled to take some of the king's meat with him, determined to eat it with relish. In front of the labyrinth's exit, he discovers a treasure chest. His appraisal skill identifies the item inside as a bracelet of fertility, leaving him confused as to why such an object would be found in an orc dungeon. He reflects on his first conquest of the great labyrinth of orcs and wonders just what kind of odd game he has found himself in. The scene transitions to a grassy clearing labeled as the Elf Village Airport. Elven children are seen playing happily near a small aircraft resting in the field. Alan thinks about how he visits this elven village regularly to purchase honey and how the villagers graciously helped him maintain this makeshift airport. The airstrip serves multiple purposes for the village, acting as a playground for children and an archery range for adults. He acknowledges that there is one person who objects, just as an elf princess named Sherry appears, complaining about the destruction of the forest to create such a thing. While others try to calm the princess, Alan, who has recently turned 13, silently prays she doesn't actually damage his aircraft. He reviews his recent progress. He has gained the Orc Slayer achievement, his rank has increased to D, and he has reached level 23 by repeatedly clearing the Orc Labyrinth. The Elf Queen greets him as Alan-sama and informs him that his requested honey has been loaded onto his glider. He expresses his gratitude, but she dismisses it, stating that as the savior of their village, he deserves it. He insists on paying her properly, though she tells him she would not mind if he paid nothing at all. He smiles and tells her that his mother greatly enjoys drinking the honey every day. A brief flashback shows his mother's delighted expression as she comments on how smooth the honey makes her skin, before the queen mentions hearing he is leaving for another adventure. When she asks his destination, he tells her he is going to the labyrinth of the Wind Mountain. He mentally compares the difficulty, noting the Orc Labyrinth was rated at level 15, while the Wind Mountain is a much higher level 30. The final boss of that labyrinth is a Blizzard Phoenix, an enemy that he admits would be formidable if he had to fight it under normal circumstances. The queen expresses concern about the danger, but he reassures her that he will not be reckless. He shows her the amulet she gave him, confident in its protective power. She smiles warmly, wishing him the best and expressing her certainty that the amulet will keep him safe. His farewell is interrupted as a tiny figure suddenly slams into his side with an "Urk." A fairy frantically explains that she wishes she could accompany him and help, but she is bound by her contract with someone named Millie-chan. She says she heard he was embarking on a dangerous adventure and rushed to see him. Alan is internally relieved, thinking to himself that it's a good thing this perverted fairy will not be following him. A young adventurer prepares to enter the labyrinth of the Wind Mountain alone, a challenging feat advertised on a nearby sign at the Zeven Adventurers Guild. At the guild's counter, the receptionist looks at the adventurer with skepticism. The clerk questions the boy's resolve, asking if he is truly sure about his decision, to which the boy simply replies yes. The receptionist identifies the adventurer as Alan, a 13-year-old Dirank, and internally muses that his reckless confidence must be a product of his youth. While processing his permission to enter, the clerk explains that the guild manages access to the labyrinth, and taking items without registering is considered theft. With the paperwork finished, he clears Alan to go but offers a stark warning. If he doesn't want to die, he should stick to the first level. Alan accepts his permit with a simple thank you, promising that he will be careful on his journey. Walking through the crowded guild hall, Alan reflects that it's only natural for people to think him reckless, as even formidable A and B rank adventurers typically form parties to challenge this particular labyrinth. The labyrinth of the Wind Mountain is infamously difficult, with a current exploration record of only 8 out of its 30 levels. Despite the dungeon's deadly reputation for swallowing up even notorious adventurers, Alan fully intends to conquer every level and repeatedly clear it for resources before he enters the academy. Immediately upon entering the first level, 2 large vampire bats descend upon him. With a single explosive blast from his weapon, both creatures are instantly vaporized. Alan lets out a breath of awe, shocked by the immense power he was able to unleash in an instant. He reflects on his weapon, a magic gun named Saiga, that he smelted to imitate a Saiga 12 shotgun from his former world, which is the source of his confidence. He acknowledges that shotguns are extreme overkill and don't quite fit the image of an Otome game world, but the advantage is undeniable. Another magnificent blast from the Saiga lights up the dark corridor. He clutches his weapon with affection, feeling that as long as he has the Saiga, he needs nothing else, and considers its combat debut a rousing success. He arrives at level 28, a gimmick level composed of floating islets suspended over a dark chasm. He knows that to cross the chasm, one must strike a small, apple-sized target on each islet. Activating a target with wind magic teleports the user to the next islet in the sequence. The gimmick's true challenge is that the teleportation is random, and activating the islets in the wrong order will either send the adventurer back to the labyrinth's entrance or drop them into the darkness below. The task is further complicated by the narrow footing on each islet and the constant threat of aerial enemies, making it nearly impossible without prior knowledge of the solution. Instead of attempting the puzzle directly, Alan decides to take a little detour he knows about. From his game knowledge, he is aware of a hidden entrance on the side of the islet that leads to a secret treasure room, a path that would normally require a rope and hook. Foregoing conventional tools, he uses his cheat skill, Smelt, to charge up power and forge a makeshift staircase down the side of the rock. He enters the hidden room and finds the treasure he was seeking, a substitute ring. The item's description confirms its power to take the wearer's place upon death, reviving them a single time. Remembering that in the game there were 2 rings, he gratefully takes both for himself and immediately equips one. Now equipped with an insurance policy against the worst-case scenario, he abandons all detours and heads straight for the boss room on the final level, using Smelt once more to prepare. He now stands before the final challenge of the labyrinth of the Wind Mountain. The last boss reveals itself to be a massive, crystalline bird, the Blizzard Phoenix. The fearsome creature fixes its sharp, predatory eyes upon the intruder. Just as the game predicted, the Blizzard Phoenix attacks the moment the door opens, lunging forward with incredible speed. Alan was prepared for this sudden assault and had already smelted a translucent PC shield to protect himself. A small note clarifies that PC is an abbreviation for polycarbonate, a strong, transparent material. With the initial attack weathered, Alan is confident he can secure victory. He plans to use his go-to-winning strategy, a combination of his concealment skill followed by a surprise attack. He aims his weapon and fires at the massive bird. The Blizzard Phoenix moves with blinding speed, instantly creating distance and dodging the volley, with only the first bullet managing to land a glancing blow. The creature retaliates with a fierce blizzard and a volley of ice arrows, forcing Alan to cower behind his shield. He begins to panic as the intense cold threatens to freeze his shield solid, which would shatter it and leave him exposed. Reacting quickly, he uses Smelt to create a massive boulder to hide behind. The boulder withstands the icy barrage, giving him a moment of reprieve. Safely behind cover, Alan decides to rest and rethink his approach, opting for a long-range battle of attrition using a different rifle to weaken the boss enough for his Saiga to be effective. He initiates his new plan, a lengthy war of outrange hit-and-away tactics, starting with concealment. The battle becomes a chaotic dance of ice magic and bullets as the Phoenix relentlessly attacks his position. A powerful blast sends Alan reeling, but he manages to stay on his feet. He is forced to repeatedly use Smelt to create new boulders for cover as the Phoenix destroys them one by one. He crouches behind a newly formed rock, waiting for the enemy's assault to stop for a moment. The fight devolves into a desperate cycle: attack, use, concealment, create distance, smelt a new boulder, and take refuge from the counterattack. The phoenix lets out a frustrated screech, unable to land a decisive blow on its nimble opponent. It soars high into the air, circling as it prepares its next move. Alan grits his teeth against the biting cold, realizing he's close to victory as the boss's attack pattern shifts to a desperate, all-directional blizzard. Weakened and bleeding, the blizzard phoenix finally loses its ability to fly and begins to plummet from the sky. Alan sees his chance as the creature falls, preparing to move in close and deliver a final headshot. He breaks from his cover and runs towards the falling boss to end the fight. Suddenly, he loses his footing and cries out in alarm as he tumbles to the ground. He looks down in shock to see that the relentless blizzard has frozen the entire floor, and he exclaims in frustration. He can only watch helplessly, yelling, "Stop, stop," as the massive body of the phoenix crashes down toward him. The creature impacts the ground with tremendous force, shattering the ice around it. Its unmoving body now lies still on the chamber floor. Alan scrambles away, breathing a sigh of relief that it was such a close call. Knowing it could recover, he resolves to finish it off immediately. He cautiously approaches the corpse, noting the terrible cold emanating from it, and quickly gets to work extracting the magic stone. As he harvests the materials, he discovers that the creature's beautiful ice feathers do not melt, and he carefully collects them from the wings and tail. With the boss fully dismantled, he turns his attention to the treasure chest, which is surprisingly light. Inside, he finds the Sword of the Sky Knight. The sword's magical properties will evolve 8's divine protection to Sky Knight and grant the wielder the wind magic skill. Although the sword is a rare treasure, Alan knows the highlight of the dungeon is the other item in the room, a magic stone synthesizer. This device can synthesize magic stones of the same kind, increasing their size and value. A diagram explains the exchange rate. It takes 2 magic stones of one size to create 1 stone of the next size up. He reviews a price chart, confirming that the market value of magic stones increases exponentially with size, making the synthesizer a tool for immense profit. He decides to keep his conquest of the labyrinth a secret and circle through it repeatedly to earn money and experience. After all, he knows that standing out too much can lead to unforeseen and dangerous complications. A year later, a man calls out to Alan, who is walking through town covered in grime. The man expresses surprise that Alan is still taking on menial requests like ditch cleaning. Alan explains it's just something he does in his spare time and confirms that he'll be entering high school next year. Now 14 years old and having achieved the rank of D-Adventure, Alan is finally eligible to attend school. His master advises him to quickly complete the rank-up request to reach C rank, warning him not to let the nobles at school take advantage of his low standing. He emphasizes the huge difference in reputation between a C rank who can take guard requests and a D rank who cannot, a distinction Alan will need at school. The master, sensing Alan's hidden potential, insists that he should do it for his own advantage. Alan struggles with the decision, as he doesn't want to reveal his unusual fighting style that relies on guns and his concealment skill. His thoughts are interrupted by a group of boisterous old men who greet him as their new workmate, remarking that he must be a great man. Alan is utterly confused and asks his master if he is really supposed to work with this group of men. His master ignores him and issues a direct order: assemble in front of the guild tomorrow at 7 o'clock and not to be late. A stunned Alan asks how this is possible, but his master reveals that he has already taken Alan's guild card and processed the request. While Alan is still reeling, one of the men slings an arm around him, and he weakly protests that he isn't ready. Alan complains that his new partner reeks of alcohol, but his master simply states that of course he does, as he's been drinking. A young girl shouts excitedly for someone named Alan Oniken. She runs towards him, insistently asking him to show her something. Another boy, her brother, chides her for bothering Alanson. The scene is set as Alan reflects on his current mission. He is on guard duty with other guild members. He is escorting the wagons of a client named Dirk, who regularly travels from the royal capital to the small village of Yerstorf to buy supplies. Dirk's business involves selling goods from his village in the capital and then using the profits to purchase necessities to bring back home. The young girl, Carlin, excitedly asks Alan to promise he will show her his magic when they arrive at the village, a promise he reluctantly makes. Another guard observes that Carlin seems to be attached only to Alan. Alan muses that this is because his senior guild members, Jared Senpai, Bot Senpai, Benjamin Senpai, and Anga Senpai, all have intimidating faces, before identifying the girl as Dirk's younger sister, Carlin, who always accompanies them despite the danger. The route they travel is notoriously dangerous, passing through remote forests and mountains that have recently seen a rise in bandit activity. Their primary job is to protect the client and his cargo, and Carlin asks Alan if he uses wind magic to fight. He confirms he uses wind magic, and she asks what kind of magic he'll use to fight off the bandits they expect to encounter on their journey. Alan internally decides to keep his real power a secret, having left his usual weapons, the Kalashnikov and Saiga wind magic guns, behind. In their place, he has brought a much smaller wind magic gun, modeled after a Makarov pistol. This new weapon is advantageous because it can be hidden under his clothes and its shots are suppressed. The suppressed nature of the weapon means he can shoot without enemies realizing where the attack is coming from, but he harbors a single, deep concern about whether he can actually shoot a person. He questions his ability to pull the trigger on a living human being. He distinguishes this from fighting monsters like goblins or orcs, which he has done before. His mind fills with the image of shooting a man who is pleading for his life. Carlin notices his troubled expression and asks what is wrong, just as one of the senior guards calls his name, snapping him back to reality. The guard warns him to stay alert, as they are approaching a narrow path up ahead, a known hotspot for bandit ambushes. With a look of grim determination, Alan acknowledges the warning. The wagons press forward, rolling slowly down the narrow, cliffside path. A guard watches the surrounding terrain, his eyes scanning for any sign of movement. A shout rings out that they have come just as rocks begin to fall from the cliffs above. The path is blocked by a rock slide, and Carlin cries out in fear for her brother, Dirk. A guard spots the bandits on the cliff and yells that they are trapped, with the path blocked both in front and behind. Armed bandits emerge from the rocks, advancing on the halted wagons. The bandits taunt the guards, thanking them for delivering their luggage right to them. Jared's senpai takes command, assessing 11 enemies in total and ordering Dirk to stay inside the wagon for safety. With a battle cry, the guards draw their swords and charge into the fray. From the clifftop, a bandit archer draws his bow and takes aim. An arrow slices through the air toward the battling guards below. The guards clash with the bandits in a flurry of steel, defending the wagons with their lives. Jared's senpai shouts at Alan, telling him to get in the fight and show them what he can do. Alan responds with a hesitant yes. He falters, questioning if he should use his attack magic, reminding himself that he is not facing a monster, but other people. His hesitation shatters when he sees a bandit sneaking up behind Bot-senpai with a knife raised. Reacting instantly, Alan unleashes a wind cutter spell. The magic strikes the bandit, knocking him away from Bot-senpai just in time. The bandit leader, shocked and furious that they weren't told about a magic user, orders an immediate retreat. As the bandits begin to flee, Jared's senpai yells at Alan not to let them get away. He screams at Alan to kill every last one of them, but Alan stands frozen, unable to act. The other guards can only watch as the bandits make their escape into the wilderness. The guards from the rear wagon report that they've cleared the 6 bandits they were facing. Jared's senpai confronts Alan, asking if he was able to locate the bandits' hideout, to which Alan replies that he did not. Enraged, Jared grabs Alan by the collar, berating him for going easy on them and questioning his competence as an adventurer. Alan tries to protest, explaining that he doesn't believe killing people is right. Jared counters with the harsh reality of their world. Bandits who are allowed to live will simply attack others, enslaving or killing men and brutalizing women, and that thinning their numbers makes it easier to eventually destroy their hideout. He establishes a grim, absolute rule for Alan to follow: kill when you can, without fail. He tells Alan that this is a lesson he must learn if he wishes to survive as an adventurer. Their tense confrontation is broken by another guard, who tells Alan to help him clear the rocks from the path. After the ambush, the rest of the journey to Yersdorf is uneventful, and they arrive safely at the village gates. The villagers spot the incoming wagon and joyfully announce that Dirk has returned from the capital. They are given a warm welcome as the villagers rush out to help unload the supplies. The women of the village are particularly thrilled, excitedly examining the new fabrics and other goods from the capital city. Dirk wryly comments on the excitable nature of countryside women, prompting Alan to point out to a beaming Carlin that she is one of them. The villagers express their deep gratitude to the travelers, with one man gratefully receiving some much-needed medicine. Alan quietly observes the happy scene, his expression thoughtful and distant. Jared pulls Alan aside, telling him bluntly that the mission would have been a failure if he were in charge, precisely because he chose not to kill the bandits. Alan admits that he understands the logic, and Jared tells him that bandits are no different from demons, only worse because they pretend to be human. He orders Alan to kill them without hesitation next time, stating that goblins, orcs, and bandits are all the same, and Alan reluctantly agrees. Their heavy conversation is interrupted by Carlin, who runs up to remind Alan of his promise to show her his magic. She has brought all the other village children with her, all of whom are eager to see the show, and Jared pats Alan on the shoulder, wishing him luck with babysitting. Alan spends the rest of the day performing wind magic for the delighted children, continuing until sunset when their parents call them home. As night falls, the entire village gathers to throw a welcome party for the guards and Dirk. Alan learns that the party is not just to thank them, but is also part of a local custom regarding visitors. He is shocked to learn that it is customary for visiting men to sleep with the village women in order to diversify the small community's bloodline. The custom becomes starkly real when a woman approaches the 14-year-old Alan and invites him to spend the night with her, leaving him completely flustered. The next morning, Alan's senior guild members appear far more exhausted than they were after the battle, and they learn they will be staying for 3 nights to recover before the return trip. His comrades discuss their nocturnal activities, confirming the village's unique custom of hospitality. But before they can relax, Carlin and the other children find Alan again, asking for another magic show today. The peaceful morning is suddenly broken as the village chief runs toward them, screaming Dirk's name in terror. The chief struggles to get the words out, stammering that something has happened to Carlin. An image of Carlin's smiling face flashes in Alan's mind. The chief finally delivers the horrifying news: Carlin has been abducted. A grim report is delivered outside a rustic building under the cover of night. A person named Carlin has been abducted along with other children. The news is met with looks of pure shock from a group of nearby children. A bare-chested young man realizes with dawning horror that they must have been taken when they ventured into the field beyond the wall. Haunted by the image of a gun and fleeing figures, he is crushed by the feeling that this is entirely his fault. As the young man Alan turns to leave, he is confronted by an older acquaintance he calls Jared Senpai, who asks where he is going. Alan cries out that it is his fault, his voice filled with anguish, because he failed to kill them when he had the chance. Jared demands to know if Alan plans to raid the enemy alone, urging him to calm his mind before acting rashly. He explains that as adventurers, they cannot act without a formal request, and any premature move would put the entire village in the line of fire, handing Alan a letter. The letter is a threat from a scarred bandit leader, stating that he holds 3 children in his custody. The bandits' demands are laid bare. They want young women, food, and money, and for the village to submit to their rule, or the children will be killed and the village attacked. Alan laments that if Jared had only killed those bandits during their previous encounter, this tragedy could have been averted. He believes that a more decisive action back then would have prevented the bandits from moving against them so quickly. Jared disagrees, reasoning that the bandits are cunning and would have targeted the village eventually, regardless of what happened before. The village chief formally asks them to accept a difficult mission, simultaneously attack the bandits' hideout to rescue the children and defend the village from the threatened assault. Jared's face is set with grim determination as he considers the plea. He sternly asks Alan if he is truly prepared for what must be done, warning that any hesitation to kill will result in the death of everyone, to which Alan gives a firm yes. The group formally accepts the quest, and while the elder is grateful, another man bluntly tells Alan to prepare for the killing that lies ahead. A desperate villager seizes Alan's hands, tearfully begging him to save his little sister. The man's desperate pleas continue, his face a mask of anguish. Later that night, beneath a full moon, Alan promises Jared that he will save the girl by any means necessary. Alan reasons that since the threat was delivered so quickly, the bandits' hideout must be in one of the few nearby locations, prompting Jared to ask how they'll find it. Jared leads them into the wilderness, explaining the hideout is a few hours away on foot and instructing them to extinguish their lights. From a high vantage point overlooking the dark landscape, Jared indicates that every potential enemy hideout is visible from their position. He identifies a specific cave, previously used by another gang, and estimates the current group size at around 30, a fact seemingly confirmed by the sight of a distant watchfire. Alan immediately volunteers to sneak in alone and rescue them, a suggestion that Jared instantly rejects as ridiculous. Alan insists that stealth is his specialty and that it's the only way to proceed without triggering the bandits' threat to attack the village. Though Jared questions his ability to succeed alone, Alan calculates their numbers have been thinned by a prior fight, making the forces remaining in the cave more manageable. With a newfound confidence, Alan announces that he has an idea. As Alan prepares a strange concoction, Jared remains skeptical, asking how he intends to bypass the guards posted at the hideout. Alan asks for trust, promising he can infiltrate without being detected, and Jared reluctantly agrees, warning him that the children's lives are forfeit if he fails. Alan vows that he will succeed. He instructs Jared to hang back and wait for a signal, explaining that the area is rigged with alarms and it's too risky for them to approach together. Using a skill called concealment, Alan vanishes from sight, confirming that Jared can no longer see him. He moves through the darkness, confident that his concealment skill renders him invisible even to the posted guards. He then recognizes one of the guards as the very bandit who escaped the last time, the one he hesitated to kill. A silent, intense confrontation passes between the hidden Alan and the oblivious guard. Alan steels himself before preparing to sneak into the cave entrance. He uses another skill, appraisal, on the cave itself, mapping its interior before he enters. The appraisal reveals a structure far more spacious and complex than he had anticipated. His next objective is clear. He must ascertain the positions of the bandits within the complex cave system. He discovers a three-way intersection deep inside and a room containing a total of 13 bandits. He confirms the other children are being held and are safe for now, but he cannot see Carlin among them. Alan approaches a crude wooden structure built against the cave wall. Peering inside, he sees a makeshift holding cell. His expression grows worried as he observes the scene within. The camera focuses on the rough-hewn wooden beams of the structure. His face hardens into a mask of cold fury as he steps toward a closed wooden door. He glances through a small crack in the door to see what is happening inside. He witnesses a large, brutish bandit assaulting a small, helpless figure on the floor. The victim is Carlin, her face contorted in fear and pain. An explosive rage erupts across Alan's face. He kicks the door in, his voice dripping with menace as he asks the bandit if his actions hurt. A single, powerful punch connects squarely with the bandit's jaw. The bandit lets out a choked gurgle, reeling backward from the force of the blow. With a heavy thud, the large man collapses to the ground, unconscious. Alan stands over the fallen form, panting heavily from the sudden exertion. He turns his attention to the traumatized girl, softly calling her name, Carlin-shun. Offering a reassuring hand, he tells her that she is safe now. She breaks into tears, crying out for her Oni-chan in relief. He quickly hushes her, whispering that she must be quiet, and she nods in understanding. He gently helps her to her feet and leads her out of the cell. He tells Carlin to wait in the now secured room, explaining he has blocked the main door from the outside and is going back to rescue the other children. Activating his concealment skill once more, he slips past another guard who is dozing in a chair. He silently draws a modern-looking pistol from its holster. Jared's voice echoes in his memory, comparing bandits to demons. Alan's eyes narrow with cold resolve. He mentally disagrees with Jared's assessment, thinking that these bandits are far worse, for they are humans who have abandoned their humanity. He presses the silenced muzzle of the pistol against the sleeping guard's temple. With a soft, muffled shot, he eliminates the second guard without alerting anyone. He reaches the other children and quietly informs them that he has come to save them all, bringing Carlin with him. After confirming the children are unharmed, he calculates that with 2 guards down, there are only 11 bandits left to deal with, likely gathered in the main cavern. He instructs the children to cover their ears and wait, then uses his power to smelt a thick stone barrier, sealing the passage from the inside. In the main cavern, one of the bandits senses that something is wrong. Another bandit approaches, asking why the passage to the boss's room is blocked, only to be told that someone is inside killing him. On the other side of the stone seal, Alan stands protectively in front of the children, who have their hands pressed firmly over their ears. The camera zooms in on the intricate, glowing pattern Alan carved into the stone barrier. One of the bandits on the other side stares in confusion at the strange carving that has appeared on the rock face. The carved sigil erupts in a blinding flash of light. The resulting explosion blasts through the cavern, sending bandits flying through the air amidst splintering wood and debris. Waiting outside, Jared is jolted by the sound and light of the massive explosion. He watches in shock as the force of the blast rips through the mouth of the cave. He shouts into the night, demanding to know what Alan has done and realizing this must have been the signal he was meant to wait for. Back inside, Alan removes his hands from his ears, deems it safe, and tells the children to stay put while he assesses the aftermath. He looks out into the devastated cavern, hearing the pained groans of the survivors amidst the rubble. Noticing that some of the bandits are still breathing, he momentarily contemplates finishing them off. He decides against it, turning away from the carnage. His priority shifts to getting the children out safely, recognizing the danger that the destabilized cave could collapse at any moment. A badly wounded bandit leader tries to order his men to kill the boy responsible for the attack. Before he can finish his command, a blade slices through his throat, silencing him permanently. Alan looks up in surprise to see Jared standing over the dead bandit, having arrived to clean up the survivors. Safely outside and away from the collapsed cave, Jared declares that they've made it out, while Alan encourages Carlin and the others to head back to the village. Jared places a hand on Alan's shoulder and tells him he did a good job. Carlin looks up at Alan, her eyes welling with tears and her face flushed with emotion. The dam of her composure finally breaks, and she bursts into tears, clinging to Alan in a tight hug as the other children gather around Jared. On a wooden palisade, a man on a ladder impales the severed heads of bandits onto spikes while a woman and a young boy watch from the ground. The boy, Alan, recalls that these bandits were all killed by the senpais who fought back and were subsequently beheaded later that day. A bearded man carrying the bloody heads tells a girl that the senior members will hunt the remnants while she stays behind to prepare for their return to the royal capital. Alan reflects that the senpais had to finish off the incapacitated bandits in their cave, a necessary and brutal task. While a woman tends to his arm, the boy accepts that killing is a part of this world's rules, something he has done himself. He feels he should be grateful to his master for arranging this request for him. A man named Dirk is prompted to depart in a covered wagon as everyone is aboard, just as a young voice calls out to Alan. The village children, including one called Carlinchan, ask Alan if he's staying, and he confirms he will be home this time. A little girl thanks Alan for saving her and asks him to show her his magic the next time they meet. He promises to return soon, having completed the bandit extermination, and sets off back to the royal capital. His mission's success earns him the rank of a C-rank adventurer at only 15 years old, breaking the record for the youngest to do so. Alan steels himself with a quiet, "All right." A woman surprises Alan by complimenting his skill at tying a bow tie. She apologizes with a laugh, admitting she had wanted to tease him by saying it was crooked. She then embraces him, revealing she was kidding, and wishes him good luck on this important day. He responds with a simple, "Yeah." Waving goodbye, Alan sets off, acknowledging that today is finally the day he leaves for school. He walks alone down a cobblestone street, dressed in a new uniform. His walk leads him to the front of a grand, imposing school building. He affirms his purpose, to enter the Royal High School. At the school entrance, an official instructs the new freshmen to check their class assignments and proceed to the auditorium to be seated. Inside, Alan notes that he is one of 39 students accepted this year, but he is already facing an unexpected problem. He discovers he has been placed in Class A, a class filled entirely with aristocrats, instead of his preferred Class B, which included a few commoners. He grimaces, aware of the world's strict social hierarchy where a commoner speaking to an aristocrat without reason is seen as an act of disrespect. He realizes, however, that this social barrier is convenient, as it almost guarantees that commoners will be loners. A murmur spreads through the crowd as students urge each other to look at an arriving student, Anastasia-sama. Alan is struck not by excitement but by her elegant, unapproachable aura. He feels that as an ordinary person he is completely different from someone like her. He is suddenly taken aback. It seemed as though she glanced directly at him, but he wonders if it was just his imagination. The student's attention then shifts to the beautiful Oscar-sama and Marcus-sama, the latter being the heir to the wealthiest family in the kingdom. The gossip reveals Marcus is the son of the imperial court magician, a candidate for prime minister, and blessed by the sage. Next to arrive is Leonardo-sama, the muscular son of the commander of the imperial guards. He is followed by Claude-sama, the third prince of Westerdale, who possesses the blessing of Fist, King, and can reputedly defeat demons barehanded. Alan recognizes these handsome figures as the main characters from the world of magical abbreviated school life. The group of prominent aristocrats turns their attention toward him. They mock him aloud, calling him the special commoner student with the face of a commoner, while Alan mentally notes that he can hear their insults. His focus is then drawn to the entrance, sensing the arrival of the true main attraction. The room erupts as His Highness the Crown Prince, Karl Heinz, makes his entrance. The other students fawn over the Crown Prince, who predictably ignores everyone he deems beneath him. A view of a girl's long, flowing hair fills the frame. Alan watches as the girl stands quietly in the aisle. She turns her head, her gaze shifting. The girl, her face in shadow, stops directly in front of him. She smiles, introduces herself as Amy von Braze, and says hello. Before Alan can reply, she confirms she already knows his name. He asks how she knows him, and she explains that she is also a commoner from his old school and could never forget his amazing feat of graduating with perfect scores while skipping a grade. She asks to sit next to him, and after he agrees, she suggests they talk until the ceremony starts. Alan reflects that this event, the entrance ceremony, is where the heroine Amy is supposed to be thrilled about meeting the crown prince. He thinks that Amy is incredibly cute, just as one would expect from an Otome Games heroine, and she asks him if something is wrong. He feels his new school life has already begun with a mix of ups and downs. A week passes after the school's orientation concludes. Alan tells his mother he will be moving into the dormitory and gives a vague answer when she asks if he has made any friends. In truth, he is completely alone. No one has spoken to him since the first day, and Amy now spends all her time with the crown prince, having successfully triggered her meeting event with him. Alan recalls the school regulation that commoner students must silently bow to show respect. This rule applies whenever they pass an aristocrat in the corridors or any other area on school grounds. He knows this statement is taken directly from the school's official regulations regarding interactions between aristocrats and commoners. As classes officially begin, he finds the mental strain of being ignored tougher than expected, especially since Amy's initial interest in him has completely disappeared. A teacher begins the first magic lesson, explaining that control is just as important as activation. The teacher then asks for a show of hands from all students who can already use magic. Alan is surprised to see so few hands go up, as he had assumed it was a prerequisite for admission. The teacher calls upon the crown prince, Karl Heinz, to perform a simple demonstration for the class. Karl Heinz accepts the request with confidence. Standing before a practice target, he asks if he should simply hit it, and the teacher affirms. As Karl Heinz prepares his spell, the teacher notes that his blessing is flame. He unleashes a focused blast of fire at the target. The teacher and students applaud his successful demonstration. Next, the teacher calls on Anastasia to demonstrate a different magic attribute. The crown prince looks annoyed as the teacher continues, prompting Alan to wonder about their relationship. Anastasia calmly begins to gather magical energy in her hands. She aims and prepares to release her spell. Her magic strikes the target with immense force, completely obliterating it. The target is reduced to dust and splinters. The other students are amazed that she destroyed an anti-magic training target, while Alan realizes this display of power, coming right after the prince's, will cause trouble. As predicted, the crown prince explodes with rage, furiously accusing Anastasia of trying to make him lose face. His face is contorted in pure anger. He shouts at her, claiming he was holding back while she went all out to destroy the target. He declares his intent to show her his true, full power. The teacher desperately pleads with His Highness to stop. The crown prince unleashes a massive, uncontrolled explosion of raw magical energy. An explosion erupts violently, obscuring the crown prince from view as onlookers recoil. A blonde girl shouts in alarm, thrusting her hand forward to conjure a massive sheet of ice from the ground. The sudden appearance of the immense ice wall causes the other students to cry out in shock and astonishment. As the barrier settles, one student points it out in disbelief while another rushes to the crown prince, who now lies injured on the floor, attended by a young woman. The young woman, Amy, kneels beside the fallen prince, her hands glowing with healing energy as she treats his wounds. A stern-looking girl watches the scene, noting that while the students are safe, the prince's condition is uncertain, and a nearby boy wonders if Amy's healing magic will be strong enough. The boy continues to watch with a worried expression, speaking Amy's name as she and other students gather around the injured prince. Now fully recovered, the prince stands and thanks Amy for her wonderful power, while his companions rush over to confirm he is all right. Amy looks down demurely, explaining that she acted instinctively upon seeing Karl-sama, the prince, in danger. A quiet observer reflects that the incident concluded with only bruised egos and burnt sleeves, though he muses that healing in this real world seems slower than it was in the game he remembers. After that incident, the bond between Amy and the prince strengthened considerably, which in turn ignited feelings of jealousy and envy among their peers. This envy quickly escalated into outright bullying, as other students would stage loud conversations to be overheard, calling Amy uncivil, lowborn, and the spawn of a whore. The observer internally notes that Anastasia's staunchest supporters are behind the bullying, a deviation from the game where these same girls would vanish from school following a period of civil unrest. Anastasia herself puts a stop to it, chastising her friends for their vulgar behavior and reminding them of their honor as noblewomen, which prompts their immediate apologies. Alone, Amy sadly thinks to herself that it seems everyone is avoiding her now. One character resolves to handle the situation, while another comments on how tragic it is. It's observed that Amy skillfully uses the bullying to her advantage, gaining sympathy and getting closer to the prince and other influential students by confiding in them about her troubles. The observer considers that the game he played likely omitted scenes not crucial to the main plot, speculating that the real Amy's personality might be quite different from her in-game counterpart. He contemplates her difficult circumstances, having been taken from her commoner home and thrust into the life of a baroness at a school full of nobles who bully her for her past. He reasons that her reliance on charm could be her best defense, a calculated strategy to secure protection from the prince and other powerful nobles to avoid retaliation after graduation. The class is split into two factions, those loyal to Anastasia and those who follow the crown prince, leaving Amy with no allies of her own yet. The Anastasia faction aims to oust Amy, but their efforts are small in number and often thwarted by Anastasia herself. The prince's supporters are similarly disunited, only agreeing that he is using Amy to distance himself from Anastasia, and they hold a low opinion of Amy as well. The prince himself is fixated only on Amy, ignoring his fiancée Anastasia, a rift that has attracted the attention of outside forces who are now plotting based on the outcome of this feud. The narrator judges the situation grimly. The nation is on a path to ruin, led by a selfish heir, while the nobility schemes to flatter the crown and tear each other down. He shifts his thoughts to his own academic situation. He exists in silence, as no one, noble or commoner, speaks to him unless absolutely necessary, forcing him to focus his efforts on maintaining excellent grades. His days pass in a familiar, silent pattern, where he remains an unnoticed shadow in the background. This routine continued until the arrival of summer. After the semester exams were over, their teacher announced the details of their summer research project. This research assignment is critical, as it heavily influences class assignments for the next semester, a matter of great prestige, with a results list showing Alan in first place, Anastasia in second, and Amy in third. Anastasia approaches the top-ranked student, calling out his name, Alan, as another student, Leonardo, makes a self-deprecating joke about his own 39th place ranking. Alan immediately drops to a knee, honored that she remembered his name, but she dismisses the gesture, telling him such deep formalities are not needed at school. She praises his top exam score as splendid and expected of a scholarship student, while he internally marvels at her graciousness toward a commoner who surpassed her. Anastasia questions Alan about his qualifications, learning he is a C-ranked adventurer who has cleared a goblin labyrinth, and then informs him that she will send a messenger for him immediately. Alan is left momentarily stunned by the abrupt mention of a labyrinth as Anastasia turns and departs, apologizing for the interruption. He stands alone, pondering why she was observing him and what purpose a messenger could possibly have. A few days pass. Alan finds himself in front of a group, introducing himself as their guide for an exploration of nearby ruins. He internally questions how he ended up in this situation as the prince's group prepares to begin their expedition. He recalls Anastasia's message, which was less a request and more a command to assist the prince's group with their research project, and begins by warning them about the dangerous horned rabbits on the path ahead. One of the prince's companions scoffs at the warning, boasting that a mere rabbit is no threat to him, the future knight commander. Another claims he would simply shoot it with his bow, while a third jokes about making barbecue out of any beasts they find. The prince jests that if his friend Marcus were to barbecue it, nothing would be left but charcoal, while Alan silently wishes he could just go home. The boys in the group fawn over Amy's kindness and argue over her affection, while she expresses her hope that they don't cause too much trouble for their guide, Alan. Alan finds the group's dynamic exhausting, as Anastasia attempts to get her bickering companions to calm down. After a brief moment of flustered agitation, Anastasia clears her throat and regains her composure. She reminds the prince that the queen will worry if they are late, prompting him to order everyone to hurry. The prince then turns to Alan and contemptuously calls him a sloth, ordering him to pick up the pace, to which Alan quietly complies. Upon arriving at the dilapidated ruins, Alan explains that the entrance to the underground is at the top of the stone steps and cautions the group about the slippery path. The prince and his friends immediately offer their hands to Amy to help her up the treacherous steps. Alan reflects on how the situation has diverged from the game. Anastasia's discovery of his adventurer status led to him guiding the tour instead of the intended NPCs, and he feels a need to keep events as close to the script as possible to prevent future complications. Inside the ruins, the group marvels at the glowing walls, which Alan explains are illuminated by a moderate amount of light from the moss growing on the surfaces. Amy calls the shining walls beautiful, and the prince declares her even more so, leading Alan to question their seriousness and anticipate Anastasia's irritation. However, as Alan observes her, Anastasia quietly gazes at the glowing moss and agrees that it is, in fact, beautiful. When asked if the area has monsters, Alan explains that it was once a goblin nest about 7 years ago, but an adventurers' guild party cleared it out. The prince complains about the ruin being empty and questions the point of hiring a guide, forcing Alan to apologize for the lack of danger. As the group voices their boredom with the musty ruins, Amy wanders off, and Anastasia commands Alan to follow and go wherever she pleases. Alan leads them to a room that, according to a report, was once the goblin's treasury, but it was emptied when the nest was defeated. Anastasia expresses her interest, finding it noteworthy that goblins could utilize ancient ruins so near the capital, and Alan thinks that she is the only member of the party worth guiding. The prince notices Amy crouching down and asks her what is wrong, though she quickly dismisses his concern. Alan realizes with a jolt that Amy is in the exact spot where he was supposed to have dug up the scroll of appraisal in the game, just as she begins scratching at the ground. Reaching the labyrinth's former core room, Alan explains its purpose but admits he doesn't know who cleared it, a fact that Anastasia finds fascinating. Another student compliments Alan on his adventurer knowledge while noticing that Amy seems lost in thought about something important. Alan internally pieces together his suspicion. Amy went directly to the room containing the scroll of appraisal, unlike in the game, where its discovery was accidental after a lengthy search. He arrives at a stunning conclusion. Amy is aware that their world is based on an Otone game, possessing the same knowledge that he does. As they depart the ruins, the prince's friends are relieved that Amy faced no danger but express disappointment that no monsters appeared for them to vanquish. Several of them boast that they would have protected Amy, prompting an exasperated thought from Alan about their repetitive behavior. Anastasia formally thanks Alan for his knowledgeable assistance, which she says will make for a good report, and mentions that she observed something else different besides the Amy thing. Alan reflects that this world is gradually beginning to change, as Anastasia's behavior during this event was far less jealous and hostile towards Amy than it was supposed to be according to the game's script. A commanding female voice addresses a young man named Alan, stating she needs him to accompany her tomorrow. He looks up in surprise at the girl, identified as the future queen, and hesitantly agrees to her request. She confirms the plan, instructing him to meet at the school's main gate the following morning. The scene shifts to Alan's perspective, reflecting on how Anastasia summoned him immediately after their exploration of a ruin concluded. The grand and imposing architecture of their school is shown. Alan stands waiting alone by the ornate, wrought iron gates of the institution. A horse-drawn carriage arrives and he walks toward it. He glances inside the carriage, his expression turning slightly anxious at the sight before him. Anastasia emerges and apologizes for keeping him waiting. He dismisses her apology by saying he just got there, and she invites him to hop inside the carriage. Alan mistakenly moves to sit with the driver, causing Anastasia to stop him and clarify that he is to ride inside with her. The carriage wheel spins on the cobblestone street as they begin their journey. While riding, Anastasia thanks him for guiding them the previous day and says she is glad he could come. She quickly moves to the purpose of their meeting, explaining they are heading out to talk to experts for the investigation report they must create. When he asks what they need to discuss, she specifies the topics are the labyrinth, its history, and the ruin, adding that she has already scheduled appointments with knowledgeable individuals. Alan expresses surprise at going to such lengths for what he views as a simple high school summer project, prompting Anastasia to remind him that as a commoner, he isn't familiar with these matters. The report, she explains, is of great importance as it will serve as a legitimate achievement for both their crown prince and Prince Claude from the neighboring country, so it cannot be a half-hearted effort. He understands that for the sake of their kingdom's future and international relations, they must compile an accurate report based on expert insights. Resolved to help Anastasia with her sincere request regardless of the noble's affairs, he accompanies her through the city. They meet with their first source, an expert on goblin research. They continued their work, conducting further research and attending lectures from various specialists. Alan recalls how he and Anastasia worked day and night on the project, annoyed that the princes contributed nothing at all. After extensive discussions to summarize the information they gathered, they finally completed their detailed report. Upon presenting the finished document, They are met with a dismissive royal who complains it's too long and demands a 3-minute explanation. The royal figure, lounging on a couch, states that he's busy and needs a concise overview that he can understand immediately. He grumbles that reading a full research paper would be a bother. Alan is inwardly irritated by this attitude, reminding himself that the royal is just a classmate, not a teacher or superior. He lets out a quiet sigh of frustration. Alan takes charge, explaining the key points of the report in a simplified manner so the Crown Prince can grasp them. After the summary, the Crown Prince offers a simple, "good job," and departs without another word. Anastasia apologizes to Alan for the prince's behavior, explaining that is simply his nature and asking him to endure it. Alan observes Anastasia's expression, seeing a look of complete resignation on her face. He recognizes it as the look of someone who has accepted their life and fate as a pawn in a political marriage. The report they authored received high praise from the reviewing teachers, and its positive evaluations spread both inside and outside the academy. The achievement is publicly celebrated as a success for the Crown Prince and Prince Claude, strengthening ties between their nations. Naturally, the Crown Prince is credited as the lead author, while Alan overhears others dismissing him as a freeloader who coasted on their efforts, a perception he dismisses. He thinks to himself that his school life will end in the winter anyway, when he plans to defeat the princes in a duel and ensure his own expulsion. With summer's end, his thoughts drift forward in time. Autumn arrives at the academy, marked by falling leaves. An official notice for the cultural festival is posted, detailing the application process for student projects and confirming participation is mandatory. Alan reflects that in the world of an otome game, a cultural festival is an event where anything can happen. He realizes participation is unavoidable, but since he has free time until the key event he wants to prevent, he has already decided on his own plan. Anastasia approaches him with a smile, asking if he has decided what he will do for the festival. She offers him a chance to help her and the prince again if he is undecided, but Alan politely declines, explaining he has already submitted his application. Her smile fades into a look of disappointment, but she accepts his decision. When she inquires about his plans, he tells her he will be running a food stall, and she wishes him the best of luck, saying she looks forward to it. He thanks her as she turns to leave. He watches her walk away, thinking that it's for the best not to get involved with her group until the critical moment he needs to intervene. Later, using a concealment skill, Alan observes a group of students, including the princes and Amy, planning their project. The students are deep in discussion about their display, considering visitor flow and presentation. He confirms his fears. The princes are all focused on Amy, completely ignoring Anastasia, who stands alone and left out. One of the girls with Amy mentions she is thirsty, and another agrees. They turn to Anastasia and ask if she could make them some tea. Another girl adds a pointed comment, remarking that Anastasia must be free anyway. The Crown Prince interrupts, suggesting he and Amy take a break in the garden with some excellent tea he brought, an invitation she accepts after she finishes her current task. He impatiently tells Amy to hurry up, adding that they don't need tea from Anastasia after all. One of Amy's friends then confronts Anastasia directly, asking why she is present when she hasn't contributed anything to the festival preparations. Anastasia only glares back in silence. The girl continues to taunt her, saying the sour expression on her face is not cute. She warns Anastasia that Karlsama, the Crown Prince, is going to get sick of her attitude. Anastasia coldly retorts that their engagement is not based on such trivial things, but the girl presses on, claiming the entire country would prefer a more charming queen. Anastasia's eyes narrow with fury. The girl mockingly tells the future queen to smile. As Alan observes the escalating tension, he notes that Amy is deliberately provoking Anastasia, setting the stage for a critical game event. Amy preaches about equality before God, but Anastasia snaps back that social status creates a clear difference between them. Anastasia accuses Amy of causing misunderstandings by getting too close to the boys, but Amy innocently insists they are all just dear friends. Pushed to her limit, Anastasia screams for the outsiders to stay out of her affairs. The Crown Prince suddenly storms in, demanding to know the cause of the commotion. He immediately goes to Amy's side, asking Anastasia what the meaning of this is, explaining he came looking for Amy when she didn't join him. He cuts off Anastasia's attempt to defend herself, blaming her for bringing their petty relationship issues into the academy and declaring Amy is not at fault. He orders Anastasia to clean up the room and go home, stating that their work for the day is finished. Humiliated and defeated, Anastasia quietly agrees. She silently begins gathering her belongings into a box. The girl who started the taunting leans in and asks Anastasia how it feels to have her fiancé stolen away. "Serves you right," she sneers, enjoying Anastasia's misery. The girl raises her hand, preparing to slap Anastasia across the face. But the act is interrupted by an explosive sneeze from nearby. Alan appears, feigning innocence and surprise at finding Anastasia and Amy there. He quickly apologizes for interrupting their conversation and makes to leave. As he passes, he looks directly at Amy and says her name. He stops to lecture her, saying that while she may not listen, she must remember the prince is the future king of the country. He tells her that her behavior is unbecoming and that she clearly fails to understand the responsibilities of royalty and nobility. Amy is left stunned and furious, wondering what right that guy had to speak to her like that. She seethes, calling him a mob, and remarking that he wasn't even supposed to be a factor in extra mode. Alan reflects on his successful intervention. Though the timing was different from the game, he managed to prevent the slapping event that would have started the kingdom's collapse. Amy's mention of extra mode is new information to him, something he never encountered despite his deep knowledge of the game. Her words confirm his suspicion. Amy is a reincarnator, just like him. He now understands that she is actively pursuing the reverse harem route, a path that ultimately leads to the destruction of the capital city. He hardens his resolve, determined to stop her because, unlike her, he sees this world not as a game but as a reality for the people living in it, and he will not let her destroy their lives. A girl realizes her memories have returned after being hit by a carriage, an injury that jogged her recollection of a past life. In that previous life, she was a high school student who hated her school and was obsessed with a particular game, feeling that its handsome male characters understood her in a way her classmates, whom she considered monkeys, did not. She believes that God must have pitied her miserable existence and granted her a second chance by reincarnating her as the heroine of that very game. After growing up struggling in poverty in the lower town, she and her mother were taken in by the Baron Bray's family when it was discovered that she was the Baron's illegitimate child. Now, she envisions a luxurious life as a princess, surrounded by handsome men, certain that as a devoted fan of the game, achieving the reverse harem route will be easy. Upon finally entering high school, she resolves to immediately start pursuing her reverse harem and winning over the handsome men. In the school, discussion arises about the surprising results of the entrance exam, where a commoner ranked second and another former commoner ranked third. It is noted, however, that the first place rank naturally went to a student named Anastasia-sama. A suspicious Anastasia asks her aide, Margaret, to investigate the backgrounds of the two high-ranking former commoners. The report on the second-place student, Alan, reveals he grew up in a poor district with a single mother but was a genius who graduated from the commoners' school with perfect marks. The third-place student, Amy, is detailed as the bastard child of Baron Brays who possesses a healing blessing and was recently taken in by his family. Anastasia decides that the second-place student is the one to watch, as his unexpectedly high scores and unclear financial backing don't make sense. Speculating he could be receiving support from a rival faction, she resolves to observe the situation for a while. Inside a grand hall, the freshmen are instructed to take their seats for the entrance ceremony. Anastasia and her companion move to find their places in the last row on the left as the ceremony is about to begin. From her seat, Anastasia stares intently at a particular male student. She thinks to herself that while he may appear ordinary, she must remain vigilant. To ensure the safety of His Highness, she concludes that she needs to be extremely cautious. From her own perspective, Amy identifies the same student as the mob character, who somehow managed to rank second on the entrance exam. She recalls seeing him before at the commoner's school, where there were rumors he was a genius who graduated at the top of his class. Amy decides to approach the boy, Alan, and talk with him. Thinking he has fallen for her instantly, she asks to sit next to him to find out more, though she internally finds him too gloomy for her personal taste. She dismisses him as an ordinary mob character whom she can use as an occasional errand boy. Anastasia, observing from afar, comes to a different conclusion. The real danger is the third-place student, Amy. She watches Amy with the crown prince, her fiancé, and reflects on their loveless, political engagement. Anastasia worries that if His Highness continues to be seduced by a woman like that, the entire kingdom will eventually be thrown into chaos. Feeling the burden of her responsibility as a noble, she believes she must advise His Highness before the people suffer. Suddenly, an accident occurs, and as someone cries out asking if His Highness is all right, Amy begins casting magic. Amy kneels by the injured prince, tending to his wounds. An onlooker identifies the magic as Amy's healing blessing. They further note that it's a low-level spell, so the healing process will take some time. The incident deepens the prince's trust in Amy, and as his minor burns heal, Anastasia worries that things cannot be allowed to continue this way. Amy's plan succeeds as she is surrounded by handsome men, who praise her as clever and a woman unlike any they have ever met. With men calling her beautiful and inviting her to their countries, Amy celebrates that the flags for her reverse harem route are popping up like crazy. She disregards the harassment from pathetic losers, focusing instead on Anastasia, whom she remembers as the villainess who always meddled in the game. Amy internally seethes at Anastasia, thinking of her as a beautiful, smart, and blessed bitch who was born with everything and is destined to become queen. She takes cruel pleasure in remembering the game's plot, where Anastasia is ultimately killed by the woman who steals her beloved fiancé, finding the outcome amusing and just. Everything seems to be proceeding perfectly according to Amy's plan until an unexpected event occurs during the final exams. The exam results are posted, revealing Alan in first place with a perfect score of 500, Anastasia in second, and Amy in third with 479. Anastasia is shocked to see herself ranked second, realizing that she missed a single question due to a mistake while Alan achieved a flawless score. She reflects that she has been neglecting her duties as a student, preoccupied with His Highness and that woman, while Alan was quietly putting in the effort. Resolving to change her mindset, Anastasia decides to let His Highness have his fun, believing the status difference between royalty and a baron's child is too great for their relationship to last. She decides to focus on her studies, starting with independent research over the summer vacation, and plans to invite the adventurer Alan to help her explore some ruins. While conducting research, Anastasia handles an ancient document, noting that the appraisal scroll is a key item. Elsewhere, Amy is told by a companion that they need to leave because something important is missing. Amy immediately understands the implication of what is missing. In this world, the appraisal scroll is unavailable in the high-difficulty extra mode, a fact that doesn't bother an advanced player like Amy, while Anastasia concludes that inviting Alan was the right choice. Anastasia finds Alan to be an excellent and convincing guide, possessing a wealth of knowledge and experience. She thinks that he must have accumulated his skills through hardship from a young age, which causes her to reflect on how fortunate she has been in her own life. Concluding that some commoners are truly talented, Anastasia admits Alan continues to surprise her and asks him to accompany her again the following day. Amy watches their friendly interaction, looking slightly annoyed. She mentally dismisses Alan as a useful mob character who is likely working on the report from their exploration. With a sense of merciful superiority, Amy decides that after she successfully exiles the villainous Anastasia, she will keep the useful mob character as her servant. Later, Anastasia runs into a cheerful Amy and comments that she seems to be in a good mood, before adding that she has realized Alan is brilliant. She explains her joy comes from exchanging opinions with him, as he started with little basic knowledge but absorbed it so quickly that he can now hold discussions like an expert. Anastasia feels ecstatic about their intellectual exchanges as Alan looks on in surprise. He asks if something is wrong, but she quickly dismisses his concern. Later, Anastasia observes Alan from a distance, noting that he is, as usual, completely alone. She considers that for a commoner in an academy filled with nobles, the environment must feel stifling and isolating. Wanting to find a way to help him, she thinks that the upcoming cultural festival might be an opportunity. She believes Alan would handle participation well and debates whether she should invite him herself. After approaching him, she starts to ask, but Alan interrupts to inform her that he has already submitted his application, prompting her to apologize. Anastasia says that she understands and accepts his decision. Although she calls it a pity, she tells him she's looking forward to it, even as he asks what a food stall is. In another scene, Amy is being berated by a fellow student, who tells her to mind her manners and remember the difference in their social statuses. The student admonishes her for cozying up to boys, but Amy internally thinks that this confrontation is exactly what she wanted. Seeing Anastasia is the one confronting her, Amy deliberately provokes her, aiming to trigger the game's "Villainous Slaps Me" event to advance her reverse harem route. As Anastasia's anger visibly rises, Amy internally cheers, eagerly anticipating the slap she believes is coming. Before Anastasia can act, His Highness appears, stepping between them and demanding to know the cause of the commotion. He questions Anastasia's actions, while Amy plays the victim, claiming she only wanted to get along, which convinces him to angrily lead Amy away. Amy internally gloats over the embarrassing situation she created for Anastasia, even if the timing was slightly off. She decides it would be troublesome to leave things as they are and prepares for one last push to finish the confrontation. A foot steps forward with purpose. Amy taunts the stunned Anastasia, asking her how it feels to have her fiancé stolen. She leans in and whispers that it serves her right. As Anastasia fumes, Amy encourages her to give it her best shot, relishing the moment. A sinister smile spreads across Amy's face as she thinks about paying Anastasia back 10,000 times over. A hand clenches into a tight fist. At the peak of the tension, a loud sneeze echoes through the hall, startling Anastasia out of her rage. The source of the sneeze is revealed to be Alan, who has stumbled upon the scene and covers his mouth in surprise. Both Amy and Anastasia shout his name in unison, shocked by his sudden appearance. Alan apologizes for interrupting their conversation and quickly excuses himself from the tense situation. Amy is internally livid, cursing the gloomy piece of shit for ruining her perfectly orchestrated scene just when she was about to succeed. Anastasia seizes the moment, telling Amy that while it may be useless to say anything, she must remember that His Highness is the future king. She lectures Amy that her behavior is unbecoming and shows a complete failure to understand the responsibilities of royalty and nobility, shutting down Amy's taunts. Her words leave Amy standing alone in the corridor, completely speechless. Later, Anastasia reflects on the confrontation, realizing that if she had acted on her anger, it could have led to a very serious incident. Clutching a small piece of paper, she looks down and wonders if Alan's interruption had, in fact, just saved her. A young man prepares a large cloth-wrapped bundle, noting that the cool temperature is perfect for carrying it and that freshness is key before he opens it up. In front of a large, ornate building, a woman welcomes guests to their cafe. A group of students walks through a hall, one of them conspicuously dressed in a full-body mascot costume holding a sign. A girl named Margaret tells the blonde Anastasia that their exhibit preparations are finished and asks if she wants to look around. Anastasia agrees and asks Margaret to accompany her for a while. The two girls walk outside, with one commenting that according to the organizing committee, their destination should be somewhere nearby. They and other students suddenly stop, looking ahead with surprise and exclamation. The source of their shock is a food stall advertising delicious orc meat. An intact orc carcass is displayed prominently on a barrel, drawing the attention of the crowd. Anastasia is appalled at the sight of a food stall for orc meat, but Margaret, blushing and sweating, thinks it looks delicious, as orc meat is a delicacy in her homeland of Altmund. Onlookers murmur that while it looks good, many students are repulsed by the idea of eating monster meat, especially since orcs aren't seen around here. Anastasia turns to Margaret and asks her to come with her for a moment. The stall owner worries that his plan to attract customers by dismantling an orc live might have been too shocking for the nobles, who are keeping their distance. He muses that if there are any leftovers he'll take them to the guild, admitting he mainly set the stall up because he personally wanted to eat the meat. Just then Anastasia and Margaret approach his stall, and he greets them with surprise as Anastasia asks for a skewer. The stall owner, Alan, asks Anastasia who her friend is, and she introduces herself as Margaret von Altmund. Margaret, declaring she's quite picky about orc meat, also requests a skewer. Onlookers are impressed to learn she's from the Altmund Count family, known as the homeland of orc meat, and Alan confirms the meat is indeed from Altmund. Margaret takes a decisive bite. She passionately declares the high-rank ingredient is perfectly grilled and seasoned, demanding to know how he can sell it for only 100 cents. Alan deflects, saying he got it via a secret adventurer's route, privately thinking he can't admit he hunted and flew it in himself that morning. Anastasia also tries a skewer and is deeply impressed, noting the meat is firmer than pork and its lack of odor proves its freshness, a rare quality in the capital. Her loud declaration that this is a delicacy not to be missed captures the attention of the hesitant crowd. Suddenly, customers flock to the stall, ordering multiple skewers at once, and Alan scrambles to fill the orders. Seeing how busy Alan will be, Anastasia suggests to Margaret that they should head back. As they turn to leave, a voice calls out to Anastasia. Alan thanks both of them, acknowledging that they were just having fun but it helped his business immensely. He invites them to watch him dismantle the orc live later, an offer Margaret eagerly accepts while Anastasia firmly declines. As he serves more customers, Alan makes a mental note to check on Anastasia and the Crown Prince's group in the afternoon. Having sold out completely in the morning thanks to the crowd they drew, Alan closes his stall to look around the festival. He decides to have some fun and starts by looking for the exhibit put on by Anastasia and the Crown Prince's group. He finds the exhibit, themed Life in the Kingdoms Downtown, but the room is empty and there isn't even a receptionist. The exhibit explains the lives of commoners in the capital, featuring a display of what they supposedly eat, which Alan finds shallow. The display claims a commoner's meal consists of fluffy white bread, butter, soup, fresh vegetables, and juicy meat. It further asserts that the children of commoners live without going hungry. Alan reads that education and public safety are good and cynically wonders if this is the limit of what a noble can imagine about a commoner's life, suspecting it is Anastasia's work. Deciding to look around a bit more before leaving, he happens upon an exhibit for embroidery. To his surprise, Margaret is there and waves him over, calling him Alan Chounin and confirming this is her group's exhibit. Alan looks hesitant but accepts her invitation to come inside. He steps through the door and enters the room. Inside, he is shocked to see Anastasia standing there as well. He asks what she is doing here, and she explains that after being kicked out of her group yesterday, Margaret took her in to display some of her old embroidery work. Anastasia sighs that her former group's work was disappointing and that she has moved on, before telling Alan to look at the pieces, including Margaret's. Alan looks at a piece Margaret identifies as her own and, despite knowing nothing about embroidery, praises its beautiful and intricate patterns. He observes all the beautiful works, thinking it's an elegant hobby typical of a noble. Margaret then points out a piece of Anastasia's work, which depicts a spread of grapes, an apple, and a slice of cheese. Margaret asks for his opinion on the piece, which features cake and fruits. Alan, still unfamiliar with embroidery, bluntly comments that watching it makes him hungry. Anastasia blushes deeply at his response. He quickly tries to backtrack, saying it was a weird way of putting it but that the work is truly great. Margaret smiles and informs Alan that the school festival is almost over and they need to clean up before heading to the auditorium. As Alan leaves, thanking her for the tour, Margaret turns to Anastasia and asks why her face is bright red. Anastasia, flustered, worries that her embroidery makes it seem like she is only interested in sweet things and has a large appetite. In the auditorium, an announcer prepares to reveal the winner of the cultural festival. The winner is announced as the group of His Highness Crown Prince Karlheinz for their exhibit focusing on the poor. The exhibit is praised for highlighting living conditions through interviews and discussing the kingdom's role. The Crown Prince accepts the award, thanking everyone and giving credit for the theme to a girl named Amy. He gives a speech about how royals and nobles exist to guide the weaker people and highlight their current situation. Alan notices the meal that was part of the prince's exhibit has been thrown away uneaten. He scoffs at the shallow and obnoxious speech, thinking that with a guy like this as the next king, the country is in serious trouble. He reflects that winter is coming, which means the Anastasia condemnation event is approaching, and he must stop it. Sitting alone on a bench, he recalls the game's plot, where the protagonist Amy is harassed by the villainous Anastasia and her followers before being pushed down the stairs. He muses that the scenario is unfolding too quickly, as the relationship between Carl and Anastasia already seems to be over, but this is the event he needs to stop. Amy, sitting alone in a classroom, thinks about how in the game, Anastasia harassing her is a mandatory event for Carl's route, yet it hasn't happened. Alan believes that if the harassment event doesn't happen, there will be no reason for Anastasia to be condemned and exiled. Amy worries that things are different from the scenario but wonders if the event will trigger by itself anyway. Alan thinks it's possible that if the event doesn't happen, the engagement will simply be called off, and Anastasia can find her own happiness. However, he then overhears students gossiping that Anastasia snatched and burned Amy's pen out of jealousy. They mention she was called by Carl Sama earlier, and Alan realizes with dread that the event has already started. He laments that fate doesn't change so easily, as he hears the prince shouting Anastasia's name and demanding she admit her crime. Carl confronts Anastasia, asking what she was thinking harassing the kind-hearted Amy by burning her pen. Anastasia calmly tells His Highness that neither she nor her friends would ever do something like that. The prince's followers accuse her of lying, saying jealousy is ugly, while Carl insists that circumstances point only to her. Anastasia warns Amy about corrupting these men and states they cannot accuse her without proof, before trying to leave for class. As she turns, one of the prince's friends grabs her wrist, telling her they aren't done talking. She coldly addresses him as Leonardo von Jukes and questions how a viscount's son dares to touch a duke's daughter without her permission. He shouts at her to shut up and threatens that he'll let her go if she pleads guilty. An interruption comes as Alan loudly reminds everyone that class is about to start and they should hurry to the classroom. One of the prince's followers groans in annoyance, recognizing the annoying mob again. Anastasia looks toward Alan, who has inserted himself between her and the group. He formally addresses her as Anastasia-sama, urges her to hurry, and bows before excusing himself. As she walks away, Anastasia thinks about how Alan has helped her once again. Alan, meanwhile, walks away wondering if Amy triggered the event herself, which would make Anastasia's condemnation inevitable. Amy smirks to herself, pleased that everything is going just like the scenario and that she's looking forward to the condemnation event. The scene shifts to a grand staircase in a large hall filled with students. At a formal party, an announcer congratulates students on their promotion and graduation before introducing the freshman student of the year, Crown Prince Karl-Heinz. The prince thanks everyone and calls his friends up to be honored with him. As the prince's friend praises his eye for detail, Alan stands in the crowd, watching the scene unfold. A girl approaches Alan at the party, asking if he's enjoying himself and inquiring about the lady with him. She introduces herself as Isabella von Leeuwenberg and mentions they'll be in the same class next semester, expecting to be in his care then. On the stage, the prince continues his speech, attributing his achievements to the help of his friends and asking for continued support. He then states that he has one more announcement to make. The prince calls for Anastasia Kleinel von Ramslet to come forward. A blonde woman in a uniform stands with her back to a group of 3 other students, one of whom, a red-haired young man, looks shocked. The blonde woman, Anastasia, turns her head, her expression stern as the current moment is significant. The red-haired young man shouts with an outstretched hand, declaring his intention to break an engagement. Anastasia calmly questions if His Highness is serious, asking if he truly wants a woman ignorant of nobility and state affairs. The young man scoffs that she knows nothing, while a girl next to him looks on, and encourages her to become more upset. He embraces the other girl, Amy, calling her kind and possessed of healing powers, a worthy fiancée unlike the rotten Anastasia, while Amy internally urges him to condemn her rival. Anastasia coolly asks if His Highness will accept responsibility for the consequences of his actions. The prince is taken aback by her calm and composed response, which is different from how the character reacted in the game. An onlooker notes that the big-headed Ramslets always find trouble, while another thinks Anastasia must have given up on the prince long ago. The prince mocks the Ramslet family, calling them bumpkins who can only grow wheat. Anastasia's eyes narrow slightly as another girl recognizes the insult. The prince insists he is telling the truth as Anastasia states that while she can overlook personal insults, she will not tolerate insults to the Ramslet family. She proposes making a formal protest, but the prince and Amy decry this as cowardly, using her family's power. Anastasia turns to leave, stating that further discussion is useless, while the prince demands she stop and questions what is happening. One of the prince's companions tells her that a true noble would solve this herself, not by crying to her parents, a sentiment Amy agrees with. The prince, agitated, asks what her gloves are for, while Anastasia recognizes where this is heading. Anastasia replies that the gloves are not meant for such trivial matters. He questions if a Ramslet daughter can't even fight for her family's honor, while a spectator comments that His Excellency seems to have no talent for raising children. Anastasia wonders if the prince wants her to challenge Amy to a duel, noticing onlookers from an anti-Ramslet faction. The prince condescendingly tells her to think for herself and not require his explanation for everything. He urges her to hurry up and throw the glove, declaring she should have done it earlier as she begins to remove it. She throws the glove to the ground with a soft sound. Amy smirks, confident that the villainess's defeat is now guaranteed. Amy looks confused as she sees the glove has simply fallen to the floor. Anastasia asks how far he intends to take this and if insulting her feels good, while a thought bubble urges her to get angry and slap him. The prince declares that Amy has been challenged to a duel, which shocks Amy, who wonders if she has to fight. The prince reassures a nervous Amy, declaring that he will fight the duel on her behalf. Anastasia calls him insane for ordering a woman to duel and then volunteering to fight it himself, reminding him that she challenged Amy, not him. The prince's 4 male companions all step forward, each offering to help and protect Amy. They collectively ask Anastasia if she has a representative who can fight all of them. The prince laughs, mocking Anastasia and noting that the Ramslet's daughter appears to be unpopular. A young man named Alan steps forward from the crowd and volunteers to act as her representative. Anastasia whirls around in shock, her eyes wide as she looks at him. She grabs Alan, demanding to know what he is talking about and questioning the idea of dueling royalty. She frantically insists there is no need for someone like him to get involved. Alan calmly tells Anastasia to simply say, "I accept," leaving her flustered and confused. He then turns and loudly announces to the prince that Anastasia has accepted the duel. Anastasia tries to protest that it's not what she meant, while Alan thinks he cannot let a talent like her go to waste. The prince looks at Alan, a moment of silence passing between them. He asks if he knows this commoner, and Alan reminds him that they are in the same class and that he showed him the ruins. Alan asks what the demands are for the duel. Anastasia states she wants an apology and for the insults to her family to be retracted. When asked for her demands, Amy says she wants Anastasia to stay away from all of them. The prince's group states that since there are 5 of them, she needs to find 4 more representatives for 5 one-on-one matches. Alan calls this troublesome and asks if they could all come at him at once, which the prince's group finds amusingly silly. Alan states he is not joking, making his opponents pause. One of the prince's companions glares, asking what he just said. The companions threaten Alan, telling him he is far behind them in skill, but Alan taunts them, asking if they are scared they can't beat him together. Alan proceeds to mock each of the prince's companions individually, pointing out their respective flaws and weaknesses. The insults continue as Alan highlights how one is popular only for his family's money and another keeps losing to a commoner in his studies. Anastasia desperately tells Alan to stop, as he points out his opponents have the advantage in a 5-against-1 fight. She internally panics, wondering why he is provoking them and making a disadvantageous situation even worse. Amy watches in confusion, noting that this event, a mob character fighting for the villainess, never happened in the game. She suspects something is different about this mob character, Alan. Alan formally asks Prince Karlheinz if he accepts the 1 versus 5 duel or if he will run away. The prince grits his teeth and accepts, warning Alan not to regret it later. Anastasia interrupts, stating one more condition for the duel, that neither side is allowed to kill the other. Alan thanks Anastasia, admitting he forgot to set that rule. The prince's group reluctantly agrees, reasoning that it would look bad for a group to kill a single person, even if he asked for it. The prince calls for a witness to step forward for the duel. An older, bearded nobleman volunteers, whom Alan recognizes as someone who was laughing at Anastasia earlier and suspects is anti-Ramslet. With the witness decided, the duel is set to happen in 30 minutes, and Alan accepts without accusing them of trying to cheat. The prince points at Alan, telling him not to regret this and that they will wait at the training grounds. As the prince's group leaves, Anastasia's friends call out to Alan in concern, but he calmly says it's fine. Alan smiles, thinking to himself that everything is going well, which only confuses his concerned friends. One of Anastasia's friends calls him an idiot, asking what could possibly be good about the situation, and urges him to withdraw. They warn him that if anything happens, the prince will just dismiss it as an accident, but Alan is merely happy that Anastasia has such good friends. Anastasia herself pleads with him to withdraw, saying no one will blame him and that she cannot let a talent like him be destroyed here. Alan simply looks at her, touched by her concern. Her friends begin discussing a rumor about the youngest C-rank adventurer being in the royal capital. Alan smiles and confirms that he is the person they are talking about. He lists his accomplishments, including being a labyrinth explorer, a goblin and orc slayer, and having defeated a blizzard phoenix alone. He tells them to rest easy, assuring them that he will win. Anastasia stares at Alan, stunned by his revelation. Amy thinks about the new development, confused why the villainess has a substitute when she was supposed to be beaten up in the duel. She reassures herself that Carl will not lose and dismisses Alan as just a nobody trying to impress a girl. She morbidly looks forward to watching the woman see the man who tried to protect her die terribly. The thought of this spectacle makes her smile with glee. She reaffirms her belief that as the heroine, the world is on her side. Alan arrives at the training grounds, thanking everyone for waiting. The crowd murmurs in shock, noticing he is only armed with a single dagger and questioning if he wants to die. Anastasia's friends call out to him, asking why he only brought a dagger as he walks towards the prince. Alan kneels before Anastasia, promising that he will win this duel for her. He stands and turns to face his opponents. The witness announces the start of the duel between Anastasia Kleinel von Ramslet, represented by Alan, and Amy von Braze. With a shout, the witness signals for the duel to begin, and one of the prince's muscular companions rushes forward. Alan calmly stands his ground, his hand ready near his dagger. A massive explosion erupts on the dueling field, shocking the spectators. 3 figures stand ready for battle, an archer on the left drawing her bow, a swordsman in the center, and another on the right, as an explosion erupts between them. A character calls out for Alan as another recognizes the eruption as a smokescreen, while a third wonders what is happening. Onlookers are blinded by the thick smoke, complaining they cannot see what is unfolding within the arena and questioning the chaos. As the smoke begins to dissipate, two figures are seen lying motionless on the ground, prompting a gasp of recognition. The air clears completely to reveal a lone figure standing amidst the fallen bodies of his opponents, a shocking sight for all who witness it. The crowd recognizes the defeated as Prince Claude, Oscar, and Leonardo, all taken down in an instant. Another onlooker turns to Anastasia in disbelief, questioning the scene before them. The shock deepens as they spot Crown Prince Karlheinz and Marcus also struggling on the ground. Karlheinz coughs, demanding to know what just happened, as Marcus also struggles to recover. A close-up shows the defeated combatants lying on the ground, incapacitated. The standing victor, Alan, holds a dagger to the throat of a fallen opponent, demanding that the witness acknowledge the outcome. He threatens to stab the man in the neck if his victory is not acknowledged, forcing the witness to concede that Leonardo, Claude, and Oscar are unable to fight. The audience reels, shocked that he managed to knock down three of his opponents so swiftly. Anastasia watches him, calling his name softly and remarking on the incredible speed of his victory. The narrative flashes back to the beginning of the fight, with the word, "Start," echoing. The flashback reveals Alan's opening move, creating a smokescreen and immediately using a stealth ability. Inside the smoke, his opponents are confused, unable to see him and shouting for the commoner bastard to reveal himself. Alan then reveals a gun with a suppressor, a tool he previously used against thieves. This time, the weapon is loaded with newly developed non-lethal bullets. The bullets impact a muscular, shirtless opponent, peppering his chest with welts. The narration explains that while the bullets won't kill, they might break bones and cause immense pain, before Alan deploys a second smokescreen and uses stealth again. Alan targets Marcus the mage next, knowing that Marcus panics easily in unexpected situations, and indeed, Marcus is seen flustered inside the smoke, wondering how to dispel it. Alan expresses his relief that the mage couldn't deal with the smoke immediately, leaving him vulnerable. His next target is identified as Leonardo. Leonardo swings his sword indiscriminately in the smoke, shouting for his foe to come out, which makes Alan hesitate to shoot for fear of hitting a student in the crowd. Leonardo continues to rage in the smoke, cursing his inability to see. Alan decides to blow the wind slightly, clearing a small pocket in the smoke, which allows Leonardo to see for a brief moment. The next target is Oscar, the master archer, who is also seen coughing within the smoke. For an archer, it is impossible to aim when their view is completely blocked, rendering Oscar helpless. Crown Prince Karlheinz looks on in disbelief, calling out to his defeated comrades Leo and Claude. He is described as a powerful attack mage who tends to look down on others, and he demands to know where his opponent is, asking if he killed the others. The scene returns to the present, with Alan announcing that Leonardo, Claude, and Oscar are unable to fight. He drops their discarded weapons to the ground with a clatter. The crowd erupts in confusion, with Anastasia looking particularly bewildered. She stares in wide-eyed horror, unable to comprehend what has just happened. Her thoughts race, questioning why powerful individuals like Fist King Claude, Sage Marcus, Knight Leo, and Archery King Oscar were defeated so easily. She grits her teeth in frustration, silently pleading for someone to stop this and not ruin her world. Looking at Alan, she wonders aloud what he is. Alan's internal monologue reveals his plan. Leonardo and Claude were knocked out by the shots, while Oscar's defeat was settled by the referee, leaving him with the problem of the remaining two. He glances over at the two remaining opponents, still down on the ground. He reflects on their importance. The Crown Prince and Marcus, who serves as both the chief court magician and prime minister, are key figures for the country's future. Alan asks Marcus if he will surrender, but Marcus threatens Alan's family if he continues to oppose them. Alan counters, asking if Marcus always resorts to threats when he's about to lose and pointing out that since he's Anastasia's representative, such threats also endanger the Ramslet family. He continues his verbal assault, stating that if Marcus is smart, he must know what led to this duel and which side is truly in the wrong. A sweating Marcus can only mutter that he was just trying to protect Amy. Alan presses him, asking if he one-sidedly accused Anastasia without any proof, reminding him that it was Amy who provoked her, a fact that Marcus seems to deny. From the sidelines, Amy's supporters wonder what is being discussed and urge Marcus to use his magic to defeat Alan. Alan raises his voice, declaring that the only thing Marcus should do is apologize to the Ramslet family and Anastasia. He warns that if a short-sighted person like Marcus leads the country in the future, the people will have no choice but to die, before slapping him across the face. The slap connects with a sharp sound. As Marcus falls, unable to fight, Alan calls for the witness to confirm the outcome. The crowd murmurs in disbelief that the commoner has now taken down 4 of them. Alan turns his attention to the last man standing, His Highness the Crown Prince Karlheinz. Karlheinz, drooling and panicked, calls Alan a coward and tells him to fight fair and square without relying on shady magic tools. A supporter in the crowd agrees, declaring the duel invalid and accusing Alan of using dirty tricks. Alan dismisses the accusation of being a coward, questioning if there was a rule against his methods, and turns the accusation back on the prince, calling him the bigger coward for insulting Anastasia and forcing her into a duel in front of a crowd. The prince stammers that he did it because she. Alan cuts him off, declaring loudly that Anastasia did not harass Amy and that the accusations are entirely baseless, causing a stir among the onlookers. He clarifies that Anastasia was simply making a legitimate complaint and had done nothing wrong. The prince, head bowed, tells him to shut up, as Alan notes that Amy instigated most of the situation. The crown prince erupts, shouting that as royalty he was always expected to do his part, and no one, especially a commoner, could understand what it was like to not be seen for who he truly was. He continues his lament, explaining that Amy was different. She saw the real him, his thoughts, and even his favorite foods and places. He claims her as his, saying she understood him completely, while a girl in the crowd looks on with a confused expression. Alan internally concludes that the prince is also a victim, manipulated by Amy, who used her knowledge from the game to get close to him. He then speaks of Anastasia, who was devoted to the prince as his fiancée. Alan explains that she understood the meaning of her engagement and pushed herself to the limit for the country and its people. He accuses the prince of ignoring her for other women and thinking only of himself, but the prince just yells for him to shut up. The prince argues that commoners have it easy because they are protected by royalty and are free to be with the women they like, unlike him. Alan gives a slight, cold smile and simply says, "Is that so?" He then challenges the prince, suggesting that if being a commoner is so good, he should run away with Amy and live as one, assuring him their lives are easier than those of aristocrats. He details his own childhood as a commoner, cleaning ditches and doing hard physical labor covered in filth for only 1,000 cents a day, returning home to a meager meal of thin soup, dried meat, and hard bread. He adds that he often went to sleep with an empty stomach. He looks down at the kneeling prince and yells at him to stop being so spoiled. The entire arena watches in silence as Alan stands over the last of his opponents. He tells the prince that as the future king, he should have thought about his country and its people, and that he should have stayed together with Anastasia. But now, Alan muses, it's too late. He smiles faintly, saying that this is the end for him as well. Anastasia calls out his name, sensing something is wrong. Her eyes widen in sudden alarm. She screams a warning to Alan, telling him to look behind him as Karlheinz summons a dark orb of magic. She recognizes the magic as the same power the prince lost control of before, only this time it feels even stronger. The enraged prince prepares to launch the attack, screaming, "Take this!" A determined young man named Will clenches his fist, sweat beading on his face as he vows to win for Amy. His name echoes in his mind as a powerful force is unleashed. A young woman with long blonde hair panics, realizing her ice magic won't be enough to suppress the threat in time. She understands that at this rate, the surrounding people will be caught in the destruction. With a look of desperation, she cries out the name Alan. A mysterious figure stands within a swirling vortex of energy. Alan's expression is calm and focused as he extends a hand. He unleashes a massive wave of dark energy toward an unseen opponent. The blast engulfs the area, shielding others from the impact. The target of the attack is thrown backward, tumbling hard to the ground. Alan stands composed, letting out a sigh of relief as the energy dissipates from his hand. He turns to an older official, Mr. Witness, who calls out his name in confirmation. The man looks on with a troubled expression at the aftermath, where people are tending to the injured. The official announces that His Highness Karlheinz is down, declaring Alan the victor of the duel. A group of girls cheers, exclaiming that Alan has won for Anastasia-sama. The celebration continues as they praise Alan for his awesome victory. Amidst the crowd, a different young girl sits on the ground, looking up in shock. Her face is a mask of disbelief as she processes that it's all over, questioning how this could have happened. She sinks into darkness, wondering where she made the wrong choice and why this happened when she is supposed to be the heroine of this world. Alan kneels before Anastasia, formally dedicating his victory to her. Anastasia looks flustered, managing only a brief thanks as she processes the event. Her relief is palpable as Alan confirms he didn't kill anyone. His Highness just exhausted all his mana, a non-lethal outcome that averts chaos for the country. Alan then formally thanks Anastasia, Margaret, and Isabella for everything, excusing himself. A confused Anastasia calls out his name as he walks away, while her friends look on. The older official tells Anastasia that the duel has been settled and asks her for final confirmation. She agrees, acknowledging that she proposed the duel and must clean up the mess, especially with people being injured. She stands on the castle wall, watching Alan depart. Later, she is seen huffing as she runs down a long corridor. She continues to run, panting with exertion. She is confused by Alan's parting words, wondering why he would thank her for everything in such a final way. She bursts through a door, calling out Alan's name with urgency. The room she enters is empty, the bed neatly made with folded blankets. Her eyes dart around the vacant room, from the desk to the bed. She asks a woman in the hallway where Alan is, questioning her about the student who was in this room. The woman explains that she was asked to clean the room because it was empty, a request made some time ago. Anastasia stands in shock, whispering Alan's name to the empty space. Alan walks alone through the streets of a town, carrying his belongings. He reflects on his actions, knowing that after provoking and defeating the crown prince, the nobles will never leave him alone and he can only hope they pardon his execution. He arrives at a humble home and announces to his mother that he has returned. His mother, Katrina, is surprised to see him and the amount of stuff he has brought, asking what happened. That night, Alan sits down and tells her everything. He explains that he sided with the duke's daughter who was being treated unfairly and will likely be expelled because of the duel. He apologizes to his mother, assuming she's disappointed he won't graduate and get a well-paid job, but she just says, "All right." She tells him that he has grown up and that it's great he helped a girl who was going through a terrible time. Alan grimly notes that this situation could become more serious than just dropping out, as it involves princes and nobles from neighboring countries. His mother tells him that if anything happens, he must run away, and she will take his place. He protests, but she insists that his safety and health are all she wants. She tells him to go to bed as it is already late. He lies in his bed in the attic, his school uniform hanging nearby. He stares at the ceiling, wondering where it all went wrong and if he will be able to save his mother if something happens in the future. He questions if he can truly save his mother and the people of the city he worked so hard for. He is startled by the sight of a lantern approaching from below. His mother climbs the scary ladder to the attic, telling him it's fine and that she can make it up. She looks out the window, remarking that you can see the castle clearly from here. Alan confirms with a simple yup as he looks at the distant castle. His mother reminisces about how long it's been since she's seen him in bed like this, and he replies that he isn't a baby anymore. She notes that he's so brilliant because he is his father's son. He says his father died before he was born and he was never told why, feeling that he messed up and got his mother involved. She smiles gently, saying he is really just like his father, who also helped a girl simply because she was in trouble. He wonders about the kind of person his father was, as his mother had never spoken much about him before, and she reassures him that his father would be proud. His mother clenches a fist, declaring that she doesn't care if it's the king or any noble, she will fight them if they try to hurt him because he did nothing wrong. Overwhelmed, Alan covers his face and apologizes to his mother for all the trouble he's caused. She reassures him, telling him he did a great job and that she is proud of him. She then yawns and says she's going to sleep there too, telling him to move over. The next morning, Alan washes his face, feeling refreshed after his mother explained she was too scared to climb down the ladder in the dark. He feels his head is much clearer after a good sleep, realizing he was thinking too negatively the night before. He reflects that so far, everything has gone as expected. He prevented Anastasia's banishment, a potential civil war, and an invasion by the Estonian Empire. He concludes he was just tired and nervous yesterday, and besides, it hasn't been decided whether he'll be executed or not, just as his mother greets him for being up early. He eats breakfast, savoring the feeling of being home, though he doesn't know how long this peace will last. A knock at the door makes him wonder if it's someone from the royal palace already, though it's only been a day. He opens the door to find no one there, looking out in confusion. Suddenly, a woman named Monica grabs him in a crushing hug, muffling his cries. His mother recognizes Monica as the woman wishes Katrina a good morning. Monica explains she saw Alan yesterday and stopped by with fresh vegetables from the market, mentioning that the guys from the guild are waiting downstairs for him. Outside, two men greet Alan, asking why he's back so suddenly. They tease him, asking if he was kicked out of the dorm for bringing a girl in, while he denies doing anything. They tell him to visit the guild once in a while before saying their goodbyes and leaving. His mother asks if he told them what happened, and he replies that the events are likely still just a rumor, but it's only a matter of time. He thinks to himself that he can't let the people from the guild get involved in his problems. His mother points out a beautiful carriage approaching, noting it's an unusual time for such a vehicle to be in their area. Alan grows tense, wondering if they are from the palace. He reasons that if they were here to arrest him, they would have brought guards, and he notes the carriage has no emblem. A man steps out of the carriage and asks if he is Alan-sama. The man introduces himself as a butler from the Duke of Ramsla, here to pick Alan up, and from behind him, Anastasia appears. A young man looks on with a stunned expression as a formally dressed man and a horse-drawn carriage wait for him on a cobblestone street, having come to pick him up. The young man's mother rushes out, pleading that her son did nothing wrong, but the man calmly states that his master, Gerhard, the head of the Duke Ramslet family, wishes to meet with him. The man from the ducal family swears on the Duke's name that Alan, whom he refers to as the young lady's benefactor, will not be harmed. Alan reassures his mother that it will be fine, dismissing her suggestion to change his clothes, while the man politely agrees to wait for him. The grand carriage, pulled by two horses, proceeds down a street lined with tall, stately buildings. Inside the carriage, Alan sits across from the man, looking out the window at the passing city. He observes the incredible mansions of the aristocratic district, noting that it is his first time visiting this part of the city. Their journey concludes as the carriage pulls up to the gates of the immense Duke of Ramslet residence. Now inside the opulent home, Alan is served tea by a maid as the man who brought him asks him to wait for a moment. While waiting, Alan sips his tea and takes in his surroundings, acknowledging that it is exactly what one would expect from the residence of a prestigious aristocrat. He reflects on the vast wealth and power that the Ramslet dukedom commands. His hand remains steady as he holds the ornate teacup and saucer. He tries to compose himself, thinking that he needs to calm down and that he can handle the situation. His thoughts center on his goal, determining how much cooperation he can gain from the powerful Ramslet family. A hand reaches for the elaborate handle of a large wooden door. As the door opens, a large, bearded nobleman enters, and Alan realizes the meeting is about to begin. The nobleman greets him with a good morning, and confirms that he is speaking to Alan. Gerhard gestures for Alan to take a seat, which Alan does while nervously introducing himself. The nobleman formally introduces himself as Gerhard, the head of the Ramslet dukedom, and apologizes for the abrupt summons. Alan insists it's not a problem, and Gerhard mentions that he understands Alan assisted his daughter the previous day. Gerhard expresses his gratitude to Alan for fighting a duel against Prince Claude in his daughter's place. Alan is surprised that the Duke is thanking him, but Gerhard shifts the conversation, asking if he might ask a few questions. When Alan readily agrees, Gerhard apologizes for having investigated him, revealing he is aware of Alan's renown as the orc and goblin slayer and the youngest C-rank adventurer. Gerhard questions Alan's motives, asking why someone so accomplished would risk everything in a foolish duel, and bluntly asks if he wants his daughter. Alan admits he was prepared to be expelled from school for Anastasia, whose dedication and hard work he deeply admires. He adds, however, that he is fully aware of the great difference in their social standing. Gerhard presses further, asking why Alan would risk graduating from the high school he worked so hard to enter. Alan states firmly that his true desire is to protect his mother and the people who have cared for him. A confused Gerhard asks what he means by protect. Gerhard continues, stating that he has heard all about the ridiculous and unfair duel. Alan contends that a duel is a duel, and had Anastasia fought, her nature would have prevented her from hurting His Highness. Gerhard agrees that, given his daughter's personality, her defeat was inevitable. The consequence of that defeat would have been a demand for Anastasia to be forbidden from approaching His Highness. This, Gerhard reasons, would have ultimately led to Anastasia being unjustly expelled from school. Alan explains the wider political implications, arguing that the unjust removal of a duke's daughter would alarm other noble families and intensify the succession battle between the princes. Such a conflict, he concludes, would spill blood and throw the kingdom into chaos, a statement which gives Gerhard pause. Gerhard still seems unconvinced, asking what a royal succession battle has to do with protecting Alan's mother and loved ones. Alan reveals the true scale of his concern, stating that he is worried for the entire Estonian kingdom. Gerhard listens with a pensive and serious expression, absorbing the weight of the young man's words. Alan clarifies that his fears are just speculation based on newspaper articles, prompting Gerhard to express his admiration that a young man could think so far ahead. Impressed, Gerhard declares that he will take responsibility for Alan's case and ensure his mother's safety, eliciting a sincere thank you from Alan. Gerhard promises that the Duke of Ramslet will support Alan from now on and advises him to relax and contact them if any problems arise. Calling for his butler, Seabass, Gerhard orders him to ensure Alan gets back comfortably. With the meeting concluded, Alan formally excuses himself to depart. Gerhard watches the young man leave, his expression thoughtful. He wonders to himself what kind of man this commoner who defeated 5 nobles will become in the future. He muses that his daughter Anna's assessment was correct, as Alan was able to connect a simple school incident to the precarious state of their country. A flashback begins, showing the Ramslet residents the previous night as a voice cries out for "Father." Anastasia is seen banging on her father's door, desperately pleading for him to listen to her. A surprised Gerhard, dressed in his nightclothes, opens the door and asks his daughter what has happened, as he wasn't expecting her until the next day. Anastasia, looking distressed and out of breath, urgently tells her father she has something important to tell him. Her father looks down at her with a questioning and concerned gaze. The scene returns to the present day, with Gerhard recalling that he had heard His Highness had become foolish. But after hearing the full story, he hadn't realized the full extent of the prince's foolishness. Back in the flashback, Gerhard expresses his disbelief that Anastasia could have won a duel against the school's strongest fighters, including the prince, all by herself. Anastasia begins to explain, telling him about a classmate of hers named Alan, a scholarship student from a humble background. She passionately lists Alan's many qualities. He is the youngest C-rank adventurer, a top student, and a powerful magic user, prompting her father to ask if she has fallen in love with him. At her father's direct question, Anastasia's face flushes with a deep blush. Gerhard playfully teases her about her enthusiasm for the boy, which only causes her to shout "Father" in embarrassment. He soberly notes that regardless, her engagement to His Highness will now be difficult to maintain. Anastasia's expression turns worried as she acknowledges that the path ahead will be rough. Gerhard summons his butler, Seabass, to inquire about this scholarship student. Seabass confirms that he has already investigated Alan and reports that the boy was raised by his single mother in the royal capital. Based on Anastasia's account and Seabass's report, Gerhard deems Alan an outstanding genius that the country cannot afford to lose. He tells his weary daughter that he understands the situation and urges her to go rest for the night. Before leaving, Anastasia makes one last plea, asking her father to please help Alan. After she has gone, Gerhard stands by the window, sighing that his daughter's situation with His Highness is a real pain. The scene transitions back to the present, as a voice off-panel agrees with a statement made by "Father." Anastasia enters the room, and Gerhard confirms to her that Alan was exactly as she had described him. She confesses her regret, admitting she was provoked into throwing the gloves and consequently dragged Alan into a foolish duel that had the potential to lead to war. She then says that, for her own part, she is deeply ashamed of the situation with His Highness. Her mother appears to comfort her, embracing her as she expresses her shame. Watching his family, Gerhard announces his decision to go to the royal palace after their meeting concludes. He tells his daughter that he will protect Alan as the head of the dukedom, confirming that this is what she wanted all along. His resolution is made, a decision reached within the walls of the great ducal residence. Later, outside the residence, Alan is preparing to leave but stops to ask Seabass about Anastasia's whereabouts. Seabass regretfully informs him that the young lady is unable to see anyone today. Alan looks downcast as he turns to get into the waiting carriage. The carriage pulls away from the grand residence, carrying its sole passenger. Alan resigns himself to the idea that Anastasia must now hate him for his involvement, but he finds solace in the fact that he has survived and managed to alter his fate. A few days later, Alan is in his loft when his mother calls up to him, announcing that he has a visitor. He descends the ladder to see Seabass, the Duke's butler, who greets him warmly. Seabass extends a formal invitation from Gerhard for Alan to attend dinner the following day, revealing with a smile that he will be dining with Anastasia, leaving Alan utterly shocked. A young man stands before a grand estate, his focus entirely on someone named Alan. Inside, a woman dressed modestly asks her companion if her clothing is acceptable for the occasion. The young man Alan reassures his mother, explaining that their host's representative, Sebastian-san, said formal wear was not required, a consideration for which she is grateful. Alan understands his mother's reaction, as an invitation to dinner with the Duke is a significant event for commoners, yet he tells her not to be concerned since he has his uniform. A bearded man warmly welcomes Alan and his mother, Katerina, who introduces herself and thanks their host for the invitation, while Alan awkwardly greets the man as Duke-sama. The man introduces himself as Gerhard Kleinel von Ramslet, the head of the Ramslet family, and expresses his deep gratitude to Alan for the extensive help he has given his daughter. Gerhard then introduces his wife, Elizabeth, and his son, Friedrich, and Alan greets them politely. Elizabeth dismisses the need for formalities, explaining they have simply invited their daughter's benefactor and his mother, prompting Alan to properly introduce himself. Anastasia, a young woman in a fine dress, enters the room, and her mother announces Alan's arrival. Anastasia abruptly tells Alan to come here and rushes toward him, leaving the others bewildered by her sudden action. She forcefully grabs his face with her hand, startling him with the gesture. Pushing him against a nearby wall, she stands very close, causing Alan to become completely flustered. She angrily demands to know what his previous actions meant, asking if that was a proper way to say goodbye. Alan, stunned and wondering if she is angry with him, can only offer an apology. He explains himself, apologizing for his abrupt departure but expressing his happiness at seeing her again, while she in turn thanks him for fighting the duel for her. Alan inwardly feels immense relief, having feared she hated him and that they would never meet again. Elizabeth observes their interaction, laughing and remarking on how close they seem, which flusters Anastasia. Anastasia clears her throat to regain composure and apologizes to everyone for the delay she caused. Elizabeth smilingly reveals to Alan that her daughter, whom she calls Anna, was extremely worried about him, even running to her husband's room crying one night, and suggests Alan should call her Anna. A flustered Anastasia loudly denies that she was crying, while Alan quietly considers his hostess's suggestion. Elizabeth playfully presses Alan for his opinion on the matter. Alan tentatively asks Anastasia if he may call her Anna-sama, and she agrees, on the condition that he only does so when they are alone. To change the subject, Anastasia quickly instructs her butler, Sebas, to lead the party to the dining hall. Alan smiles privately, thinking that it is better for her to express her emotions openly rather than maintaining her usual stoic expression. The party is seated at the dinner table, and Gerhard formally addresses Katerina and Alan. Gerhard states that he invited them to dinner to report on the details of the recent incident. He announces the first outcome of the duel. The Crown Prince and a girl named Amy will issue a public apology to Anastasia at the school's next opening ceremony as penance for insulting the Ramslet family. Gerhard then declares that the engagement between the Crown Prince and his daughter has been officially terminated. He tells Alan that his daughter seems to have grown quite fond of him, and asks that he remain her good friend. Alan agrees, acknowledging the unstated social boundaries between a commoner and a noble. Finally, Gerhard delivers the news regarding Alan's situation, confirming that he will not be punished or expelled from school. Both Alan and his mother are visibly shocked and relieved by the wonderful news. Gerhard further offers Alan the opportunity to work for their family after graduation and encourages him to enjoy his school life for now. Overcome with emotion, Katerina weeps with gratitude and thanks the Duke profusely. Elizabeth comforts Katerina, acknowledging her relief, as Alan also expresses his sincere thanks. Anastasia looks directly at Alan, stating that she will be in his care again next year, a sentiment he shares. With all business concluded, Gerhard cheerfully encourages his guests to eat and enjoy themselves. The entire group begins to enjoy the meal in a much more relaxed atmosphere. Alan reflects on the positive outcome, feeling glad that all his hard work has paid off. As they depart, Alan and Katerina thank the Ramslet family for their hospitality, and Gerhard assures Alan he is always welcome. Anastasia pulls Alan aside to speak with him privately, while Elizabeth offers to give Katerina a tour of the garden. Anastasia reveals that she wants to explore the Altmund Labyrinth and formally requests that Alan, as a C-rank adventurer, guide her and her friend Margaret. Alan is shocked to hear the name, recognizing it as the Great Orc Labyrinth, and his knowledge of the recently discovered dungeon surprises Anastasia. He inwardly struggles with whether to reveal the full truth, that he explored the labyrinth long before it was known to the world. He admits to finding it in a jungle a long time ago, stunning Anastasia, who asks if he has already explored it completely. Alan downplays his achievement, mentioning the boss was only an orc king and that the labyrinth had no traps, while Anastasia considers that discoverers are not required to report their findings. He adds that he memorized the layout by doing fast laps, and suggests anyone with basic combat skills could do it, further confusing Anastasia. He explains that fast laps is a method of repeatedly clearing a dungeon to level up efficiently. Anastasia is left blushing and speechless by his casual recitation of such incredible accomplishments, prompting Alan to ask if something is wrong. Still processing his words, she quietly confirms that everything is fine. When she asks again if he will guide them, Alan eagerly accepts, and they agree to plan the expedition after the new year. Following the new year, they travel by carriage to Altmund, where Margaret is waiting for them as the guild had informed them. At the labyrinth's entrance, Margaret observes that many other adventurers have already begun to explore it. Alan worries that it might have been cleared already, but Margaret assures him there is still a chance for them. Margaret praises Alan's strength, referencing his dual victory over the school's top 5 students, and says she wants to scout him for the Altmund family. She playfully reassures Anastasia not to worry, promising she won't steal her precious knight, which elicits a flustered denial from Anastasia. Margaret jests that she will give Anastasia all the treasure from the Orc Labyrinth, only for Alan to sheepishly admit that he has already collected it all. A group of knights accompanying them express their skepticism, noting that Alan is still just a student despite being their guide. One finds his reputation as the Orc Slayer and Conqueror of the Goblin Labyrinth hard to believe. Another knight declares his intention to test Alan's skills to properly decide the party's formation. The knights assert that they will be responsible for Margaret's safety, effectively sidelining Alan. Alan ignores their challenge and announces that it is time to begin exploring the labyrinth. He instructs the party to engage the first orcs they encounter on their own, promising to intervene only if it becomes too dangerous. He correctly deduces that the knights do not trust him and knows that this distrust could be fatal if they refuse to follow his commands. Immediately upon entering, the party encounters a large, boar-like orc. The lead knight prepares to attack, but Alan holds up a hand to stop him. The knight angrily demands to know what Alan is doing as Alan steps past him, stating that he will go first. Alan stands alone, facing down the charging orc. He announces that he will now demonstrate the power of their guide. In a flash of light, he materializes a modern assault rifle, leaving the entire party in shock. As the orc bears down on him, the knights stare at the unfamiliar weapon in disbelief while Anastasia shouts a warning. The creature lets out a deafening roar as it closes the distance. One of the knights shouts for Alan to get out of the way so they can handle it. Anastasia cries out Alan's name as he calmly takes aim with the rifle. A bright muzzle flash erupts as he fires a burst from the weapon. The orc is torn apart by the volley and collapses lifelessly, its momentum stopped cold, leaving the knights utterly stunned. Alan calmly lets out a breath, the encounter having been trivially easy for him. The knights clamor in confusion, demanding to know what that weapon was and how he performed such a feat. He explains that it is a magic tool he created, an application of wind magic that fires iron bullets, an explanation that seems to satisfy both a nervous Margaret and an impressed Anastasia. The lead knight, now thoroughly convinced of Alan's capabilities, nervously agrees to follow his lead, and Alan says he looks forward to working together. The knights express relief that such a powerful person is not their enemy and pledge to protect Margaret and Anastasia alongside him. When a second orc appears, Anastasia steps forward, declaring that it is her turn to fight. She clenches her fist as it begins to glow with power. A brilliant light envelopes her as she prepares to strike. She launches herself at the orc with blinding speed. She dispatches the monster with a single, powerful sword thrust through its head. Turning back to Alan with a smirk, she asks who he was intending to protect. Alan mentally concedes that because of her knight's blessing and rigorous training, her sword skills are far superior to his own. He quickly devises a new formation. He will lead, with Anastasia directly behind him, Margaret covering their rear, and the knights protecting the flanks. Using this strategy, the party efficiently cuts through the dungeon's monsters, defeating the Orc King and its minions. The knights are left in awe at how easily the formidable monsters were defeated, with one lamenting that he might as well quit being a knight, while Alan congratulates the team on their success. With the boss defeated, Alan instructs everyone to move to a specific room to exit the labyrinth. Margaret thanks Alan for his help, admitting they were heavily reliant on his power. Noticing the absence of a treasure chest, Margaret calls the orcs stingy, prompting Alan to explain that touching the labyrinth's core will teleport them to the entrance, a technique from his fast laps method. Inspired, Anastasia declares that she will do fast laps with Alan, vowing not to fall behind and telling him not to get cocky. After the others leave, Alan and Anastasia remain behind, continuing to complete laps of the labyrinth together to increase their levels, with Anastasia now taking the lead. A hand is raised in a grand gesture as a declaration begins, announcing that the Duke of Ramslet has acted. Alan looks up from the crowd towards a girl standing on a stage. The girl stares forward with a look of intense determination. Alan watches her, a drop of sweat on his face as he appears concerned and confused. A few hours prior, the winter vacation had ended, and Alan prepared for his first day back at school, bidding his mother farewell. He reflects on his success in preventing Anna's condemnation and banishment, thereby destroying the game's original scenario and stopping the trigger that would have led to the capital's destruction. Because he knew the future, he could make the first move, but now he realizes it is impossible to predict what will happen next. He resolves that from now on he must think and act for himself to avoid the worst possible outcome. He considers the larger political landscape, where an invasion by the Est Empire was only avoided because destroying the trigger for civil war maintained the power balance between the two countries, Centralan and the Est Empire. He wonders about the current situation now that the game's scenario has been destroyed. With Anna's engagement to the Crown Prince broken, the prince's position has become precarious, as he has lost the support of the ducal family of Ramslet, which controls the kingdom's largest granary. Furthermore, the duel has collapsed the balance between the Crown Prince's faction and the Second Prince's faction, and with the Duke of Ramslet possessing a right to succeed the throne, the southern nobles could rally behind him. The country is now just as unstable as it was before he intervened, which he finds troublesome, momentarily wondering if he should have simply gotten rid of the Crown Prince. He also worries about Amy, who he believes has not given up on achieving a harem ending and is likely scheming to get rid of Anna. Walking through the school grounds, he strengthens his resolve to achieve a happy ending for himself, his mother, and his seniors. A voice calls out his name, wishing him a good morning. He turns to find Isabella and Margaret, who greet him warmly and ask if he has seen the class list for the new semester, revealing they are in the same class as him and Anna. They exchange pleasantries, agreeing to be in each other's care for the semester before parting ways. Alan smiles, thinking that having more friends around will make Anna's school life better. As he walks through the courtyard, however, he overhears other students whispering about him, calling him a cowardly commoner who dared to confront His Highness and expressing surprise that he has not dropped out. He decides to check the class list for himself, noting a few things that bother him. The Crown Prince, despite his grades dropping, remained in Class A as the student of the year, while Leonardo, who came last in the final exams, was dropped to Class B. The most surprising discovery is that Claude's name is nowhere to be found, leading him to conclude that he has probably dropped out for an unknown reason. A voice suddenly calls his name from behind. He turns in surprise as Anna appears before him. He blurts out her full name in surprise, and she reminds him that she has told him to stop calling her that in public. She asks how his family is doing, mentioning that her own mother keeps insisting on meeting again, which she finds unbearable. Anna then asks if his brother is around, explaining that her own brother, who is currently out of the country on business, would like to meet him upon his return, which prompts Alan to ask about the class list. She reveals that Claude was asked to drop out by the Kingdom of Westerdale. Alan is shocked to also learn from her that Leonardo was disowned by his family, a direct result of the duel. The Ramslet family made a formal protest to the Viscount Jukes family, and since Leonardo refused to admit he was wrong, his family could no longer defend him. Alan remarks that this outcome, while an unpleasant experience for Anna, is good news for the country. Anna agrees and steers the conversation towards the opening ceremony in the auditorium, confirming that he knows what is happening today. As the winner of the duel, Anna's wish for a public apology to the Ramslet family from the Crown Prince and his companions is to be held there. At the ceremony, a man at the podium finishes his speech and calls for Anastasia Kleinel von Ramslet to come forward. As Anna stands, she turns to Alan and tells him to come with her, much to his confusion. She explains that since he fought on her behalf, he has the right to witness the apology from behind her. They walk onto the stage as the names of Karl-Heinz Bartil von Centralan and Marcus von Baines are called. Standing beside Anna, Alan watches as she addresses the assembled group. The Crown Prince and his companions, including Amy, stand before them with somber expressions. Alan thinks to himself that this must be humiliating for the prince, but that it is his own fault. The Crown Prince speaks, formally retracting his words against the Duke of Ramslet and offering an apology. Amy follows, bowing her head and also apologizing. Anna and Alan stand opposite the group as the apology concludes. Anna accepts their apology, adding a warning that she hopes they will not belittle the Ramslet family so easily from now on. The crown prince grits his teeth, his face a mask of frustration. His companions look on with expressions of shame and anger. One of them wonders if a sincere apology is even possible under these circumstances. Amy whispers the crown prince's name, Carl, and he responds with a simple confirmation. They turn and walk away from the stage through the crowd. Amy privately thinks that she doesn't know what they even apologized for and that she doesn't mind. She seethes with barely concealed rage. As the ceremony ends, Anna tells Alan to wait. She smiles and asks him to wait just a minute longer. She steps forward on the stage by herself, causing the crowd to murmur in confusion. Anna then calls out Alan's name with commanding authority. She declares that as her representative, he defended the honor of the Ramslet family, and in recognition of his achievements and loyalty, a decision has been made. She raises her hand and continues her declaration. The Duke of Ramslet has decided to take Alan and his family under their official protection. The students in the crowd, including Isabella and Margaret, react with shock that the Duke would extend protection to a commoner. Alan himself is completely stunned by the announcement. Anna turns to him and asks if he will accept the offer. Unsure of the proper aristocratic etiquette for such a situation, he decides to simply and gladly accept. Anna considers his response thoughtfully. From the audience, Isabella and Margaret begin to applaud the declaration. The applause spreads throughout the auditorium as Alan and Anna walk off the stage together. Later, Alan asks Anna why she made such a public declaration when the king surely already knew about the arrangement. She explains it was a warning to the other students, as she has heard bad rumors about him since the duel, making it clear that anyone who lays a hand on him will become an enemy of the Ramslet family. Alan thanks her, but before he can ask about the handkerchief she gave him, they are interrupted by Isabella and Margaret. The two girls congratulate Anna on her great work, describing the shocked faces of the prince's group, before turning their attention to Alan. They ask to see the handkerchief that Anna gave him. Their excited reaction leaves Alan confused as to what is so special about it. Margaret begins to explain that when a lady sews a handkerchief with her family crest on it and gives it to her knight, it has a specific meaning. Isabella excitedly finishes the thought, declaring that it is a public statement that, "He is mine." As the girls laugh, Anna frantically insists that she was just thanking her benefactor, while Alan processes the true meaning of the gesture. He recalls what Anna's father, the Duke, had once told him, that as the daughter of a duke, Anna would eventually be married off to royalty or another noble, whether she liked it or not. He looks over at Anna. He remembers his promise to her that he would definitely protect her if anything happened, and she accepted it as a promise they would not hurt each other, understanding now that he cannot make any mistakes. A question hangs in the air regarding the reason for a recent development. Specifically, the events unfolding in the Westerdale Kingdom have sparked curiosity. A strategist muses that Prince Claude must have loved Amy dearly, as his actions were those of a man blinded by love, even volunteering to act as her representative. He further theorizes that the prince readily accepted their separation because he anticipates Amy will eventually flee the nation, an event that would surely lead to the country's devastation. This departure would set off a catastrophic chain of events, beginning with a battle for succession, followed by a civil uprising, and culminating in all-out war. The kingdom's precarious position is highlighted by its dependence on an allied nation, Westerdale, for food and resources, a weakness the Estonian Empire will likely exploit, forcing Westerdale to choose between them and Estonia. It is considered a strong possibility that Westerdale would find it more advantageous to side with Estonia in an invasion, opting to split the territory rather than offer aid. This train of thought leads to a startling question for Alan. Could Prince Claude already be in communication with Estonia? The original game scenario is recalled, where Westerdale was meant to save Amy's fleeing party after an Estonian invasion and then launch a counterattack, a possibility that now seems chillingly plausible. However, another voice dismisses this, claiming that since the original scenario was destroyed, it's highly unlikely. The kingdom would have no reason to save the scandal-ridden prince and a mere baron's bastard daughter, even if he did use her awakening as a saint for political persuasion. The strategist, having understood the situation in the West, turns his attention to the south, learning that the eldest son, Conrad, has been recalled to his estate. Alan is shocked to learn the Ramslet territory is located in the south, bordering the kingdom of Zouth, which is allied with Estonia. The fact that Zouth has urgently recalled its heir suggests they may be preparing to move in concert. The grim realization dawns that if the northern nation of Nordsane also mobilizes, Their country will be completely surrounded on all sides. Alan processes this, concluding that the current political landscape, with its shifting alliances involving Zouth and others, is vastly more complex than the game's original, now-destroyed scenario. The strategist abruptly shifts the conversation, asking Alan about his school life before remarking that the military cannot make any significant moves until after the winter wheat harvest in the summer. He then asks Alan to watch over Anna as a friend, a request Alan readily accepts, saying he'd be happy to help as a commoner. A moment of transition passes. The second year at the academy concludes uneventfully, with the villainess avoiding expulsion and no major incidents occurring, just as the Duke had foreseen. Despite the relative calm, Amy and her companions have lost their place at the top of the school's social hierarchy, though for Amy herself, little else has changed apart from Claude's absence. The tension among the students is palpable. It becomes clear the power struggle within the royal palace has bled into the school, as the Second Prince's faction now openly shuns the Crown Prince's supporters. Amidst this atmosphere, Anastasia approaches Alan and asks for a moment of his time to talk as they walk. She explains her plan for a summer vacation research project is to focus on the role adventurers play within the country, pointing out that he is one himself. She then directly asks him to introduce her to the local Adventurers Guild, a request that catches him completely by surprise. Anastasia playfully teases his hesitation, asking if he deems her unworthy of an introduction before revealing she is only joking. Her friends, Isabella and Margaret, assure the pair they will not be a disturbance, as they will be starting their own literature research together. Alan observes Anna smiling more frequently and attributes it to her new friends, only to be caught staring by Anna herself, who asks him why. He expresses his gladness for her, reaffirming his commitment to help after all the work he did to end her engagement to the Crown Prince, and agrees to contact the guild for her. On the day of their visit during summer vacation, Anastasia appears in a commoner's outfit and questions Alan if the disguise is truly necessary. Alan explains that they need to be discreet this time, and Anastasia mentions that her butler, Sebastian, arranged the clothes for her, though the hat feels strange. He reflects on how much the situation surrounding Anna has changed since the duel and her broken engagement, admitting his dislike for all the sneaking around. He explains that since her family, the Ramslets, has yet to declare allegiance to either the Crown Prince or the Second Prince, it is wisest for her to avoid drawing attention. She understands, and he adds that the outfit suits her. As they continue through the streets, Anastasia calls out to get Alan's attention. They navigate a busy, narrow alleyway filled with people. Their path is blocked by a group of students aggressively demanding a hooded figure guide them to a village so they can defeat monsters they believe are there. The students boast of being the top of their class, proclaiming they cannot abandon people in need of rescue from monster attacks. The small, hooded individual nervously insists that there are no monsters. One of the students, identifying himself as the next king, angrily accuses the figure of lying to him. His companions seem less certain, with one asking Amy if this is the right person from the prophecy, while another questions if Marx doubts Amy's word. Just then, Anastasia and Alan arrive on the scene, their presence startling Amy's group. Anastasia steps forward and sternly demands to know what they are doing. Amy recognizes her with a look of pure rage, accusing Anastasia of trying to interfere with her blessing once again. Both Anastasia and Alan are confused by this, questioning what Amy is talking about and what she means by a blessing. Suddenly, the hooded figure lunges forward to attack, shocking Amy's entourage. The figure leaps through the air toward Alan and Anastasia. Alan calls out as the attacker launches a kick. The attack is intercepted, and Alan recognizes the person's voice, identifying her as Cheryl Laura, who confirms her identity. Cheryl explains that she felt threatened by Amy's group and thought they were trying to rob her. One of Amy's followers vehemently denies this, claiming they were only acting on a prophecy Amy had received. The prophecy, he elaborates, spoke of finding a woman attacked by a monster who would ask for help, which Alan immediately recognizes as the mandatory game event for saving the elf village. Anastasia turns directly to Cheryl and asks if she is being attacked by a monster, to which Cheryl gives an emphatic no, prompting Anastasia to tell the students to leave her alone. She then accuses them of planning to commit robbery in the middle of the city. One of the students is suddenly struck down by an unseen force, crying out for His Highness. Realizing their efforts are futile, Carl, one of the students, says they should go. As they retreat, another member of the group glares back, vowing not to forget the encounter. In the aftermath, as a breeze blows, Anastasia asks Alan who the mysterious girl is. Alan admits he was wondering the exact same thing. Cheryl bristles at being called a little girl by Anastasia, pointing out that Anastasia is smaller than she is, while Alan desperately tries to calm them down. The two continue to bicker, with Cheryl demanding Anastasia's name and Anastasia asking Alan for his allegiance as she tries to pull him toward the guild. Elsewhere, at the guild, two men wait outside a room, wondering if Alan is inside. They hear the sounds of cheerful conversation coming from within. One of them presses his ear to the door, remarking on the drama of Alan entering a room while in the middle of a lover's quarrel with two women. Alan suddenly opens the door and chastises them for eavesdropping, only to be met with a demand for a full explanation. Back inside the room, Alan assures Cheryl that it is safe to remove her hood. She does so, revealing her long elf ears and complaining about the heat. Alan then formally introduces Princess Cheryl Laura, daughter of the Queen of Elves, to a stunned Anastasia. Anastasia, mortified, immediately apologizes for her rude behavior and introduces herself, while Cheryl casually accepts but questions her strange, formal posture. The shock of the revelation is evident on Anastasia's face. Alan explains to the still flustered Anastasia that among elves, there are no social distinctions between nobility and commoners. Cheryl finally reveals her purpose for seeking him out, to personally invite him to the Elven Summer Festival. Alan and Anastasia are both dumbfounded that she would take such a great risk for a simple invitation. Cheryl explains that the festival only occurs once every 10 years, and since Alan is a registered adventurer, she believed submitting a formal request through the guild was the proper procedure. She then adds excitedly that she plans to travel with them and hopes to ride on their flying ship for the return journey. Anastasia menacingly calls Alan's name, causing him to jump in fright. She glares at him with a devilish smile, informing him that he clearly has a lot of explaining to do. Overwhelmed, Alan realizes he now has no choice but to reveal everything he knows, including the secret of the Elven village and the gliders. Outside, a guild member asks what happened to the two men who had been waiting, and is informed they got punched for eavesdropping on the commotion in the reception room. A determined blonde woman confronts an unseen person, demanding to know how they are acquainted with an elf. The subject of her questioning, a young man named Alan, is visibly startled, stammering the name Anna-sama, as an elf woman sits calmly nearby. The elf woman, Cheryl, explains Alan's connection to her, revealing that he is a benefactor to her entire village. She elaborates with grand claims, calling Alan the divine child of the wind god who descended from the sky to save their village from evil spirits, which leaves the blonde woman in disbelief. Cheryl looks at the shocked woman with a playful smile, asking if she was truly unaware of Alan's deeds. The atmosphere grows tense as Cheryl teases Alan about his preference for the little girl, while the blonde woman silently wonders if Alan is being manipulated by the elf's power. Cutting through the tension, Cheryl changes the subject and warmly invites Alan to her village's upcoming summer festival. Alan agrees to attend the festival but immediately pivots, asking Cheryl how she managed to enter the heavily guarded town in the first place. Cheryl answers with surprising nonchalance, stating simply that she walked in through the main gate as if it were the most obvious thing to do. A worried Alan explains the danger of her presence, warning that if an elf is discovered and captured, the secret location of the elven village could be exposed. Cheryl seems naive to the threat, questioning if humans truly have such a strong desire to capture elves and what they would even do if they succeeded. With an exasperated look, Alan tells her she was merely lucky this time, cautioning that any suspicious behavior would certainly lead to her being investigated. He then shifts his focus to his other companion, asking Anna if she would be willing to accompany them on their journey. Alan formulates a plan to avoid raising alarm, suggesting that if they all leave together through the Noble's Gate with Anna-sama, their departure will seem perfectly normal. The blonde woman vehemently objects to the idea of bringing another human into their secluded village, but Alan insists it is the safest way for them to leave the city undetected. Pondering the dilemma, Cheryl proposes a clever ruse. They could pretend that the girl is Alan's fiancée to justify her presence. The blonde woman is utterly stunned by the suggestion, only able to stammer the beginning of the word fiancé. Blushing and flustered, she reluctantly agrees to the plan, while Alan seeks final approval from Anna, explaining that being his supposed relative might be the key to her gaining entry. Alan apologizes to Anna for the awkward arrangement, but she responds with visible enthusiasm, seemingly unbothered. Anna eagerly embraces the idea, viewing it as a prime opportunity for her independent research into the lives of elves, and urges everyone to prepare immediately for the festival tomorrow. As Anna excuses herself to pack and get permission for an overnight stay, Cheryl and Alan watch her go, remarking on her strange but earnest personality. 1 hour later, the group stands before a sleek, glider-like aircraft, which an awestruck Anna immediately dubs Alan's flying ship. Cheryl confidently tells Anna she will be amazed by the power of the wind god's divine child, while Anna curiously asks if the machine flies like a bird. Cheryl asks where she should sit, and Alan gestures for Anna to take her position on the craft. Alan appears slightly anxious as he prepares the aircraft for their departure. Cheryl, now wearing a pair of flight goggles, looks on with a curious and slightly confused expression. The reason for her confusion becomes clear as she is shown tied securely to the top of the aircraft's fuselage, shouting at Alan to explain why she's the only one in such a precarious position. Alan leans back and whispers that it's a special seat with an unparalleled view, begging her to keep it a secret so Anna won't get jealous. Anna, overhearing none of the specifics, praises Alan's cleverness, while an indignant Cheryl demands to know what he just said. To quell Anna's curiosity, Alan explains that this seating arrangement is the only way to correctly distribute their weight for a stable flight, a method he perfected while transporting an orc. Anna takes her seat directly behind Alan, holding on to him as he instructs her to brace for takeoff. She expresses concern that their proximity might make the aircraft too heavy, but Alan reassures her that everything is fine. With all passengers in place, Alan announces their departure and prepares to launch the flying ship. The aircraft surges forward, lifting smoothly off the ground into the air. The three travelers soar through the sky, embarked on their journey to the elven village. Anna's face is a picture of pure wonder as she exclaims in amazement at the reality of flying high above the ground. She marvels at the incredible speed of the craft, shouting to Alan that his invention is truly awesome. Pointing down at the landscape below, she notes how the royal capital and its grand castle appear tiny from their vantage point. Alan informs his passengers that the flight to the elf village will take about 4 hours, promising they will arrive by sunset and apologizing for the cramped seating. Held closely against Alan's back, Anna seems to not mind the cramped conditions in the slightest. She looks at Alan with deep admiration, telling him that he is a truly amazing person. As the flying ship glides over the distant mountains, Alan allows himself a small, satisfied smile. From the ground below, a group of elves spots the familiar aircraft, identifying it as Alan's and confirming that Cheryl Laura-sama has returned safely. One of the elven lookouts narrows his eyes, sensing that there is something unusual about the approaching vessel. His suspicion turns to shock as he realizes there is a third passenger on board, another human. Upon landing, the group is met by the villagers, who greet Anna-sama while murmuring with surprise about the presence of a second human among them. An excited Anna complains that her view during the flight was blocked by Cheryl's backside, while other elves surround Alan, asking about the identity of the newcomer. Later, in a formal meeting, an elven elder apologizes to Alan on behalf of Sherry, acknowledging that she may have asked too much of him. Alan dismisses the apology, saying the trip was fun, which prompts the elder to inquire about the identity of the girl he brought with him. An elf woman who appears to be royalty identifies herself as the Queen of the Elves, momentarily taking charge of the introduction. Alan then steps forward to introduce the girl himself, stating simply and clearly that she is a woman who is precious to him. The girl, Anastasia, is visibly shocked and speechless at his heartfelt declaration. The Queen of the Elves reacts with a subtle but amused expression, intrigued by this unexpected development. The other elves in the room begin to whisper among themselves, processing the fact that this human is someone Alan-sama holds dear. Anastasia regains her composure and formally introduces herself as the daughter of Duke Ramslet. She respectfully greets the Elven Queen, who acknowledges her noble background. The Queen turns her full attention to Anastasia, beginning a serious inquiry by asking if she understands why the Elven village remains hidden from the human world. Knowing the answer, the Queen presses further, demanding to know why Anastasia would knowingly accompany Alan to such a dangerous and secluded place. Alan begins to interject, attempting to explain that their decision was born from a difficult situation they faced while trying to leave the town. The Queen silences him, indicating that her questions are for all of them to consider. She then requests a private audience with Anastasia, asking Alan and the others to step outside for a moment. Left to wait, Alan feels a heavy sense of responsibility for bringing Anastasia into this situation and anxiously wonders what the two are discussing. He decides he cannot simply stand by and must be part of their conversation. His mind flashes back to the flight, remembering the feeling of Anastasia holding onto him as they soared through the sky. He admits to himself that he has been thinking about Anna a great deal. His thoughts drift to his past, recalling that his initial drive was to protect his mother and the people of his town. He reflects on the vow he made to himself, a promise that he would not allow for any mistakes in his endeavors. This serious introspection is abruptly shattered when a tiny, fairy-like being flies directly into his face with a soft thud. The tiny spirit immediately points an accusatory finger at him and calls him a pervert. A weary Alan recognizes this as a familiar routine, telling the spirit of light, Lochan, to stop with the name-calling since she knows his true character. A young elf girl named Millie-chan rushes to Anastasia's side, asking if the pervert has done anything to her, much to Alan's frustration. Lochan flutters around Anastasia with curiosity, remarking that she'd heard Alan had brought his wife with him. Alan curtly corrects the spirit, stating that Anna is not a little girl and then questioning the spirit's claim of being comrades. Another girl suddenly embraces Alan, while Lochan insists that she and Alan are comrades, a claim Alan dismisses by saying the world would end if she were truly a spirit of light. Back inside, the queen resumes her interrogation, asking Anastasia to confirm her understanding of why elves must hide from humanity. She poses a critical question, asking if Anastasia has considered the consequences should humans discover Alan's connection to the elven village. Anastasia affirms that she is aware of the dark side of her own people, acknowledging that some humans capture elves for their beauty and enslave them. The queen reinforces this grim reality, explaining that such despicable individuals would stop at nothing to find the village, even if it meant causing harm to Alan. She drives the point home, stating that this connection could place not only Alan in jeopardy but also Anastasia and her entire noble family. Revealing that she heard the full story from Sherry, the queen points out a crucial detail. Anastasia could have helped Alan and Cheryl escape the city and then simply returned home safely herself. With a piercing gaze, the queen demands to know the real reason Anastasia chose to come all the way to the village, despite being fully aware of the immense risks involved. Anastasia is overwhelmed, her mind flooding with images of her time spent with Alan. She struggles with her inner turmoil, believing that the feelings she has for Alan are forbidden and must not be spoken aloud. A sketch of a young man, Alan, smiles faintly. A different character, a girl, is shown in distress, sweating and crying out. The scene shifts to two figures, one with long hair and another, an elf, speaking about Alan. The elf explains that Alan, a commoner, and Anastasia cannot be together because of their different social statuses. She questions if this is the reality in Anastasia's world, causing the girl to lower her head in sadness. Anastasia's face is filled with sorrow, tears streaming down her cheeks. The elf then proposes an alternative, suggesting Anastasia could live in the elven village with Alan. She elaborates that if their love is impossible in the human world, they should just leave it behind, as the elves also wish for their benefactor Alan to be happy. A close-up shows Anastasia's pained expression as she considers this. Anastasia argues against it, stating that as a noble who has lived off the people's hardship, she must devote her life to them and is not allowed such happiness. The elf listens silently to Anastasia's reasoning. With a thoughtful expression, the elf asks why Anastasia doesn't choose a path where she can achieve both her duty and her happiness. She suggests that if Anastasia wants to live for the people, she could simply do it alongside Alan, a suggestion which startles Anastasia. Anastasia considers this the ideal path but immediately doubts if Alan would even want such a thing. The elf observes that Anastasia seems a bit self-sacrificing. She gently advises Anastasia to relax and be more honest with herself, which leaves Anastasia speechless. Suddenly, Alan's voice calls out. He appears with a couple of children, one on his shoulders, looking happy and surprising a blushing Anastasia. A voice asks Anastasia, addressing her as Anna-sama, if she has finished talking with the queen. Alan approaches, carrying the children, and asks Anastasia what's wrong, but she dismisses it with a flustered, nothing. Alan introduces Anastasia to the queen's youngest daughter, Miro Laura, and another being he calls the Spirit of Light, as Anastasia kneels respectfully. Anastasia looks confused, repeating, "and the spirit," with a question mark. Alan realizes that Anastasia cannot see the spirit. He tries to explain that the spirit is floating nearby, much to the spirit's annoyance. Anastasia, though unable to see it, politely introduces herself as Anastasia Kleinel von Ramslet to the Spirit of Light. The introduction causes a swarm of small, winged spirits to appear around Anastasia, surprising her. She senses an eerie presence and declares she will stop it immediately. The Spirit of Light, however, recognizes Anastasia's name and asks Alan if she is the daughter of Gerhard and Elizabeth, wondering if Alan knows the Duke. The spirit explains that it knows Anastasia because it taught magic to her mother when she was a little girl. The spirit reminisces about how Anastasia's mother, Liza Tan, was an angel, while calling Alan a pervert, though Anastasia cannot hear its voice. The young elven girl, Miro Laura, reaches out towards Anastasia. Alan explains to a confused Anastasia that the little girl wants a hug. Anastasia awkwardly obliges, and Alan shows her how to hold the child. The spirit comments that this "one lowly" scene is a good thing and that if Millie Tan likes Anastasia, she must be a good person, telling its counterpart to shut up. Alan observes that it is a beautiful sight, except for Anastasia's scrunched-up, uncomfortable face. The spirit remarks that this is a forbidden love between a commoner and a noble and tells its counterpart to be quiet. Miro Laura whispers to Alan that it's been a long time and that in the hidden village of elves, no one will find out what they do, causing Alan to blush. The spirit chuckles, noting that for someone who calls it a pervert, Alan also seems to enjoy playing with fire. The scene transitions to the dark of night. Alan lies in bed, unable to sleep, thinking about the words, "This is the elven village," and "no matter what you do." Elsewhere, Anastasia sits by a window, contemplating the advice to be honest with herself, while Alan tosses and turns, cursing, "That pervert." The next morning, Alan asks some elves what happens at the festival. One of the elves smiles and simply tells him to come on. Other elves greet Alan and notice he is with Anastasia, commenting on her beauty and helping with her hair. Alan repeats his question about the festival, and an elf tells him and Anastasia they need to change their clothes and leads them away. They explain that during the festival, the man runs away with the woman he loves, and if he protects her tiara until the end, they will be blessed by the spirits. Alan is left confused by the explanation, questioning what he needs to protect, who he's running from, and what a tiara has to do with it. He sighs, thinking that the elves in this world are either rough or easygoing. Anastasia emerges, wearing a flower tiara and traditional clothing, and tells Alan she heard about the festival inside. She explains that the details are unclear, but it involves a pair doing something together, and asks if Alan wants to decline. Since they are already there, Alan asks if she would like to join, and she agrees. He tells the elves he will participate, saying he is interested in elven culture. An elf tells them to wait, and Alan thanks him. All around them, elven couples are affectionately placing flower tiaras on each other. Alan and Anastasia stand awkwardly amidst the loving couples. Anastasia suggests they should probably refrain from the public displays of affection, and Alan quickly agrees. The festival begins with elves playing flutes and beating a large drum. An elf claps Alan on the shoulder and tells him and everyone to join the circle. He sees the elves are gathering to dance around the drummer. Both Alan and Anastasia are flustered, and she asks him what is going on, but he admits he doesn't know and suggests they follow along for now. Alan asks another participant what they need to do, and the elf explains that for now, they just have to run away and not let the tiara get dirty. Suddenly, a group of elves exclaims, "All right, let's do it." A crowd of elves turns to face them with determined expressions. Alan and Anastasia stand back to back, sensing the impending chaos. An elf wishes them good luck as the other elves suddenly use acceleration magic to dash forward. Alan realizes the elves are holding fruit and that his task is to run and protect Anastasia from getting dirty. The elves hurl the fruit with great force. Alan grabs Anastasia's hand and yells for her to run. Anastasia calls out his name as he pulls her along, explaining that this is the festival. Alan is immediately hit in the face with a piece of fruit. He reassures Anastasia that the fruit is soft and doesn't hurt, telling her to watch out for her tiara. An elf shouts that they're not just using fruit, and launches a water arrow spell. The elves laugh, explaining that as long as no one gets hurt and nothing gets broken, anything goes. Anastasia struggles to keep up, telling Alan her legs are giving out. Seeing her struggle, Alan yells, "Then take this." He throws a smoke screen, apologizing to Anastasia for the liberty he is about to take. He swiftly scoops her up into his arms, telling her they need to run. He carries her through an alley, breathing a sigh of relief as they momentarily escape their pursuers. Anastasia, flustered, asks Alan to put her down, but he apologizes for holding her this way. He says he's just glad the tiara is safe, though he admits she is heavy, then quickly retracts the statement. Alan insists that it's fine and he could carry her for hours, which causes a voice to start laughing. The spirits have found them, swooning over Alan's romantic declaration and teasing him. Alan tells Anastasia they have to run again and dashes off. More fruit comes flying towards them at high speed. Alan uses wind magic to deflect the incoming projectiles. He realizes they are outnumbered and need to find another place to hide. The elves chasing them compliment Alan on his intense display of magic, finding the chase entertaining. One of them states that he won't let Alan win so easily. Alan holds Anastasia tightly, his face grim with determination as they are covered in juice from the exploded fruit. A woman with long blonde hair embraces a young man from behind in a sun-dappled clearing, calling out his name, Alan. Alan holds the woman, Anna, whose hair is adorned with a crown of flowers, as two smirking elves look on from the bushes. A voice declares that it's time to finish this, calling it a shame for Alan. With a sudden burst of movement, Alan shoves Anna to safety, apologizing as an object hurtles toward them. The surrounding elves begin pelting Alan with projectiles, prompting Anna to cry out his name in alarm. Alan shields Anna with his body, his face set with determination as he resolves to protect her until the ordeal is over. Anna, however, begins to chant, her hands held forward as she commands mana to take the form of ice. She unleashes an ice spear that freezes one of their assailants solid, her spell piercing the air. Anna turns to Alan, desperately questioning his strategy of simply enduring the attack and asking what the point is if he gets hurt. He looks back at her, a silent and tense understanding passing between them amidst the chaos. An elf calls out to Alan-san with a taunting knock-knock, as the bruised young man stares forward. He and Anna take cover behind a large tree, watching the crowd of elves who are still observing them. The ringing of a bell signals the end of the trial, and an elf steps forward to congratulate Alan-sama and Anastasia-san for their great job. As one of the elves begins to speak, he is cut off, while Anna looks towards another figure, addressing her as Queen. An elf named Sherry apologizes to her mother, explaining she took a chance she thought she had, but she is told to stop because it's all over. Alan quietly offers his thanks, his expression a mixture of relief and exhaustion. The group now stands in a formal gathering within the elven village, surrounded by onlookers. An elf's comment about 10 years later makes Alan reflect on the vast difference in the perception of time for long-lived species. The two pairs who successfully protected the tiara are called forward, while another pair laments that they were got and will have to try again in 10 years. Alan and Anastasia look at each other in dawning horror, realizing the trial isn't over as they question, again? Their shock is palpable, conveyed in wide-eyed expressions of disbelief. They are positioned opposite another couple who are locked in a deep embrace, while a muscular elf stands ready at a large drum. The crowd of elves erupts in cheers, urging the two couples to hurry up and do it, much to Alan and Anastasia's flustered confusion. Anastasia sighs in resignation, muttering that it can't be helped, while Alan can only stare at her, dumbfounded. They now stand awkwardly face to face, the center of attention for the entire eager village. Anastasia whispers that he doesn't have to do this, and Alan quickly agrees. He then clarifies that they're just pretending, and she affirms his statement with a quiet yes. Before the silhouetted crowd, the two of them share a hesitant embrace. Alan leans in close, his face just inches from Anastasia's, who is blushing profoundly. They are frozen in the moment, their faces flushed with awkward tension. The tense, close proximity continues under the watchful eyes of the entire village. Suddenly, a gasp of surprise cuts through the scene as someone points upward. A being of light introduces herself as Lo, a spirit related to the great sage Lorengas, leaving Anastasia utterly shocked. Lo addresses Anastasia directly, stating that she has witnessed their determination and love and will now bestow her holy blessing upon them. The spirit's hand glows above Anastasia's flower crown as she promises that Lorengas's protection will remain as long as their love does not fade. Lo then tells Anastasia that she is counting on her to take care of Alan, to which a grateful Anastasia gives her thanks. The elves erupt in congratulations, amazed that a human has received the blessing of the spirit of light. They are told that the festival will continue late into the night, but first, they should go and wash up. Alan sighs in relief, sinking into the relaxing waters of an outdoor hot spring. He reflects on his later discovery that the Elven festival wasn't just a celebration, but a ceremony for choosing a partner to have children with, a custom that replaces the human concept of marriage. While enjoying the water, he muses that he had forgotten about the hot spring and wonders what Anastasia would have done if she had known the festival's true purpose beforehand. His thoughts are interrupted as Anastasia herself enters the water, and they both cry out each other's names in shock. Realizing it is a mixed bath, Alan immediately apologizes and tries to leave, but Anastasia quickly tells him to wait. She tells him there's nothing to be done about it now, but orders him not to look her way, an order to which he hastily agrees. The two sit in the water on opposite sides of a large rock, a palpable awkwardness hanging between them. Alan internally complains that the elves are not good at explaining things, just as Anastasia says his name, prompting a quick response. She gazes at the sky and says that she likes this village. She continues, observing how happy everyone is, from the elves to the spirits. The scene lingers on the peaceful stone and bamboo fence of the hot spring under the evening sky. Anastasia explains that in the village everyone is equal, with no nobles or royalty to squeeze taxes from the people for their own luxuries. This leads her to wonder aloud why humans can't live the same way and to question the very purpose of kings and nobles. Alan addresses her respectfully as Anna-sama, but she gently corrects him, saying that Anna is fine. She tells him that in this elven village, their statuses from the human world are meaningless. Here, she is not the daughter of a duke, she can simply be herself, Anastasia. Alan hesitantly tries out her shortened name, Anna. She then asks him in return to just be Alan, not Alan, the commoner, stripping away his own social label. The night sky is dark and dotted with stars above the quiet village. A small, winged spirit watches them from a distance with a gentle, knowing smile. In the water, Anastasia softly speaks his name, Alan. She reminisces about her childhood, recalling a time she saw a strange bird flying, and asks if he remembers. She asks if that bird was him, and he seems to ponder it before suggesting it might have been. He then reveals something more significant, telling her that they had actually met even before that incident. She looks at him, surprised and intrigued by this new information. The sun rises, casting a soft light over the roofs of the elven village. Alan is seen sleeping peacefully in his room. A pair of eyes watch him intently. He slowly wakes to find Anastasia lying next to him, gazing at him with a gentle expression. She affectionately calls him a sleepyhead, and he wishes her a good morning, flustered to find her already awake. Anastasia tells him that before they head back to the royal capital, there is one last place she wants to show him. They arrive at a serene lake on the outskirts of the village, its surface dotted with glowing lights. Alan points out the abundance of spirits in the area, and Anastasia asks what he is thinking about. He begins to apologize for the events of the previous day, but she firmly cuts him off, telling him not to. Alan's expression becomes serious as he makes a vow to make the Duke acknowledge him. He promises Anastasia that although he doesn't know when, he will accomplish something great enough to formally come for her. He looks at her with unwavering conviction and adds that he will always protect her. With that, he presents a ring, admitting that the timing and order of things are all wrong. Standing before her at the water's edge, Alan asks Anastasia to marry him. Tears of joy stream down her face as she gives him a radiant smile and says yes. He slides the ring onto her finger, and they embrace as the spirits of the lake glow brightly all around them. Before they leave, an elf gifts Anastasia a fairy's hair ornament, advising her to be honest with herself, and that same day, they depart. As they soar through the sky on a glider, the thought is shared that this is the last time they can forget who they are. Anastasia expresses a bit of sadness at leaving but agrees that it is time to return to the royal capital. Their destination is a massive, ornate building, a stark contrast to the natural village they left behind. Inside, a man's fist clenches tightly as he calls Alan's name with authority. Alan now stands in a formal uniform before the imposing figure of the Duke. The Duke asks Alan if he understands why he has been summoned, and with a grim look Alan confirms that he does. Two monstrous bat-like creatures loom as a voice shouts a warning to Anna that the enemy is coming. With focused determination, Anna unleashes a swift, streaking attack from her hand. She stands over the defeated monster and informs Alan that it is done. Alan praises Anna for a job well done and suggests a brief rest, though she claims not to be tired. He insists they must rest before facing the boss and offers her a water skin, which she accepts gratefully. As Anna drinks, a slight blush appears on her cheeks while Alan watches her closely. Alan offers a gentle and warm smile. The scene shifts to a memory from 4 days prior, where Alan is questioned about a ring. A furious, bearded man, Anna's father, the Duke, demands to know why his daughter wears a ring on her left hand. Alan calmly admits that he gave the ring to Anastasia. The Duke erupts in fury, calling him a fool, though Alan notes to himself that this reaction was expected. Alan counters by reminding the Duke of the favor he performed during the duel that protected the family's honor, suggesting they are even, but the Duke warns him to stay away from his daughter. The Duke stares back, utterly shocked by Alan's retort. The Duke rages that a commoner cannot give a ring to a noble like his daughter, but Alan asks if he would have preferred she be disgracefully defeated and the family honor ruined. Alan explains that preventing such an outcome is precisely why he gave her the ring, revealing it is no ordinary item. He identifies it as a substitution ring, an artifact that can save its wearer from death one time by taking the fatal blow itself. In the present, Anna reflects on the ring, acknowledging it as a legendary magic tool coveted by royals fearing assassination and so valuable it could earn one a title, calling it an incredible gift. She considers taking it off for safekeeping, but Alan reminds her that doing so would defeat its entire purpose. In the flashback, the Duke asks if Alan got the ring from the dungeon of the Wind Mountain, the most difficult of all, noting it was only an unconfirmed rumor. Alan confirms he explored the dungeon and found it himself, offering proof because he knew the Duke would otherwise not believe him. He presents the magic stone, tail feathers, and wing feathers of the Blizzard Phoenix as evidence of his feat. The Duke, looking at the proof, asks Alan what he wants in return. Alan states his desire for the right to stand by Anastasia's side and protect her for the rest of his life. The Duke grants him a timeline of 3 years to achieve this. He warns Alan that their relationship cannot advance beyond its current state and that he will be sent to a battlefield so brutal that he will wish he were dead. Alan unflinchingly accepts these harsh terms. An enemy is violently destroyed in the dungeon. Back in the present, Alan holds a shotgun-like weapon, satisfied with its performance. Anna compliments his incredible magic, and he explains it is his only way, as he possesses no talent for the sword. He laments that even with a master's training he failed with the blade, but Anna tells him not to worry, vowing to be the sword that protects him when needed. Alan states that being protected by a woman does not bother him and reveals his first reason for entering the dungeon was for Anna to level up, a critical need because of the country's instability. He explains that strengthening Anna also strengthens her influential duchy, especially since her personality would lead her to the front lines in a crisis. His goal is for her to have the power to protect herself, and as they near the boss room, he lays out the plan. He will use a shield to defend against the Blizzard Phoenix's attacks while she uses magic to ground it. He then reveals his second reason for being there. He will defeat the boss alone first, and he wants her to be a witness. Anna agrees that this time she will be sure to witness his battle, and they wish each other luck before confronting the Blizzard Phoenix. They stand ready at the entrance to the lair, prepared for the subjugation of the Blizzard Phoenix. As the beast appears, Alan tells Anna to ready her shield, promising the fight will be over soon. The Blizzard Phoenix dives toward them with blinding speed. Anna braces as a flurry of attacks impacts her shield. Alan calmly takes aim with his weapon, his eyes fixed on the target. A powerful shot erupts from the barrel and strikes the Phoenix's wing. The barrel of his weapon breaks from the force of the shot, but the monster is critically hit. The massive Blizzard Phoenix plummets from the air and crashes to the ground, defeated. Alan declares the fight over, and when Anna expresses surprise at its speed, he says he just hit a good spot. They approach the enormous creature to collect the tail feathers, wing feathers, and magic stone. Alan offers the Phoenix's bones to Anna after saying he will take the meat, but she declines. He then hands her the large magic stone he recovered. When she seems hesitant to accept it, he insists, stating they accomplished the victory together. Anna holds the huge magic stone in awe while Alan thinks about his third reason for the quest, to make her the official conqueror of the labyrinth, a goal he suspects the Duke also wanted. Alan suggests a short break before they return to the entrance for a second round, which puzzles Anna. Alan muses that by accompanying him, Anna brings honor to her family, who can now claim to have an adventurer who explored a dungeon no one had before. Anna points to a treasure chest, asking if it has been looted, and Alan confirms that it has. She asks what was inside, and Alan pauses before reaching into his bag. He withdraws a large, ornate black sword, stunning Anna with its appearance. She remarks on the magic bag he's using, which she's never seen before, as he declares the sword to be the dungeon's ultimate treasure. He reveals it is the Sky Knight sword, a legendary weapon, leaving Anna utterly shocked. Alan offers the legendary sword to her, and she, amazed, asks if he is truly serious. He calls it a birthday present, explaining he couldn't celebrate with her last year due to his status, even as she protests that it's a national treasure. Alan insists, stating it is his first birthday gift to the one who accepted his proposal, so it must be the best. Anna is left blushing and speechless at his heartfelt words. She stammers her thanks, and he jokes that he will give it to her again on her next birthday. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears form in her eyes. Now resting at the dungeon core, Anna asks Alan to confirm that there are no monsters nearby. Alan affirms they are alone, which makes Anna realize it is just the two of them. She suddenly moves close, startling Alan with her proximity. Anna breathlessly asks again if anyone is there, her face just inches from his. Flustered, Alan quickly suggests they explore a bit more before heading back. After completing several runs of the Wind Mountain dungeon to level up Anna, Alan reports their success to the Duke. He formally presents the valuable spoils from their expedition. The Duke accepts the items and informs Alan that the ducal family will officially register the quest's completion. Before Alan leaves, the Duke gives him a stern reminder of their agreement, warning him not to lay a finger on his daughter. Alan reflects with some guilt that no one knows he and Anna have already crossed that line. With only 2 days left of their summer vacation, he and Anna fly towards the Valley of the Flying Dragons. He plans to meet with his friends Melissa and Jerome, confirm they are safe, and introduce them to Anna. Aboard their glider, Anna clings tightly to Alan, who asks her what is wrong. Anna expresses her fear that the valley is a dangerous place filled with wyverns, but Alan's confident tone as he says he knows someone there makes her question him. Alan notes that her tone is unusual for a noble lady. She asks if she sounds arrogant or unpleasant when she speaks that way. Leaning closer, she playfully adopts a polite tone and asks if he prefers women who speak formally. Her sudden change in demeanor startles Alan, causing their glider to swerve sharply in the air. Anna cries out in alarm, and he apologizes for the jolt, admitting she surprised him. She then asks if he dislikes her usual way of speaking. He reassures her that he wants a relaxed relationship and that she should speak however she feels most comfortable. Anna agrees to save the formal tone for special occasions and, when prompted, reminds him of her former engagement to the prince. She recalls living in the palace as an apprentice knight, where she trained with His Highness and improved her sword skills. Over time, she began acting on behalf of the lazy prince, commanding knights and maids, which led her to adopt a superior's tone. She now feels it's no longer necessary and hopes to return to her normal self. Alan cheekily suggests that marrying him and becoming a mother will certainly change her, which makes her blush and stammer. Their glider flies onward through the deep valley. A shadow falls over them as a large wyvern dives from above. They look up in alarm at the massive creature bearing down on them. 2 figures on a soaring glider are suddenly intercepted by a massive, winged dragon that looms over them menacingly. The pilot, Alan, tries to calm his companion as she cries out his name in alarm, recognizing their assailant as a wyvern. Alan addresses the beast directly, attempting to reason with it by asking if it recognizes him or if it is a new arrival to the valley. Ignoring his words, the wyvern lunges forward with a roar, prompting Alan's companion to scream that they must leave immediately. Before the wyvern can strike, a powerful, unseen force slams into it, knocking the creature through the air and away from the glider. Alan and his companion look back in astonishment to see another, smaller dragon-like creature flying in the distance. A new, muscular dragon appears, its wings spread wide in a display of power. The girl riding with Alan worriedly asks if he is all right. Alan and a new arrival named Jerome Kuhn watch as the girl identifies the rescuer as a sky dragon. Alan thanks Jerome Kuhn for the rescue, and Jerome replies that it has been a while since they last met. Alan introduces the sky dragon to his companion, Anna, explaining that Jerome Kuhn was once a wyvern he befriended and has since evolved. A second, female sky dragon arrives, expressing surprise at Alan's friendship with another of her kind and greeting him after a long time. The female dragon turns her attention to Anna, inquisitively asking who this girl is. As Melissa-chan greets the group, Anna expresses dismay at the arrival of yet another person. Melissa explains she came to check on the dragons and asks if they require the assistance she had previously offered. She inquires if there have been any recent attacks on the dragons by humans. One of the dragons recounts an incident where a peculiar woman with pink hair and her followers attacked the valley's wyverns while speaking nonsense. The dragon clarifies that the attackers were weak and easily driven off, so they need no immediate help but asks that Melissa and Jerome protect Anna should she ever face danger. The female dragon, Melissa, leans in to sniff Anna and then bluntly asks Alan if she is his chosen mate. Alan confirms it with a smile but adds that her parents have not given their approval yet, though he is determined to win them over. Melissa remarks that the parents' disapproval is indeed a problem. Jerome Kuhn nervously gets Alan's attention, wanting to offer a suggestion. With a serious expression, Jerome proposes that if Anna's parents refuse to acknowledge Alan, he should simply kill them. Anna reacts with pure shock, unable to believe what Jerome just suggested. Melissa swiftly smacks Jerome, calling him an idiot for his brutal idea, which causes him to immediately apologize to both Alan and Anna. While Alan wonders what could have happened to make Jerome so extreme, Melissa sternly tells the other dragon that he needs to correct his way of thinking. Alan attempts to reassure a disturbed Anna by dismissing the comment as a strange and over-the-top form of dragon humor. Melissa states that to fulfill her promise to help Anna, she must first commit her scent to memory. Both sky dragons close in on a nervous Anna to sniff her, while Alan encourages her that everything is fine. Overwhelmed and blushing, Anna endures being sniffed intently by the two massive dragons on either side of her. Melissa formally agrees to Alan's request, pledging to help protect the person important to him. Alan offers Melissa a gift in thanks, which she initially declines before admitting she would appreciate some meat. Pulling delicious orc meat from a magic bag, Alan treats Melissa while Anna marvels at the enchanted item. Anna tells Alan he keeps life interesting, while a disciplined Jerome begs Melissa for a piece of the meat as well. After giving some food to the downtrodden Jerome, Alan and Anna depart from the Valley of the Dragons. The pair flies away from the valley, seated atop their glider. With their eventful summer vacation now over, the time comes for them to return to school. At the academy, Alan and Anna present their independent research project, which focuses on the relationship between adventurers and the country. Anna explains that their project's purpose is to find a way to resolve the conflict of interest between the two groups and foster a new partnership. Alan details the core of the conflict. The nation's nobles want the profits from labyrinths without risking their own knights or accepting responsibility for the adventurers they would hire. He concludes that the nobles are scheming to create a justification for taking a share of the money that adventurers have risked their lives to earn. As their friends listen, Anna realizes she must phrase this conclusion more delicately for their report, as the current wording is too blunt. Margaret suggests a positive example from her hometown of Altmund, where the local knights and adventurers maintain a good relationship. She describes how they cooperate to hunt orcs, ensuring a steady supply of meat for the town, and the group decides to include this successful partnership in their project. After discussing the project, Margaret slyly shifts the topic of conversation to Anna's personal life. She teases Anna about the ring she is wearing, pointedly asking if it was a gift from Alan. Since their visit to the elven village, Anna has consistently worn both a ring and a hair ornament, sparking playful questions from her friends about the identity of the giver. Despite frequent teasing from Margaret and Isabella, Anna has never revealed who gave her the jewelry. The fairy hair ornament, in particular, becomes a source of significant trouble. In a school hallway, a girl named Amy aggressively stops Anna. Amy furiously points at Anna's hair accessory, declaring that it rightfully belongs to her. She angrily demands that Anna return the hair ornament at once. Anna calmly refuses, stating that the ornament is not Amy's and was a gift she received from a noble. Amy shrieks that she was the one who was supposed to receive it and continues to demand its return. Anna stands her ground, saying she cannot give the ornament away to anyone. The prince intervenes, siding with Amy and ordering Anastasia to give the ornament to its rightful owner. Other students murmur amongst themselves, commenting on how the prince is once again blindly believing whatever Amy tells him. Alan steps forward to defend Anastasia, insisting the accessory is special to her, but the prince silences him, calling him a commoner and deferring to Amy's claim. At the prince's implicit command, a boy named Leo reaches out to forcibly take the ornament from Anna's hair. Leo's fingers get closer to the delicate hair accessory. A brilliant light suddenly erupts from the ornament as his hand makes contact. An invisible force violently repels Leo, sending him flying backward down the hall. As students cry out in shock, Anna assures her friends that she is unharmed. A mysterious voice echoes through the hall, speaking of punishment for those who would try to steal the proof of the one recognized by the spirits. The spectral voice grows louder, angrily questioning who would dare to harm the beloved child of the spirits. The prince and the surrounding students recoil in terror from the unseen presence. Amy glares hatefully at Anna, accusing her of ruining everything. She screams that she was destined to become a saint and that without her, the country is now doomed. Alan steps before Amy, telling her that regardless of her claims, the hair ornament belongs to Anastasia. He tells her to wake up from whatever dream she is living in and face reality. He implores her to see the real people standing right in front of her instead of her fantasies. Alan lists the names of their classmates and the prince, emphasizing that they are all real, living individuals. He tells Amy that she, too, is a living person among the many others in the royal capital. He firmly declares that they are not characters in a story who follow a predetermined scenario and that a heroine does not exist in their world. Hearing his words, Amy lowers her head in stunned silence. Alan reflects that at that moment, he believed he had finally put an end to Amy's interference and that she would come to regret her actions. He concludes, however, that he would soon learn this belief was nothing more than a foolish hope. A male character approaches a girl named Anna and asks if she wants to have lunch, to which she agrees. He notices her distraction and asks what's wrong, but she deflects, privately acknowledging she is always seeking a place for them to be alone. Their conversation is interrupted when another girl greets Anna respectfully and invites the pair to join her group for lunch. The group pauses on the school grounds. They all sit together at an outdoor table, remarking how nice it is to eat outside for a change, as they usually use the dining hall. A girl compliments another on her homemade lunch, prompting the boy with them to admit he could never be so dedicated. The boy's calm expression suddenly shifts to one of surprise. A royal figure has arrived, startling the students who address him as Your Highness. The prince states he has come only to deliver something to Anna. He presents a letter, explaining it is from his father, the king, and that he will wait for her response then and there. The boy looks on with concern as Anna silently accepts the letter. Anna agrees to the summons, telling the prince to inform His Majesty that she will visit soon. The prince confirms that a carriage will be sent to collect her the following day. As the prince departs with a smirk, the boy watches him with a wary expression. One of Anna's friends asks about the summons, and Anna explains she must report to the king tomorrow and will be staying at the royal castle for a time. The boy expresses that he will miss her during their time apart, while another friend observes that the royal seals on the letter are genuine, suggesting there must be an important reason for the summons despite the lack of details. Anna reassures him his worry is an exaggeration, as she expects the matter will only take about a week to resolve. Her friends lightly tease the boy for being so openly attached to Anna, jokingly quoting his dramatic declarations of affection. He promises to help her catch up on missed lessons upon her return, unaware that this hopeful moment precedes a disaster. A narrative voice laments that this was the final lunch the group would share together. From a high window, another girl watches the group with a sinister smile. As she walks through a darkened hall, she thinks to herself that her plan is proceeding well and that she will make sure her target experiences a fate worthy of a villainess. She inwardly vows to have her revenge on Alan, whom she identifies as another reincarnator who ruined her scenario. The following day, Anna tells Alan she is leaving their friends in his care, choosing not to have them see her off since they have classes to attend. Alan bids her farewell, expecting to see her in a week, as the school was officially informed she would be away on the king's business. A blur of lines indicates the swift passage of time. A week goes by, but Anna does not return. After 10 days have passed with no word, Alan grows increasingly worried and decides he must speak with the Duke. The Duke's voice cuts in, asking if Alan is only now realizing the situation. Alan looks up, confused by the Duke's cryptic question. The Duke explains that he learned of the matter from his butler, Seabass, and went to confirm it directly with the king himself. He holds out a sealed letter and instructs Alan to read it. Alan reads the document, which is a royal decree ordering Anastasia von Ramslet to marry Gunther Werner, the magician commander of the hostile Est Empire. The Duke reveals a critical contradiction. The king has no memory of summoning Anna or issuing the marriage decree, even though the royal seal is authentic. The horrifying realization dawns on Alan that the crown prince must have forged the royal decrees. The Duke confirms the crown prince has refused to testify, only stating that his actions will not harm the kingdom. With fury, the Duke declares that the prince sold Anna. Alan is shocked speechless, processing the fact that Anna was sold to an enemy nation. The situation worsens as the Duke explains the Est Empire has now declared war, using the fabricated claim that a peace convoy was attacked within the kingdom's borders as justification. The official pretext for the war is the alleged murder of the bride and her escort. The Duke, weary and defeated, slumps in his chair, reiterating that this is the enemy's justification for war. Alan asks the Duke directly if he believes his daughter is dead. The Duke firmly denies it, stating there is no evidence of an attack and that it is far more likely the Empire abducted and imprisoned her. He reasons that if the Empire had truly killed her, they would have displayed the body as proof. Instead, they fabricated the event to justify their invasion, an act enabled by the Crown Prince's forged decree. Alan is struck by the Duke's composure, noting how calm the man is despite his daughter's abduction. The Duke then gives Alan a direct order: volunteer for the student mobilization, go to the Empire, and find his daughter. He explains the necessity of this official cover, as a civilian like an adventurer attacking a military force would give the enemy justification to massacre other civilians. Formally requesting his aid as a B-rank adventurer, the Duke asks Alan to bring his daughter back, a duty Alan accepts without hesitation. Alan points out that being integrated into the military's chain of command would restrict his freedom, but the Duke clarifies that he will join as an adventurer sponsored by the Ramslet family, not as a standard soldier. The Duke tells Alan he has a plan to ensure his operational freedom, which Seabass will relay to him the next day. With their agreement settled, Alan respectfully takes his leave. Alan walks from the Duke's mansion with grim determination. He reflects that the Duke's judgment is sound, as he remembers from his past life's knowledge that the Est Empire is known for massacring civilians. His thoughts turn to the Crown Prince, and he seethes with anger at the betrayal of selling his former fiancée to such a brutal country using a forged decree. The shared, burning rage of both Alan and the Duke towards the prince is palpable. The next morning, Alan immediately begins his own investigation. He encounters two of Anna's friends, who tell him they were summoned to the royal castle to testify about the letter the Crown Prince had given Anna. They ask a worried Alan if something has happened to Anna, mentioning that other students from families opposing the Crown Prince were also called in. Alan admits he doesn't know the full situation but expresses his unwavering belief in Anna, while one of the girls speculates her disappearance might be linked to the new war. He tries to reassure them, telling them to wait and have faith that Anna will return. His expression remains tense and focused despite his comforting words. Later, Alan meets with Seabass, who reports that a gatekeeper recalled Anna's carriage leaving through the east gate on the day she was summoned. Seabass explains that the wreckage of this carriage was found a week later and that the driver fled immediately after leaving the capital, leading the Duke to conclude it was a decoy to mislead any pursuit. Eyewitnesses confirmed the decoy carriage was speeding and carried only luggage. Seabass adds that kidnapping Anna would not be an easy task for a few men, given her strength. Alan correctly deduces she was taken via a different carriage on another route, a theory that Seabass confirms the Duke also holds. When Alan asks if Anna is safe, Seabass firmly states that he believes she is. Alan thanks him, and the butler asks to be called Seabass. Alan internally reviews the facts. The Crown Prince's involvement is confirmed by student testimonies, but challenging a royal decree's forgery is nearly impossible. The Duke, however, has escalated the situation by demanding the Crown Prince's abdication and threatening to withdraw all support from the royal family until Anna is returned. His thoughts are interrupted by Amy, the villainess from the game, who approaches him while he is alone. She cruelly taunts him about his precious Anastasia, sarcastically confirming the rumor that Anna was married off to the Empire. With feigned pity, Amy brings up the story that the bride's carriage was attacked by bandits. Alan accuses her of orchestrating the entire plot, but she denies it, casually suggesting it was merely fate. She reveals her true nature, stating that as the villainess, Anastasia was always destined to be abandoned, assaulted, and sold. Amy explains that according to the original story scenario, Anastasia is supposed to seek revenge with the help of a dark knight. She tells Alan that he knows how the story is meant to end. They defeat the villainess and achieve a happy ending. She mocks his efforts, telling him that he has gotten in her way too many times. Declaring his defeat, she dismisses him as an irrelevant side character who should just disappear from the story. As Alan glares and calls her scum, she smiles, saying she enjoys the sound of a loser's desperation before turning to leave. She walks away, letting out a soft, triumphant laugh. Her quiet amusement erupts into a full-blown, manic laugh of victory. Alan is left to reflect on his arrogance. He thought he was winning because he had gathered game items and prevented Amy from becoming a saintess, but this made him blind to the larger political instability. He realizes now that he had grown overconfident in his ability to defy the game's predetermined fate. Most of all, he was so caught up in his love for Anna that he became complacent. He accepts the crushing weight of his failure, concluding it is all his fault. Though he knows he must save Anna, he is lost, with no idea what his next move should be. In a grand hall filled with citizens, an official announces from a podium that their kingdom is now formally at war with the Est Empire. A woman with glasses and an authoritative air explains to the assembly that this declaration of war is the direct result of the Empire's unprovoked acts of aggression. A young man named Alan reflects that this is happening far too early. According to the game's original scenario, the Est Empire's invasion should not have occurred for a long time, while a speaker reminds the future leaders in the crowd that war's true victims are always the innocent and the weak. He recalls the game's plot, where a banished villainess, whose family was executed, sought revenge by leading the imperial army during the kingdom's civil war, but he realizes that with no civil war yet and the Duke's family still safe, the current events are a drastic departure from that original scenario. His thoughts are interrupted by another student who expresses utter disbelief, insisting that a person named Anna would never betray their kingdom. Another student despairs, questioning why they must resort to fighting and why they cannot simply coexist peacefully. Suddenly, a young woman with pigtails named Amy leaps to her feet, passionately calling for dialogue and insisting that they can surely reach an understanding with the Empire if they just talk. Her plea resonates with the crowd, and many students begin to agree, believing in Amy's compassionate spirit and that peaceful solutions must be explored before resorting to conflict. A chant rises from the assembly as students shout Amy's name in support, embracing her message of choosing words over swords. Amy embraces the moment, standing with her arms wide open as she accepts the crowd's vocal support for her ideals. The bespectacled woman who spoke earlier watches this display with a distinctly unimpressed and skeptical expression. She and a man with a prominent mustache coolly address Amy, pointing out that while talking is indeed important, it is futile if the opposing side refuses to engage in discussion, and they firmly state that they do not appreciate such unsolicited comments. Watching the scene unfold, Alan understands with certainty that the original game scenario he knew is now completely broken. He is bewildered by the turn of events, thinking that the war has started far too soon and that this zealous reaction from the students is entirely different from what should have happened, blaming it on that mob, and wondering if the game is bugged. The bespectacled woman, the principal, announces that due to the country entering a state of war, the school will be closed until the following spring and all students must return home, before turning the floor over to the Knight Commander to discuss student volunteering. One student shouts in outrage at the news, demanding to know what will happen to the school festival and other events and accusing the principal of ignoring him, while the mustached Knight Commander thanks the principal for her hard work. The Knight Commander, introducing himself as Otto von Jukes, then roars to the assembly that the kingdom is in dire need of their help. He passionately exhorts the students to show their fighting spirit and rise to protect their nation against the Empire's brutal and illegal invasion. His call to action echoes through the hall as he urges the brave young men and women present to stand and defend their homeland. In response to the commander's plea, Alan raises his hand and declares that he will volunteer. He formally identifies himself to the assembly as Alan, a student in his second year. The Knight Commander immediately recognizes him as the scholarship student, Alan, while other students begin to murmur about a commoner volunteering, which inspires them to consider doing the same, prompting the commander to ask for more volunteers. Following Alan's lead, several other students stand up and declare their intention to volunteer for the war effort as well. The Knight Commander welcomes the courageous applicants and instructs them to follow him directly to the royal palace. As they walk, Alan silently observes that none of the princes, not even Leonardo, stepped forward to volunteer. This inaction leads him to question the very purpose of nobility and royalty, a thought punctuated by another student contemptuously muttering for the commoner mob to go die in the war. After arriving at the palace, Alan changes into a military uniform. Commander Jukes informs the new recruits that their initial assignment will be as apprentices providing support from the rear lines. He sternly warns them to be on their best behavior, as they are about to have an audience with the king himself. Alan grimly prepares himself, thinking that he is about to meet the king, whom he privately regards as the father of the idiot crown prince. Seated on his throne, the mustached king of the realm offers a warm welcome to the assembly of brave student volunteers. He officially inducts them into the army and extends his best wishes for their service. As the commander begins to lead the students away, Alan realizes that being assigned to the rear will make it impossible to search for Anna. He concludes that he absolutely must find a way to be sent to the front lines. Alan boldly interrupts the proceedings to request permission to speak, earning a sharp rebuke from the commander for his rudeness until the king intervenes. Alan then introduces himself as an adventurer from the Ramslet dukedom, which catches the king's attention. With the king's attention secured, Commander Jukes orders the rest of the students to return to their barracks and await further instructions. The king remarks that he has heard Alan's name before, identifying him as a commoner currently under the protection of the Duke of Ramslet. He confirms that he knows Alan defeated his son in a duel and then questions Alan's motives, reminding him that Duke Ramslet has explicitly refused to cooperate with the royal family. Alan sidesteps the question about the Duke's intentions, stating only that he has come to support His Majesty and the royal family, prompting the king to ask what he wishes to say. Alan makes a startling request, that the king grant immediate protection to Anastasia, the daughter of the Duke of Ramslet. He follows this by demanding severe punishment for those who misused the royal seal and forged a royal decree, causing the king to erupt in fury and demand he repeat himself. Commander Jukes shouts Alan's name, furiously warning him that his repeated disrespect towards the king will not be tolerated. The king leans forward, intensely asking Alan if he truly comprehends the gravity of making such accusations directly to his face, to which Alan bows deeply and apologizes for his rudeness. He maintains his bow, professing that he overstepped his authority and asks for forgiveness. The king dismisses the apology with a sneer, assuming that the Duke of Rams let himself put Alan up to making such an insult. He orders Alan to be silent and to return to his assignment supporting the army from the rear. But as he turns to leave, Alan stops and declares that to atone for his disrespect, he will fight on the front lines in the king's name. The king questions his sincerity, pointing out the hypocrisy of someone from Ramslet offering to fight for the royal family when the Duke has refused to cooperate. Alan clarifies that he is not acting on the Duke's behalf but out of his own desire to serve his country, dedicating himself completely to the king. This declaration visibly piques the king's interest. After a moment of consideration, the king announces that he will grant Alan's wish and sends him to the front lines with the command to crush the soldiers of the empire. The king then orders an attendant to prepare the official documents for Alan's new assignment. The order specifies that Alan is to report to the fortress city of Caldacia. When the king asks what reward he desires for the service, Alan replies that he will only ask for a reward after he has successfully defeated the imperial army and recaptured the Brazini region. While the king laughs heartily at this bold statement, Commander Jukes can only look on, sweating and muttering in frustration. The king promises that if Alan can bring victory to the kingdom, any reward he desires, be it gold, a title, or a woman, will be his, but adds the condition that he is forbidden to return to the royal capital until that victory is won. Holding the newly signed orders, Alan formally accepts the command and expresses his sincere gratitude. As Alan departs, the commander questions the king's decision to indulge such a rude individual, but the king simply tells him to let Alan go, confident the boy will be useful. The king gloats to himself, amused by the situation and comparing the Duke of Ramslet to a master who failed to control his own pet and was bitten for his trouble. He considers his options, acknowledging that Alan is a competent commoner. If the boy dies in battle, it is of no consequence, but if he survives, the king intends to make Alan his own loyal servant. Alan walks away from the throne room, his expression one of pure determination. He recalls a prior conversation with a butler, who relayed that a man named Gerhardt was confident the plan would succeed due to the king's predictable character. Alan had feared execution for his planned rudeness, but the butler reassured him with Gerhardt's words, "The king may be a fool, but he isn't foolish enough to execute a student for mere insolence." At the time, Alan had joked grimly that he was heading off to become a traitor. Returning to the present, Alan walks through the capital city, relieved that his risky plan worked and making a mental note to inform both the Duke and his mother of the outcome. Later that evening, he sits with his mother, who asks if he is truly going off to war, and he confirms that he is. He tries to reassure her by explaining that as a student volunteer, his duties will be non-combat ones like logistics and aid, and therefore not dangerous. He then shifts the topic, beginning to speak about Anastasia-sama. His mother smiles knowingly, immediately guessing that Alan has feelings for Anastasia and gently suggests that she might feel the same way about him. Blushing, Alan asks in surprise if his feelings were so obvious. His mother confirms that she understood everything after they were invited to a meal at the estate and a letter mentioned that person. She admits she does not want him to go but accepts that she cannot stop him, adding that if he wishes to win the heart of a duke's daughter, he must achieve great success. She urges him to put her out of his mind and to focus all his efforts on saving Anastasia. Before he leaves, however, she tells him there is one important thing he must always keep in mind. She looks at him seriously and advises him never to lose sight of his priorities or what is truly important. Her words cause Alan to reflect on what his priorities truly are. The fortress city looms in the darkness. Alan's resolve hardens as he focuses on his single, most important goal, saving Anna. Elsewhere, an enraged dragon named Melissa roars that the situation is unforgivable. She asks if her task is simply to kill the human known as the Crown Prince, an idea which her dragon companion immediately calls terrible. Alan clarifies that he only needs them to find Anna, not to kill anyone, while another dragon warns Melissa that killing a royal would bring the wrath of every human in the capital down on them. One of the dragons remarks on how strange Alan is for a human, believing wars are foolish conflicts that humans should handle themselves, and asks if he will be all right without their help. Melissa accepts the revised mission, promising Alan she will find his beloved girl right away and that he can leave the search to her. As the dragons prepare to depart, a smaller one shyly tells Alan to not die. With the dragons flying off to begin their search, Alan affirms his determination and prepares to head out to the front lines. A shower runs in a brightly lit bathroom. A woman hurries to pack a bag, a sense of urgency in her posture. Outside her door, Alan waits impatiently, guessing she is changing and asking her to hold on for a moment. The woman, Anna, opens the door fully dressed and asks Alan what he wants, startling him as he calls out her name. Alan questions her departure, noting the carriage has not yet arrived for her trip to the royal castle and asking if she won't let him see her off. Anna smiles calmly, reassures him it's okay, and says she will see him in a week, while another person peeks from behind the door. A horse-drawn carriage pulls up to a large gate where Anna stands waiting alone. As she watches it approach, a sudden thought strikes her, and her expression shifts to one of alarm. A man's voice addresses her by her full name, Anastasia Kleinel von Ramslet, reminding her of her duties as a noble. Anastasia looks up at the man, a prince, and addresses him as Your Highness. She asks him to clarify what he means by her responsibilities, and he informs her that a new royal decree has been issued. The prince presents her with an official document that names both her and Gunther Werner, the commander of the Est Empire's magic division. Reading the document, Anastasia is stunned to discover it is a royal order for her to marry. The prince confirms the decree, warning that if she or the duke refuse, they will be branded as traitors. Anastasia's face is a mask of shock and distress at the ultimatum. The prince dismisses her reaction, ordering his men to get her into the carriage and telling her to voice any complaints once they are moving. Now inside the carriage, Anastasia sits across from a smirking man, her expression one of grim displeasure. She is surrounded by the prince's men, who formally request that she come with them. Internally, Anastasia reasons that the document must be genuine, as forging the royal seal is a crime too serious even for the royal family to commit. She resolves to follow the order for now, planning to confront His Majesty at the palace directly and then inform her father. Handing her luggage to an attendant, she prepares to go to the royal palace. As she approaches the carriage, a seed of doubt is planted, and she wonders if they are truly going to the palace. Before she can react, a cloth is clamped over her mouth from behind. She struggles briefly before her consciousness fades. In a different location, a young boy named Ro asks his fairy companion what is wrong. The fairy dismisses his concern as nothing, and the boy begins a game of hide-and-seek, turning to count. The fairy senses that the blessing it placed on Anastasia was briefly activated, while a playmate agrees to hide from Ro. As the boy counts, the fairy speculates that the blessing may have been triggered by Alan inappropriately touching Anastasia. Anastasia slowly wakes up, disoriented by the sound of flowing water and unsure of where she is or what has happened. She realizes she cannot move as she is being carried through a stone sewer by two men, her thoughts turning to Alan. Her captors emerge from the tunnel into a forest, where they are told to hurry. They place her in a covered wagon, which then departs through the trees. The wagon travels away from a distant castle, putting more and more space between them. A man's voice cuts through her grogginess, asking if Anastasia-sama is awake. She stirs weakly, her eyes barely open as she murmurs Alan's name. Her captor expresses feigned relief, commenting on the strength of the sedative he was forced to use. Now fully conscious and bound, Anastasia recognizes the man from a past duel. He smirks, honored by her memory of him. When she demands to know her location, he tells her they are deep in the mountains, far from the capital where she will never be found. Anastasia deduces they used a secret sewer escape route from the royal castle, noting that its discovery would make the castle walls useless, which impresses her captor. He mocks her continued concern for the kingdom, pointing out that the royal family has just betrayed and abandoned her. He reveals the full extent of the betrayal. The crown prince sold her out, her father is to be executed for treason, and she is being delivered to the Empire's Magic Corps commander. With a cruel smile, he clarifies that the commander, Gunther, has no intention of actually marrying her. Another man chimes in, explaining that their only instruction is to deliver her physically intact, giving them freedom to do whatever else they want to her along the way. The horrifying implication of his words dawns on Anastasia. Her captors leer at her, relishing the thought of having their way with the duke's daughter. Refusing to surrender, Anastasia declares that she can still use magic even while bound and begins to chant an incantation for an ice spear. To her shock, her hands remain inert, and no magic manifests. Helpless and surrounded, she desperately wonders why her powers have failed her. One of her captors lets out a low, mocking laugh at her futile struggle. Bound by ropes inside a carriage, a young woman named Anastasia questions why her magic has failed her while a captor looks on. Her frantic cries echo in the confined space as she desperately tries to understand her powerlessness. Her captor explains that the rope itself is a magic item, a gift from the Magic Division Commander Gunther Dano that completely disables all magic. He informs Anastasia that he and his men will be her companions as they travel to the imperial capital. Inside the carriage, his menacing companions leer at her, establishing a grim atmosphere for the journey ahead. The lead captor continues his speech, sarcastically calling it an honor to be with someone of her noble spirit, known for running wild. He repeats his mocking words, emphasizing her current helplessness against them. With a close, menacing look, he says again that it is an honor to have her in their custody. Anastasia cries out in defiance as one of the men reaches out towards her. Her face fills with pure terror at what is about to happen. The man grabs her by the chin, his face and the faces of his cohorts twisted into cruel sneers. Overwhelmed with fear, she stares wide-eyed as hands descend upon her. A captor's face contorts with malicious intent as he moves closer. Suddenly, an unseen force erupts within the carriage, throwing the assailants violently away from her. One of the men is sent flying backward with tremendous power. The remaining captors are stunned, questioning how this is possible when they know her magic is sealed. Anastasia pants heavily, tears streaming down her face from the exertion and terror. She continues to gasp for air, the strain of the ordeal clearly visible. One of the men urges his hesitant companion to try attacking her again, but the man refuses, now too scared to approach. Anastasia sweats, realizing the danger isn't over yet. In her mind, she desperately calls upon Rose-sama's blessing for aid. Her companions check on their fallen comrade, discovering that he is dead. The leader dismisses the death as a hassle, calling the man a traitor who needed to be disposed of anyway. Her memory flashes back to her childhood, where a young Anastasia offered sweets to her hooded teacher, Rolinga-sensei. The teacher remarked that her scones looked delicious, and she explained they were tasty with or without jam. When she offered to share, Rolingas expressed hesitation, noting there would be none left for her if he ate it. She insisted, and so he agreed to split the scone with her. With a cry of surprise from Anastasia, he used magic to float the scone and divide it perfectly in two. She marveled at the display, calling her sensei awesome and asking if it was magic. He confirmed it was wind magic, assuring her that with dedicated study, she could master it as well. Back in the present, a glowing fairy spirit appears over a forest, sensing that the blessing has been activated once more. A young elf named Militan senses that something terrible has happened to Anastasia, while her contracted fairy explains it cannot travel far to help. The fairy calls out to someone named Alan, demanding to know what is happening. Elsewhere, two dragons soar through the sky, with the dark one informing its companion, Melissa, that a scent they are tracking grows stronger. The dark dragon suggests simply killing all humans to solve the problem, earning a sharp rebuke from Melissa. Melissa states their mission is to locate Anna, report her position to Alan-san, and leave the rest to him. The dark dragon concedes, acknowledging that Alan is a good person. They continue their flight, spotting the wooden cart far below. In that very cart, Anastasia clings to the hope of rescue, believing that her connection to Rolinga-sama will ensure Rose-sama's protection. She sends out a desperate mental call to Alan, letting him know where she is. Miles away, a young man named Alan stands beside a glider-like aircraft in a clearing, sensing her call. He dons his flight goggles with a look of intense determination, ready to launch his rescue. An explosion erupts in a military camp, sending debris and bodies flying through the air. An unseen observer reacts with shock and disbelief at the sudden devastation. Amidst the chaos, a man with a distinctive mustache grits his teeth against the concussive force. Another character's face is shown in close-up, their eyes wide with alarm. Several large, shimmering spheres of ice float ominously in the sky. The full scope of the destruction is revealed, with the camp completely wrecked and more soldiers thrown about by the blast. A shirtless, muscular leader emerges from a tent with a woman, angrily demanding to know why the lookouts failed to warn them of an enemy attack. He looks towards the sky, bewildered by the sight he sees above him. At a nearby fortress, sentries stand watch on the stone battlements. One of the guards spots something in the distance and urgently informs his superior that someone is returning. A unique, twin-boom aircraft with vertical takeoff capabilities flies towards the fortress. The aircraft lands within the castle walls as a commander orders his scattered soldiers to return to their posts, beckoning for one person to join him. The pilot, Alan, sits in his cockpit as the commander and an aide approach the now-grounded plane. Alan formally reports his successful mission, stating that he located and destroyed an enemy encampment. The commander, Jerome, acknowledges hearing the battle and commends Alan on his work, asking about the enemy's numbers and location, to which Alan replies it was about 100 soldiers. Jerome confirms on a map that it was an Empire-captured village and praises Alan again, who then seeks assurance that no allies were in the area. He is told the civilians had already fled or been killed. Jerome instructs Alan to patrol the area to the north and south and report any enemy soldiers, but Alan counters that he will simply eliminate any he finds on sight before asking for some water. An aide steps forward, offering Alan a bottle. While Alan drinks, Jerome asks how he uses water as a weapon, and Alan explains that he freezes it and drops it, noting that his next attack will use water gathered directly from the air. Other soldiers report that the aircraft's water tank is now full, and Alan thanks them before preparing to leave. A nearby soldier eagerly asks to ride in the back, but Jerome postpones the offer until after the battle is over, an arrangement Alan accepts. Alan's aircraft lifts off vertically, ascending into the sky as Jerome watches from the ground. The hopeful soldier questions letting the out-of-his-mind pilot act freely, but Jerome affirms the pilot's royal decree is genuine and expresses gratitude that they have not been abandoned. Given their dire situation, Jerome concludes that they have no choice but to place their trust in him. Now airborne, Alan reflects that since Jerome confirmed Anna isn't in this specific area, he is free to attack without holding back. He spots a large enemy force on the move, identifying them as a battalion of a few hundred soldiers heading for the fortress on foot. Viewing them through binoculars, he surmises they are preparing for a siege and decides to attack them immediately. He maneuvers his aircraft to approach the marching column from behind, closing the distance. Switching his aircraft to bombing mode, he cuts the magic engine to begin a silent descent, performing a final check on his route and altitude. With the preparations complete, he opens the bomb bay hatch and begins the attack sequence. A stream of water is released, and as it flows, a magic circle is instantly formed upon it using ice magic. A spell cast on the side then encases the magic circle within a massive sphere of solid ice. The completed ice sphere is dropped from the aircraft, and the system immediately begins loading the next batch. Alan focuses intently on repeating the process, recalling that the magic circles are an improved version of ones used against bandits. The ice sphere accelerates as it falls, its internal magic circle actively drawing in surrounding air like a jet engine. On the ground, the marching soldiers hear an unusual sound, with one dismissing it as a probable landslide. They look up just in time to see the descending sphere, now filled with highly compressed air contained by the magic circle within. The ice sphere detonates in a violent explosion just above the soldiers. The powerful blast of compressed air tears through the enemy ranks and their supply carts. The force of the explosion sends soldiers tumbling helplessly through the air. The detonation also scatters sharp shards of ice over a wide radius, guaranteeing that anyone caught in the blast will not escape unharmed. As he flies over the cratered landscape, Alan grimly reflects on the terrible weapon he has created. He considers its tactical advantages. It becomes a bomb only in midair, and any duds are environmentally safe, as they simply melt or slowly release their air pressure without exploding. With his water tank depleted and the attack concluded, he begins retreating for the time being. He plans to finish off their supplies and then search for a new target, confident he can continue fighting as long as his mana allows him to pull more water from the atmosphere. His resolve strengthens as he dedicates his fight to Anna's rescue, vowing to crush the enemy until Jerome's group can find her. The scene transitions to darkness. The sound of labored, heavy breathing echoes in a dark space. A figure with long, pale hair is seen collapsed on a floor. The person weakly whispers a fragmented name. Len, a sliver of golden hair is visible against an oppressive blackness. The scene is set 4 days prior to the present. Flashes of tangled machinery and conflict suggest a violent event has occurred. In a grand, imperial hall, the captive Anastasia stands flanked by 2 men before a seated group. She stares forward with grim resolve, her wrists bound as a man stands beside her. Her gaze remains unbroken and defiant. She is identified as Anastasia Kleinel von Ramslet, presented to the Emperor of the Est Empire, Adolf. The Emperor welcomes them to his empire and inquires about their journey. A hooded figure bows, offering his deepest apologies to the emperor and vowing to properly discipline his wife. Anastasia erupts in fury, declaring she would never be the wife of a man who kidnapped her. A blonde man named Gunther mockingly observes that she clearly dislikes her captor, who in turn requests assistance from Crown Prince Igor in disciplining her. Gunther then cruelly taunts Anastasia about her smell from the long journey, prompting her to glare with disgust. She furiously retorts that her unkempt state is their fault entirely, while the hooded man assures the others he will have her cleaned immediately. The emperor coldly reminds the man of his orders to violate Anastasia until she was broken, noting her spirit is still intact. The captor explains that she resists with a strange power, even though the magic sealing ropes he used should have prevented it, an explanation the emperor's subordinate deems impossible. With a sadistic grin, Gunther orders a guard to violate her on the spot or face death. The terrified guard reluctantly agrees and reaches for her. Both Gunther and Emperor Adolf watch the scene with cruel amusement. Before he can touch her, Anastasia releases a surge of energy that throws her would-be assailants across the room. The grand hall is thrown into disarray by her unexpected show of force. Gunther laughs, remarking that with this power, laying a hand on her is impossible. Emperor Adolf cautions his son, Igor, not to overdo it, and instead entrusts the task to Gunther, who claims there are many ways to break a spirit. Gunther commands his subordinate to prepare things for their enjoyment, and to get rid of the stench. Anastasia finds herself alone, sitting in the middle of a shallow pool within a pillared chamber. She reflects that while the ropes are gone, she is now fitted with a collar that seals her magic. Though she is still a prisoner, the cleansing water feels good. A maid brings her a humiliatingly revealing outfit, stating it was Gunther's order, and Anastasia realizes it's designed to humiliate her and prevent escape. After she changes, the maid instructs her to remain in the next room. She enters a windowless room locked from the outside, a prison clearly designed for men to violate her in, yet she vows to endure it with the protection of someone named Rosama. As she steels her resolve, confident that a person named Alan will save her, a voice asks if she is comfortable. The hooded man appears at the doorway, coolly informing her that he will see her again in 1 year. The heavy door begins to slam shut, sealing her inside. She cries out in disbelief, demanding to know what he means by his words. From beyond the door, his voice warns her to stay strong if she wants to tolerate what is to come. She is plunged into absolute darkness, shocked by the revelation that she is to be left in this place for a full year. Her eyes widen in pure terror as she comprehends the endless, lightless void awaiting her. A group reviews a map detailing the results of Alan's successful attacks over the last week against Est forces at the 86th, 87th, and 88th points. Alan confirms to a blonde woman that he didn't eliminate all of them, leading her to consider the possibility that escaped soldiers will be reassigned to bolster other enemy units. Their discussion clarifies that Alan's attacks from the sky were bombings, which he believes have shattered the enemy's morale and left most survivors unable to continue fighting. He elaborates that the enemy has not yet adapted to aerial assaults, and even if they devise countermeasures, the need to defend against threats from both the sky and the ground will leave them at a severe disadvantage. With this momentum, the blonde woman declares their intention to retake Cardacia, noting that their own troops have already started to successfully push back the Imperial army in several locations. Alan confidently asserts that operating without allied forces is actually easier, claiming he is capable of taking down a fortress entirely on his own. This declaration enrages another soldier who accuses Alan of calling them useless, while an older general sternly tells the young student not to get cocky. The blonde woman intervenes, reminding the soldier that Alan is not under their command but is an adventurer on a royal decree whose results speak for themselves, and then chides the soldier for his rudeness toward the general. She then explains to Alan that they are committing all available forces to Cardacia, driven by a desire to secure victory before potentially troublesome individuals arrive from the capital. The general reacts with surprise, questioning if the king is sending reinforcements from the capital, which the woman confirms by stating a noble is already leading troops their way. The soldier who had confronted Alan erupts in fury, outraged that the capital, after rejecting all their previous requests for aid, is now arriving to take control, while the woman asks Alan if this is acceptable to him. With the immediate conflict settled, the group agrees to continue their planning from within the stone fortress. The scene shifts dramatically to a distressed woman with long, light hair, her face cupped in another person's hand in a dark and unsettling moment. She is revealed to be in a grim cell with another young girl, where a tray of food has been left for her through a slot in the heavy door. The woman sits despondently on the edge of her bed, her expression filled with a deep and silent sorrow. Driven by an unknown impulse, she rises and walks to the heavy metal door, pressing her hand against its cold surface. A voice from the other side delivers a blunt, cruel message. Her father is dead. Her eyes fly open in stunned horror, the news hitting her with the force of a physical blow. The disembodied voice continues its cold narration from beyond the door. It explains that her father protested to the royal family for selling her, and for this act of defiance, her entire family was executed. The slot in the door clangs shut, leaving her to process the horrific revelation in the sudden silence. She immediately rejects the news, whispering that it must be lies, that such a thing could not possibly happen. But the voice returns from the other side, twisting the knife by blaming her for the outbreak of a war, all because she refused to marry and thus failed her duty as a noble. Overwhelmed, she covers her ears, desperately trying to block out the words by repeating lies over and over. The voice continues its relentless assault, informing her that Brazzini has fallen under the Empire's control and that countless civilians and soldiers are now dead. Its final, most personal piece of news is that the man she loved is also dead. The tormentor describes his death with vicious glee, calling him pathetic for being stabbed in the guts with a spear and adding that none of this would have happened if she had never existed. The last words she hears before the slot slams shut again are a final, crushing accusation. He died because of you. Her body and mind break under the strain as she begins to hyperventilate, unable to process the weight of the accusations and the grief. The psychological trauma becomes physical as she doubles over, gagging and retching into the darkness of her cell. She collapses to the floor, clutching her throat as she struggles to draw a breath, consumed by her suffering. In her agony, a single name escapes her lips in ragged whispers, Alan. The scene cuts instantly back to Alan, who is pulling on a pair of flight goggles with a look of intense focus. Now seated in the cockpit of a twin-engine aircraft, he announces he is heading out, flying directly into the conflict his beloved believes he is already dead from. A twin-boom aircraft glides through the sky above a sparse landscape. Through a pair of binoculars, an observer spots their target and identifies it as the Northern Fortress. Below, a formidable stone castle is already under siege by a large ground force, the attack having clearly begun. This is the first of 3 fortresses that guard the border to Cardacia, and the strategy is to assault this northernmost one first. From the ground, ranks of attackers draw their bows and unleash a volley of arrows toward the castle. The arrows rain down upon the fortress walls, striking the stone and the defenders positioned along the battlements. The observer notes that the defenses of the northern fortress are solid, effectively preventing the siege weapons from approaching the wall. Suddenly, the observer spots movement originating from the central fortress. Another commander sees the reinforcements emerging and questions if their intent is to ambush the attacking army from the south. High above the conflict, the pilot of the aircraft decides the moment is right to commence the bombing run. A scout on the ground reports to his superior that an estimated 500 troops are advancing from the direction of the central fortress. A general responds to this development by ordering his southern vanguard to execute a tactical retreat, luring the enemy reinforcements into a trap where archers wait on high ground. A cry rings out through the ranks as a key figure named Alan arrives on the battlefield. The battle erupts into a chaotic melee of clashing soldiers and horses. A commander shouts a rapid series of commands, ordering a counterattack, a retreat for the first line, and for the forces to split and bring up the siege tower after the bombing is complete. He gives the final order for the siege towers to move forward and breach the fortress's front wall. Another leader on horseback commands the main force to eliminate the enemy to the south, after which they will secure the northern fortress and advance on the central one. The pilot, having started the assault, intends to circle back and destroy the southern fortress as well. He muses on the massive technological gap between the forces, as his single bombing raid has completely shredded the fort's defenses. With the northern fortress compromised, he considers hunting down the EST troops who are fleeing toward Cardacia, certain that the other 2 strongholds will soon fall. The aircraft turns and flies away into the clouded sky. In a different, dark location, a woman with long hair whispers about how dark it is. Her eyes are faintly visible as she lies in the gloom. A vision appears before her of a brightly lit young man in a formal uniform. The man in the vision offers a gentle smile. From her bed, the woman calls out the name Alan over and over. The vision of Alan changes, now showing him shirtless and holding a bloodied, ornate weapon. She desperately pleads for Alan not to leave her. With tears in her eyes, She asks him about his promise to protect her. The view shifts to the stark corner of a metal-riveted bed frame. The woman's weary eyes are shown in a tight close-up. She looks out from her bed, her expression filled with sorrow. Lying nearby is a massive, ornate greatsword with a distinctive hilt. The woman closes her eyes, seemingly resigning herself to her vision. A stoic woman stands beside a great sword, her expression hardened. She inwardly questions the presence of such a weapon in this place. Her thoughts linger on how out of place the sword seems. Her hand reaches out, fingers brushing against the wrapped hilt. A sudden jolt of memory rushes over her, her hair flying wildly. Her eyes widen in horror as a traumatic vision begins to unfold. She sees a line of people, bound and awaiting their grim fate. Her voice cries out in anguish for her mother, father, and brother hanging before her. She screams the name of another, Friedrich, her face contorted in despair. The vision shifts to a man impaled by numerous spikes, lying face down and defeated. A close-up reveals the man's still face on the cold ground. Her shocked mind utters a different name, Alan. Her voice rises to a panicked scream, shouting Alan's name again. An eye snaps open as the name Alan echoes one last time. The vision shatters, and she collapses to the floor beside the great sword. The scene fades to black, transitioning to a different time and place. At a formidable stone fortress, a military council is underway. An officer yells furiously, demanding to know why a certain weapon isn't being used. He questions the hesitation, reminding his peers that reclaiming Cardacia has been their long-held ambition. An older, calmer man turns to a youth, asking him to repeat the name of the weapon he has developed. The youth confirms it is called a firebomb. The young man, Alan, explains that the weapon is designed to scatter fuel and ignite, proving most effective against populated cities. The furious officer proclaims that such a weapon is perfect for their purposes. He advocates for burning the entire city, showing no mercy to the civilians he claims were swayed by the enemy, though another voices concern for their lives. Addressing his superior, he insists that the weapon was built precisely for this kind of use. But his superior, a noble woman in armor, orders that a warning must first be issued to Cardacia, allowing civilians to escape and demonstrating the kingdom's honor to the world, though she warns General Beinhorn that her patience is limited. After the council, the older man tells Alan it was careless to mention the firebomb, but Alan admits they were built with the intention of being used. Alan reflects on the firebomb's design, how its fuel-based flames are difficult to extinguish and can incinerate even fire-resistant structures, making them brutally efficient against urban centers. The noble woman informs her council that they will wait 5 days after the warning, accepting that some may choose to remain despite the threat. She muses that using fire is a simple and effective way to frighten the enemy into surrender. But she cautions Alan that such destruction will impede post-war recovery and warns him not to go too far. That night, Alan stands watch on the castle ramparts, a lantern in his hand. He reflects on the fact that people, just like the ones in his own city, also live in the enemy's territory. He can only wonder how many will heed the warning and choose to flee. His thoughts are interrupted by a large white dragon appearing behind him, startling him with a sudden. Now airborne on the dragon's back, Alan learns from a companion on a black dragon that the search for someone named Ana-san is taking longer than expected. The rider of the black dragon explains that a strange spell is obscuring Ana-san's scent, preventing them from tracking her location. Alan expresses his concern over this news, prompting the black dragon to nervously ask the white one, Melissa, if she wants to go hunting. Melissa curtly dismisses the worry, telling Alan to simply use the fastest available option to solve his problem. She insists that his purpose here is to act, urging him to hurry so their search for Ana-san can resume, as the black dragon nervously offers to find her a deer. Melissa remarks that Alan is a strange person, while the black dragon continues to fret over hunting choices, asking if she would prefer rabbits instead. The black dragon considers looking for a river, only for Melissa to declare a preference for orca. Sometime later, Alan stands alone, gazing at the distant, imposing mountains. The armored noblewoman approaches and asks if he is ready, to which he simply agrees. A soldier on the wall reports that the last of the civilians, only a handful of families, have now evacuated through the east gate. The noblewoman states grimly that any who chose to ignore the warning and remain have now declared themselves the enemy. She and Alan sit atop their horses, watching as an aircraft flies overhead. The view shifts to inside the aircraft, revealing Alan in the pilot's seat as it soars through the sky. Below him lies the walled city of Cardacia, its defenses surrounded by their assembled army. As he prepares to act, he silently begs for anyone left inside to run away. A knight on horseback issues a proclamation to the EST forces stationed in the city of Cardassia, announcing that the previously warned attack is now commencing. From the castle battlements, archers and crossbowmen take aim, preparing to defend against the impending assault. The knight leader on the ground gives a command to his forces to signal Alan. High in the sky, Alan receives the signal from below and confirms he is starting the bombing run by opening the bomb bay doors of his aircraft. The defenders on the wall spot his approaching craft, cry out his location, and are ordered to fire their siege weapons. From his cockpit, Alan calmly assesses that the crossbows, with their range of about 300 meters, pose no real threat to him at his current altitude and angle. Back on the ground, the knight leader looks up with a puzzled expression, spotting something unexpected flying among the enemy forces. Inside the aircraft, Alan's confident demeanor vanishes, replaced by a look of alarm as he notices something off to his side. He is stunned to see a massive, dark, winged creature flying parallel to his plane. The creature's powerful claws are shown tearing through an unseen surface. Now revealed to be a dragon, the beast perches atop a building inside the city walls, surveying the scene below. The soldiers on the street look up, startled by the sudden appearance and the sound of its landing. Their shock quickly turns to fear as they recognize the creature as a sky dragon. The dragon lets out a deafening roar that echoes through the streets, terrifying the soldiers below. As the men reel in shock, a second dragon appears among them, causing further chaos and panic. This lighter-colored dragon playfully announces its arrival to a new group of horrified soldiers. The soldiers break ranks completely, screaming in terror and running for their lives. The commander on horseback watches as the wave of panic spreads toward the main gate. At the gate, the overwhelmed EST soldiers begin throwing down their arms, yelling that they surrender and give up. The calls for surrender spread rapidly through the ranks as the men beg to be spared. Above the now chaotic city, Alan's plane banks and flies away from the scene. His companion in the cockpit looks on with a worried expression, quietly speaking the name Jerome. Alan lands his aircraft on a clearing outside the city, touching down near the waiting knight leader. The leader immediately approaches and asks Alan what happened and why a dragon appeared. Alan explains that he saw the dragon and called off the operation, admitting he does not know the full status of Cardassia. The knight informs him that the dragon's roar caused mass panic, resulting in the surrender of many EST soldiers, and that the castle is now on the verge of falling. Alan reflects on this, realizing with a sweat drop that they achieved victory without having to deploy the bombs. Sometime later, Alan thanks the two dragons, but the dark one complains about an arrow in its neck, which the other dragon dismisses, stating it shouldn't even hurt a dragon. The lighter dragon tells Alan that they couldn't just leave him to handle things alone and, more importantly, that they have found where Anna is. Alan reacts with shock, urgently asking where she is. The dragon explains that it was difficult, but they managed to locate Anna in the imperial capital of EST. Overcome, Alan immediately tries to leave, insisting he must get Anna back, but the dragon Melissa physically restrains him. She tells him to calm down, remarking that his recklessness is exactly why she can't leave him by himself. Melissa reassures a grateful Alan that because he has helped them so much, they will stay with him until the very end and will help him with this task. Alan agrees, and the group decides to set out for the imperial capital after dark, with the dark dragon eagerly vowing to destroy it. Under the light of a full moon, Alan flies his plane in formation with the two dragons soaring alongside him. He looks out from his cockpit at his companions as the three of them fly together through the night sky. While flying his plane alongside two dragons, Alan is hailed by one named Jerome Chounin and asks what the matter is. Alan thanks the dark dragon for its help and asks if the arrow wound is serious, but the dragon dismisses the concern, stating its scales are tough. A companion, Melissa-chan, points out that the dragon feigned great pain even though the arrow was only lodged between its scales. The white dragon interjects, reminding Alan that thanks are premature since they still need to rescue Anna-san, though it acknowledges Alan's own contribution to their efforts. Alan demurs, feeling he doesn't deserve their gratitude, but the dragon insists he earned it by introducing them to Jerry and helping the pink-haired girl. The dragon firmly tells him to accept their help as they approach the towering gates of a fortified castle. Within the castle walls, two guards are startled by a strange sound and question its origin. Suddenly, a fiery explosion erupts against the castle ramparts. The guards shout in alarm, ordering the fire to be extinguished and demanding that any available water mages be woken immediately. Having landed his aircraft inside, Alan confirms that his alchemical diversion was a success, creating a very noticeable disturbance. The white dragon pinpoints Ana-san's faint scent coming from a building, surmising she is being held underground in a windowless room with thick walls, prompting Alan to stealthily move out to find her. Other guards rush toward the commotion, guessing a torch must have fallen to cause such a fire and noting the unusually large number of guards on patrol. Alan overhears them discussing how the magical fire resists simple water, and he resolves to locate the basement entrance amidst the confusion. He moves through a palace brightly illuminated by magic stones, recognizing it as a display of the Empire's vast resources but also a helpful condition for his search. His attention is drawn to a well-dressed noble conversing with a sinister, cloaked individual. Alan identifies the cloaked man as Gunther, the head mage, just as the noble asks him for a progress report, to which Gunther replies that their task is nearly complete. Gunther elaborates that he gave their target the demon sword of ice extinction the previous night and that it is only a matter of time now. The noble smirks, commenting that the daughter of Ramslet is proving to be as stubborn as expected. Alan freezes, a look of sudden, sharp realization dawning on his face. The noble questions if they can force her obedience yet, and Gunther explains the plan is to use the demon sword to shatter her mind and seize control. Gunther advises caution, revealing that she possesses both ice magic and the blessing of a knight, making her an ideal vessel for the demon sword of ice extinction. Alan identifies the noble as the crown prince of the Est Empire, who crudely remarks on the woman's beauty and demands they hurry and make her submit, a command Gunther readily accepts. The crown prince continues, gloating that the cowards at Centraland behaved predictably and that the entire Berzini region will fall soon. He walks down a staircase, satisfied that his plans are proceeding without issue. He reveals the full scope of his conspiracy. Zaz will invade the Ramslet Duchy, an agreement has been made with Westerdale, and they will install a puppet on the throne to orchestrate the duchy's self-destruction before dividing the spoils, a deal Gunther found surprisingly agreeable to the prince. The prince scoffs at the fool who stole the imperial seal, calling him an idiot but admitting the theft itself was impressive. They arrive at their destination, and both men recoil in surprise at the messy scene before them. A disheveled woman lies exhausted over a massive blade, her labored breathing evidence of a fierce struggle. A horrified Alan wonders if she can ever be saved, while the prince coldly states she will require reconditioning before she is of any use. Gunther warns that her current state might negatively impact the final result, which the prince takes as confirmation that she will no longer resist his advances. The prince leans toward the captive woman, suggestively telling her not to be stingy. Alan's eyes widen in rage and disgust as the prince speaks of taking a little taste. The prince clarifies his intent to sample her before her will is completely broken. A close-up shot captures the prince's predatory, leering expression. As the prince reaches for the woman, Gunther's hand shoots out to restrain him. A cloaked figure with a skeletal mask moves with unnatural speed. A determined young man confronts the figure, aiming a pistol directly at it. Close on the figure's hands, gripping the hilt of a large, dark sword. The young man kneels over a fallen blonde woman named Anna, her weapon discarded beside her. He grimaces at her state, gently wiping a tear from her eye. A sharp intake of breath comes as a look of intense realization dawns in his eyes. He raises his weapon again, demanding to know what was done to Anna as his foe acknowledges being caught off guard by his hidden approach. The defeated man reveals they broke Anna's mind to make her wield a demon sword, taunting that her lover is too late. He sneers that she now belongs to the young man once more. The villain elaborates that while she can be taken back, she possesses no will of her own. He finishes with the vile suggestion that she is now only useful for breeding. The young man remains kneeling, his pistol unwavering as he stares down at the broken man on the floor. He turns his attention to Anna, carefully administering a liquid from a small vial. Her eyes are vacant, and only a soft, empty sound escapes her lips. He offers a gentle smile and tells Anna that they are going home. Uttering the word, stealth, he lifts her onto his back with a resolute expression. Concealed by magic, he carries her through a grand, empty hallway lined with tall windows. The alarm is suddenly raised as a guard shouts about an intruder. Panic spreads as another guard specifies that the Ramslet woman is with the intruder and that their superiors have been attacked. An order rings out to find and capture them, but the young man's expression remains fixed and determined. Guards confirm the perimeter is surrounded, convinced the fugitives are trapped nearby. Realizing how quickly they were encircled, the man deduces that Anna must be incredibly important. He invokes alchemy, and a massive stone wall erupts from the courtyard floor. The pursuing guards stare in complete disbelief at the sudden obstruction. They cry out in confusion, questioning what the wall is and where it came from. The man knows his stealth magic is disabled by the wind magic engine. He is preparing and that they must escape before the wall falls. As guards scramble for ladders, he tells Anna to hold on tightly inside the cramped cockpit of his machine. The guards look up in shock as a glider-like aircraft rises above the wall, and they are ordered to shoot it down. He flinches with a grunt as an arrow thuds into the aircraft's frame. A terrifying roar fills the air as a dark dragon descends upon the courtyard, sending the guards into a panic. An unseen ally cries out the name, Jerome-kun. The guards below scream, questioning why a dragon has suddenly appeared. The creature dives with immense speed toward the terrified soldiers. Its jaws open wide as it closes in on the helpless men. An explosion rocks a nearby rooftop as the dragon attacks. Inside the glider, the young man looks back, startled by the intervention. A second, white dragon elegantly swoops into view beside the first. The new arrival expresses feeling refreshed while another passenger asks Alan if Anna is safe, and a third compliments Melissa's impressive dragon form. After landing in a forest, Alan kneels beside a sleeping Anna, cursing the bastards who did this to her while the two dragons watch. Melissa, the white dragon, sees that their actions are unforgivable and that she should have killed more of them. The smaller dark dragon asks if it can kill them too, and Melissa grants it permission for their next encounter. Alan decides their destination is Vikhen, the Ramslet Duchy's capital, where he hopes to find a specialist in curses, deeming the royal capital too dangerous. He tells Melissa he will show her the way and asks her to lead. She immediately agrees to his request. The smaller dragon notices Alan is injured from an arrow, but Alan dismisses the wound as shallow and insists they press on. The smaller dragon offers to guide them with its keen senses, and Alan adds they will switch to another glider hidden near Cardacia. Alan turns to them and apologizes for involving them in a human conflict. Melissa reassures him, stating her only desire is to kill those who harmed Anna, a sentiment Alan and the other dragon share fervently. Alan's gaze hardens with cold resolve. A faint memory pierces his thoughts, Anna's voice calling his name. Images of a smiling, vibrant Anna flash through his mind, all of them centered on him. He looks down at her unconscious form, his determination solidifying into a silent, unbreakable vow to save her. A grimacing soldier braces for impact, sweat beading on his face as the battle begins. Two armies clash in a chaotic melee of raised spears and drawn swords. Silhouettes of figures are sent tumbling through the air from an unseen force. From above, two dragons and an aircraft observe the war, with one dragon noting humans are foolish while another points out that Anna's father commands one of the armies. Through a pair of binoculars, an observer identifies the Ramslet flag and the crest of the Kingdom of Zaz on the battlefield. The observers note that the Zaz army is already at the outer walls and greatly outnumbers its opponent, just as the Crown Prince had foreseen. The Zaz troops are seen positioned at the northern wall with a massive siege weapon, preparing for an assault. A tactical map reveals their plan is to breach the wall in the countryside and invade from there. Aboard the aircraft, a companion is eager to attack but is ordered to hold position in the sky with Jerome and Melissa to avoid harming Alan's allies on the ground. The aircraft releases a payload of spherical bombs that descend upon the battlefield. The bombs detonate amidst the Zaz army, sending soldiers and equipment flying in a powerful explosion. A knight in the opposing army reacts in stunned disbelief at the sound and the sight of bodies being thrown through the air. A report reaches Albrecht that smoke is rising from the north wall, causing confusion about whether Zaz is attacking. A second report confirms that the southern front is also experiencing shocks and explosions. A commander learns that the enemy's rear and main forces are under a surprise attack, causing some of their troops to flee across the river. The commander gives the order for his cavalry to advance, instructing them not to pursue fleeing soldiers but to punch through the enemy's broken front lines and attack them from both sides. A soldier joyfully reports to his lord that the Zaz army is now in full retreat. The lord and his men then look up at the sky in astonishment, one soldier asking what they are seeing. They witness two dragons and the aircraft flying directly towards their position. The lord recognizes that it must be Alan and commands his soldiers to hold their fire and prepare to receive them. The soldiers on the ground are in awe of the two dragons and the unfamiliar vehicle, questioning if this was the force that attacked the Zaz army. As the dragons land, one asks Melissa if it should kill the staring humans, but Melissa clarifies that they are all allies of Alan. Alan emerges from the aircraft, and the Lord, Anna's father, approaches him demanding to know what is happening. Alan urgently tells the shocked Lord that he has brought Anna and needs a doctor immediately. He carries an unconscious Anna from the plane, telling her anxious father that he will explain everything later but must get her medical attention first. The Lord orders a carriage, but Alan insists on carrying her himself for speed and is directed to the largest mansion in the town center. A knight with a ponytail runs forward, calling out to his father. The knight, Anna's brother, asks why dragons are present, and his father explains that Alan, the man he had told him about, brought them. The father's revelation that Alan has found Anna leaves her brother speechless. At the mansion, two maids discussing wartime chores are interrupted by a shout of Anna's name from above. They look up and scream in terror as two dragons and an aircraft descend upon them. The maids are thrown to the ground in a panic from the sudden appearance. The aircraft flies low over the mansion grounds, preparing to land. Alan, still carrying Anna, announces to the terrified maids that they have rescued Anastasia from the Empire. Someone calls for a bed to be prepared for Anastasia. Alan is directed to take Anna to the treatment room, as a doctor has already been summoned. Onlookers identify one of the creatures as a sky dragon, the legendary king of the skies, whose roar is said to be powerful enough to knock a human unconscious. The white dragon then unleashes a tremendous roar. The force of the roar sends the maids tumbling and a man to his knees. When asked if she killed them, the dragon replies she was only teasing. Inside, Alan watches over Anna and instructs the staff to prepare clean clothes and get ready to wipe her down. He gazes down at Anna's still form, noticing the collar locked around her neck. A maid gently tells Alan that they will take care of the rest. As he leaves the room, she advises him to have his own injuries treated and informs him a room is being prepared for him, while he looks back and murmurs Anna's name. Later, Alan sits bandaged in a guest room when someone requests permission to enter. A young man with long blonde hair steps inside, and Alan seems to recognize him. The visitor introduces himself as Albrecht von Ramslet, Anna's brother. Alan confirms he understands that Albrecht is Anastasia's older brother. Albrecht formally expresses his deepest gratitude to Alan for saving his sister. Alan attempts to dismiss the thanks from his seated position, but Albrecht insists he relax. Albrecht asks about the state of Alan's injuries and says he can see Anna when he is able to move, prompting Alan to immediately declare he will go. While they walk, Albrecht mentions his father has told him about Alan and asks about the dragons, expressing his amazement when Alan confirms he brought them. Albrecht leads Alan to a room, announcing his arrival to their parents. Alan enters to find Anna's father and mother waiting. Her mother greets him while her father asks about Anna's condition, to which Alan replies that she is stable but there is a complication. By Anna's bedside, her father looks upon her unconscious form and asks Alan to explain what happened. As a family doctor examines Anna, Alan expresses his unease, but the family assures him the doctor is trustworthy. Alan recounts that Anastasia was kidnapped by the Prince of the Est Kingdom, Crown Prince Igor, along with his court mage and head mage Gunther. He explains their captors imprisoned and weakened her before using a cursed sword in an attempt to break her mind and control her. The family reacts in horror at the mention of the cursed sword, and Alan adds that he sealed it in stone and brought it back with the heads of her captors, stunning Albrecht. Anna's father struggles to comprehend the news, repeating that Alan killed Crown Prince Igor in the imperial capital and brought back his head, learning that both the prince and the magician are dead. The Lord then asks the crucial question of how Alan even knew Anna was in the imperial capital. Alan reveals that it was the dragons who located her. Outside on the mansion roof, the smaller dragon worries if Anna will be okay, while the larger one remarks that a normal human cannot cure such a complex curse. The larger dragon comments on the weakness and foolishness of humans, but the smaller dragon insists Anna is different. The larger dragon offers a non-committal, well. In response, their conversation is interrupted by a maid who appears on a nearby balcony. The maid relays a message from Alan, thanking them for their help and telling them to rest for the day. The maid then shyly adds her own words of gratitude. She bows deeply and thanks the dragons for saving her young miss, Anastasia, to which the larger dragon replies, "You're welcome." The larger dragon then tells the smaller one, Jerry, that it's time for them to leave. The dragon turns and walks away from the balcony as the maid watches. As they fly off, the smaller dragon remarks that the maid seems like a good human, and the larger one asks if it's hungry. Inside, the doctor delivers his diagnosis, stating that based on his examination of the young lady, she is physically stable, but her mind remains completely unresponsive. He concludes that with a demon sword's curse involved, there is nothing more he can do. The doctor suggests their only hope is a miracle or someone like the great sage, before trailing off with the unfortunate news that the sage is already gone. The name, Great Sage, jogs Alan's memory, and Albrecht notices his sudden reaction, mentioning the name Laurengas. Alan's eyes widen with a sudden realization. He recalls a memory of the sage Laurengas and a fairy reacting to something important. Anna's parents and the doctor watch him, waiting to see what he will say. Alan suddenly turns to the Lord and exclaims that he has an idea. He starts to say they must hurry and take Anna somewhere, but his voice falters. Her family watches with concern as his strength gives out. He collapses, struggling to say the words, right now. Alan falls unconscious to the floor, and both Albrecht and Anna's father cry out his name in panic. The Lord urgently calls for the doctor to help. The doctor rushes to Alan's side to examine him. Pulling back Alan's shirt, the doctor discovers a dark, severe-looking wound on his abdomen. The doctor gasps at the sight of the wound as Alan, barely conscious, whispers Anna's name and pleads for someone to save her.